November, or no, I think it was about July 2017. Just going through the papers, I didn't even know about Kenya or what Kenya or even Kenya existed. I just saw November, or no, it was about, I think it was about July 2017. November. Just going through the papers, I think it was about Kenya or what.
My name is Walter Oyawa.
I just saw,
and currently I'm the Director General of the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation.
November.
In short, they call it
it was about,
Yes, the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation is established under the Science, Technology and Innovation Act of 2013. And its key mandate is to regulate and assure quality in the science, technology, and innovation sector, and advise the government and stakeholders on matters thereof. COSTI is a member of the board in the Kenya Industrial Property Institute, and actually KIPI, the Kenya Industrial Property Institute, is the one in charge of patenting. And patenting has a direct correlation with the Global Innovation Index. So through our involvement in the boards of this key organization, we are able to impact directly in the Kenya Global Innovation Index by promoting the involvement of innovation. So we'll ask young researchers coming, the SME sector, to come on board, check the website, consult us. COSTI will direct to the Kenya National Innovation Agency. For researchers, we direct them to National Research Fund. Then for us, we assure the quality and we give direction on the priorities of the country in consultation with stakeholders. As COSTI, we are also fortunate to be the national focal point for Kenya's international obligation treaties. And for that, we are like the focal point of the International Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology. And most recently, we put up a call for universities who are key universities and research institutions who are key stakeholders to express their interest in hosting a regional research center on biotechnology. So we are looking forward to one strong regional center in the area of biotechnology soon. I would also urge that we have the latest rankings by international agencies like what they call the Shimago. And we are pleased to inform that the latest ranking, I think, of 2021, which was listed some more institutions in that document, and I'm happy to mention like Kemri has been mentioned, ILRI has been mentioned, the University of Nairobi has been mentioned, the Aga Khan University has been mentioned, and that shows the state of science, technology, and innovation. The call that I would want to make, even as I say this, is where what we feel is lacking is the direct involvement of the industry in this partnership, so that some of these very vast technologies can be picked up by the industry very quickly and commercialized. So the parting shot is that STI is now the thing, and this can only be done collectively, jointly, and including regionally.
The United Arab Emirates is creating its own rain using drones that fly into clouds and unleash electrical charges to beat the sweltering 122°F, that is 50°C heat. The rain is formed using drone technology that gives clouds an electric shock to cajole them into clumping together and producing precipitation. The UAE is one of the most parched countries on earth, and it hopes the technique could help to increase its meager annual rainfall. And it is working. Video footage released by the UAE's National Center of Meteorology shows monsoon-like downpours across the country, which create a sheet of rain on the highways. Waterfalls are also seen on the side of roads as drivers in SUVs struggle to navigate the torrential rain, despite the country being in the middle of a summer heat wave where temperatures have soared above 122°F. The center said the precipitation has been enhanced by a technique known as cloud seeding, and its purpose is to increase condensation in the hope that it might trigger a downpour. The UAE's cloud seeding operations are part of an ongoing $15 million mission to generate rain in the country, which ranks among the world's top 10 driest countries with an average rainfall of just 3 inches. That is 15 times less than what falls in an average year in the UK. The rain is being created using drone technology in research led by experts at the University of Reading in the UK. The technology uses a drone to release electrical charges into the clouds, which helps the water droplets to merge and stick together to form precipitation, like dry hair to a comb. Whether cloud seeding is effective at increasing rainfall, however, is still under investigation. Many scientists doubt whether it has a noticeable impact on rainfall levels. However, studies show that cloud seeding can increase the amount of rain by between 5 and 70% depending on the quality of the clouds. In 2017, the UAE government provided $15 million for 9 different rain enhancement projects. Among them is another cloud seeding technology which launches salt missiles into clouds from planes. The UAE is also looking into methods to preserve the rain that does hit the ground instead of allowing it to quickly evaporate or flow off into the sea. It has built dams and reservoirs to gather water that flood desert valleys. The country has around 130 dams and levees with a storage capacity of about 120 million cubic meters, that is more than 4 billion cubic feet, according to the ministry report. US ski resorts in Colorado, however, reportedly use cloud seeding to induce heavier snowfall. It was also used ahead of the 2008 Beijing Olympics opening ceremony to create a downpour elsewhere and keep the stadium dry. This involved firing rockets packed with silver iodide crystals into rain clouds over the suburbs of Beijing. The former USSR also apparently used cloud seeding to prevent radioactive fallout from Chernobyl nuclear disaster in 1986 from reaching Moscow.
My name is Cynthia Thuo. I'm a student at Kenyatta University. I pursue electrical and electronics engineering. I'm the current Chief Operations Officer at Afex Limited. Afex Limited is a tech company that brings solutions to problems in the society. We use various technologies to bring these solutions, for instance, Internet of Things. We use artificial intelligence, especially venturing on the fourth industrial revolution technologies. Our key product and the product that's already on the market that has been produced by Afex Limited is called Apollo. Apollo is an intelligent barrier system, and this is a barrier system that's a solution for COVID-19 because it detects masks and it checks temperature from a distance. Therefore, it eliminates contact. Additionally, Apollo has a security feature, so it increases security or eliminates the fear of insecurity. So it's a barrier system that grants people access based on whether their faces have been registered by the system. Afex, its goal and how we see it going is that we're going to impact one Africa, because Africa mostly depend on technological solutions from abroad. So starting from Africa, see, they say charity begins at home. So we have to first of all take care of Africa at large, from north to south to east to west of Africa. Bringing solutions from the automotive industries to the security industry to the health industry, basically using the fourth industrial revolution to bring solutions to the problems in society, especially in Africa, that has been neglected for quite some time. And then after that, then we will focus towards the other parts of the world, which is abroad, from Europe to America, etc., etc.
Hi everyone, my name is Brian Mwenda and I run a startup called Hope Tech Plus, and we develop assistive devices for visually impaired people. As opposed to the normal white cane, this one can detect obstacles up to 3 meters away, as opposed to now a few steps away with the normal white cane, and the person can be able to avoid many dangers and they'll feel much safer walking using this product. There are over 1 million visually impaired people in Kenya, and we're looking at bringing them to become economically productive and active members of the society. The main help we got from Kenya is the commercialization grant. We're hoping with the use of this grant, we can reach 10,000 users in the next year. And we are hoping that the commitment from Kenya is not only the financial resources, but also the connections and mentorship that we've already started to receive. So we are very optimistic about this number of 10,000 users. And I think the impact from a single visually impaired person getting to work, getting an education, the impact on their immediate family, on the larger society is very, very huge. So we are looking at creating this ripple effect from 10,000 users and having a transformation throughout the country. So Kenya has really supported us in terms of getting our product out there, in terms of even the publicity, because publicity, I think, matters a lot in this day and age. And even that brand goodwill, when you go and present somewhere and Kenya is backing your product and your project, then it becomes much easier to sell your idea even to investors and to other partners. And through the program of LIF and Kenya, I think we got to understand that the problem is not only local, and that kind of exposure has also helped us to even develop a plan where not only will we launch here in Kenya, but we have a plan where we can take our product global, because the problem of mobility for visually impaired people is not a Kenyan problem. It's something that is experienced everywhere in the world.
My name is Edwin Mugendi. I'm from a company called Sapama Technologies. We develop software for small and mid-sized enterprises. Most of SMEs use a lot of paper, which is tedious, takes a lot of time, inefficient, and it's very hard to get insights from paper. So we develop easy-to-use software which SMEs can access online from anywhere, and they're able to process payroll, do accounting, and send invoices, and also they're able to receive money via M-Pesa. I learned about Kenya through there was a newspaper advertisement which was a call for innovators to apply to be awarded. So I made the application, and then I submitted the application and I was selected. Then in the interaction with Kenya, I came to learn about the LIF. That is how I applied also for the LIF. So it was mainly through newspaper advertising. So the LIF program was an eye-opening experience because it taught us about how we can rethink our business, how we can grow the market, how to think about our value proposition, what we are offering to the client, how to price our products, and also how to negotiate with investors and partners. So it was a good experience. We were able to learn a lot, and we are applying this, the learnings that we had from the experience to improve our operations and also to improve our interactions with our customers. In 2016 is when we got a support from Kenya through their award. There was an award which we got $500,000 to advance our technology. The support from Kenya came at the right time when we were struggling with getting an office and also getting equipment, getting a laptop for our new employees, and also paying staff. So the funds we received, we used them diligently, and that way we were able to get an office, we were able to hire, and also we got equipment that enabled us to continue innovating and researching our technology. So it was very helpful. Yeah, for young entrepreneurs, I would advise them to be persistent and don't lose hope. It is a tough market trying to convince a customer to buy your innovation, but you should try to push on, and most importantly, look at the value proposition. What exactly are you offering? You are offering the client. The money the client is giving you is in exchange for the value that you are giving them. It is a competitive market. There is a lot of other competitors who can do the same thing, but you have to have an edge, and the value that you are offering should be towards reducing time that the client spends, improve efficiency, improve operational activities you're able to improve, and also cut costs and increase revenue to the client as well. So you should focus mainly on the client and what you're offering them and creating value for them. With the leadership of Tony, I think he will bring in a fresh breath breathe a life into the organization. Because the future, if you look at other countries such as Singapore, is a big story which I've been told 100 times. Japan, countries like US, Germany, those countries are run by SMEs and small shops which innovate, and over time and pass to the next generation, they build a very big ecosystem of companies. So with Kenya, with the new idea of collaboration and building partnerships and supporting startups from the idea stage to the growth stage, where they can put us now on a pedestal where they're able to catapult our innovation to other markets and scale our technology. We're hoping that Kenya in the next 5 years we're able to generate unicorns from this side of the Sahara, because with the leadership and the partnership from the government, from the academia, the hope is industry in itself cannot grow on its own. Government themselves, they cannot grow industry on their own. The private sector, academia also, they cannot do it on their own. So it is a tripartite engagement where we need to work together with the government, academia, and startups, and also private sector, so that we are able to build an ecosystem that thrives on collaboration, on innovation, on partnership, on goodwill, and also we are able to build this great country of ours as we focus towards achieving our Vision 2030 goals.
It was about November, or no, I think it was about July 2017. Just going through the papers, I didn't even know about Kenya or what Kenya or even Kenya existed. I just saw call for innovations advertisement on the papers, and I read about it. It was about a collaboration between Kenya and the Royal Academy for Engineers. At that time, I didn't know that Kenya existed, and I just decided to apply just blindly. So good thing it was an online application. So I went online and I decided to apply. It's a process that took about 2 to 3 hours, because you are required to give information about what you are doing, description about our products, the impact that we had made by then, the impact that we wanted to make in different ways, including social impact, economic.
Professor Isaac Koske, I'm the Vice Chancellor of Moi University, and I would want to welcome all of you to Moi University, to the Center of Excellence, particularly AC2 in phytochemicals, textiles and renewable energy. This center was established in 2016, and so far we're doing very well, and we've achieved a number of benefits to the university and the community. The first being the incubation center, worth 25 million Kenya shillings, the only center in Kenya and indeed in East and Southern Africa. And again, we have innovations, a number of them, through AC2. Again, we've equipped our labs for teaching, training, and research. We've also given scholarships to a number of students who are doing postgraduate, and we also undertake outreach services. In particular, we train on natural dyes in Uasin-Gishu, Trans Nzoia, and Kisumu, and in Ahero.
This is a product of marigold, tie and dye, and it was done using simultaneous mordanting. This one we used post-mordanting method to obtain this beautiful color. Move back, we're able to get this fabric. It's very beautiful.
This an outreach activity. It bonds the university and the community together. And the university research percolates into the community through interaction. The discoveries made, the research is made at the university. They are taken to the community, which is the essence of any research. Research should be consumable by the people, and this is where the people are. So we have come here so that we can sensitize, teach the people of cases on soap and detergents making, which is going to help them very much. It will uplift the standards of living, health will improve, eradication of jiggers and other pests will be eradicated through this. And the health standards will improve. Of course, the lifespan of the people will be much better than before.
We have a partnership working with AC2 PTRE, Center of Excellence in Phytochemicals. In them, because phytochemicals, some of them contain medicinal value, some of them can add color to our cosmetics. So in our process, we incorporate the phytochemicals. That's how Kiriki is coming in with the S2 PTRE, so that we can utilize the phytochemicals of different and traditional trees.
Nimejifunza vile wanaunda sabuni, ninaona I'm okay. Naona itanisaidia kwa sababu nitaenda kufungua business yangu na nitaendelea kuunda. Ningependa kuambia Multi-University, ninawashukuru sana kwa sababu nimelearn more.
Yeah, very nice sabuni. Yeah, very nice sabuni.
We've also trained on renewable energy, where we've also installed biogas, in particular in cases, in partnership with our Biogas International.
Josephat Chege, Operations Manager at Biogas International Limited. And we are one of the partners of the ACE program, ACE2 program. And we are in the sector of renewable energy and appropriate tools for poverty alleviation. Today we are at Kaptagat Girls High School, and we are here for two main things. Sensitize the young girls on the importance of switching to renewable energy, and also look at possibilities of installing biogas at the school.
I want to most sincerely thank AC2PTRE and Multi-University for actually finding time today to come and train our students on biogas, which is green energy. I want to believe the feasibility study which they have done today will impact a lot in the school in terms of cooking and providing energy which will save on power, and therefore also on the expenditure of the school in terms of spending money in energy, green energy. We want to also to notice here that the training of around 100 students in the school will go a long way. After school, they join their communities outside in terms of trying to share the knowledge which they have actually learned in school, then encouraging the families at home to embrace the green energy and biogas.
My name is Busolo Shem, the principal of Polbrit High School. This school is located some 23 kilometers from Eldoret town. With the introduction of this project on burgers, we intend to use the raw materials coming in from our farm, particularly from our dairy animals. We have around 18 dairy animals. We have plus 13 heifers and calves, which I believe will give us enough raw materials to run the biogas project. And that is why we opted to use the students who are members of Young Farmers Club, plus those ones in the Environment and Wildlife Club to train so that they can be able to manage that particular project comfortably.
Yeah, my name is Professor Ambrose Kiprop. I'm the center leader to the Africa Center of Excellence in Phytochemicals, Textile and Renewable Energy, which is hosted at Moi University. We are among the 3 centers of excellence in Kenya, and our center of excellence is actually focusing on 3 components. The first component being on phytochemicals, the second one on textile, and the third one is on renewable energy. In our center, we have 4 programs that we are running, offering 4 master's programs and 4 PhD programs. And these programs are in analytical chemistry, energy studies, industrial engineering, and textile engineering. At the moment, we have a total of 154 students, whereby at master's level, we have 106 students, and then 48 at PhD level. Our students come from various countries, actually to be specific, 12 countries in Africa.
I am Karen Desnagule, a PhD researcher in the field of natural dyes, and currently I'm developing a bifunctional natural dye.
My name is Wagan Shadmasi, and I'm an energy researcher in Moi University. Now I'm doing on biomass cook stoves. My objective is to increase the performance of two-pot biomass cook stove.
I'm Timothy Omara. Here is a plant extract which is to be tested by activity. And what is happening at this stage is that we're concentrating the extract so that we can use a solid sample which can be used for further bioassays. The equipment being used is a rotary evaporator, which is able to remove the excess solvent in the extract, produce a concentrated extract.
And we are proud of 2 of our programs that have been accredited internationally. These are PhD in energy studies, and then also the PhD in material and textile engineering. So these programs are at master's and PhD level, and our students have been able to complete their masters in a record 2 years and also 3 years for PhD programs. Our research is actually addressing the national priority areas, and these are in manufacturing and also food and security, but also focus on renewable energy. At the moment, we have published more than 80 publications, and last year, 2020, we hosted the first international virtual conference that was very successful, which was co-hosted by the ACE2PTRE and Saista from Donghua University in China. We also offer short courses and also retooling workshops for postgraduate students and staff. And we have had more than 72 staff and PhD student exchanges in the region. And our center has an industrial linkages committee, which is actually chaired by one of the partner representatives, and in particular, it is chaired by someone from Kenya Association of Manufacturers. Our center also is very key in terms of sustainability. And so far, we have raised more than 2.7 million USD. And this is through responding to a number of calls. And this chemicals are in the focus area of our center. We welcome you to our Center of Excellence, where you'll be part of the success in terms of coming up with innovative products, where our students in the past have been very innovative and they have developed products in renewable energy and also in manufacturing industry. And such products are the cost-saving stoves and also the construction tiles. Welcome. Thank you.
We cherish our partners who've made us achieve a number of things that we've achieved in the center. In this particular case, we want to appreciate Biogas International, Kirdi, Rivertex, which is our company for making fabrics or textiles, University of Gesira in Sudan, Blue Forum in Uganda, and the University of Bustem that we are working closely together also in Uganda. Thank you very much.
I am the holder of the Manufacturing Research Chair that is supported by the National Commission for Research, Technology and Innovation, that's NACOSTI, and also International Development Research Center, IDRC of Canada. Now, the research chair is on manufacturing, quality and productivity for the coconut value chain. We are so therefore focused in areas that are growing coconuts, that is the Kwale County, Kilifi, and Mombasa County, and partly Lamu. JKUAT hosts this manufacturing research chair, but we are also collaborating with other institutions. We have organized this manufacturing research chair into 6 thematic areas based on the products and other aspects of the manufacturing.
For us, we have to remove the outer part, which is this, which is covering the nut. Of interest for us is what is contained inside, which is the coconut water and the coconut meat. Of interest in this particular case, the coconut meat is what one of my students is looking at in terms of its application in coconut-based products. In terms of oil, we extract from the meat, which is also after flaking this. This is comminuted to create increased surface area, and then using this unit here, we are able to extract. So we reflux, and then by running organic solvent, Xen and other organic solvent, we are able to extract oil. Once you extract the oil, we remove the organic solvent, and then the oil is now taken to further processing, where we process the fatty acid. We have an equipment which has been bought with support of the research chair, which helps us to remove most of the organic solvent. This equipment is called a rotary evaporator, which is this. And this unit, what you do here, you fix your solvent inside like this, and then you rotate. Come here and extract through a rotational system, where through this distillation unit and vacuum, then the solvent comes here and the oil remains here. And this is what we get to the last step of analysis.
I managed to do 2 flavors. The first flavor was pure coconut without any addition. The second flavor was strawberry. And from my sensor analysis, where I used the various students to test the product, the one which didn't have any additional flavor, that's the pure coconut, had the highest preference.
In the biomass and energy stream, our main focus is actually utilization of biomass. Coconut biomass mainly includes or entails the coconut husk, the products that come from the coconut husk, and that is mainly the fiber and the cocoa pit. For the fiber, we are looking at development of cellulose-based superabsorbent products. We have a master student, Joyline, working on or developing. She actually developing products that are superabsorbent for application in many fields, but at the moment the focus is in agriculture. We are collaborating with a local producer in Kwale called Cocoa Group Company. We are still refining on the technologies of especially removing excess oil.
On my research, I am working on the development of cellulose-based hydrogel products from coconut fiber. The fiber is rich in cellulose, which we can use for development of these hydrogels. Of importance of these hydrogels is a natural polymer that is degradable. On product development of my research, I've developed a number of products. On the final product, that is the first product is the cellulose. The next product is the hydrogel. That is where we are focusing on. And this hydrogel can be used in agriculture as for water conservation. And another use is on diapers. As we know, that like sanitary towels, the material that is there is basically hydrogels, but whatever is there is synthetic. And on synthetic material, not degradable. That's why we are focusing on the biodegradable material for this use.
We have developed a number of machineries. We have been able to develop a stirrer that is used for mixing detergents that are also used for making soap. We have deployed the stirrer to a women group called Hazinawaja. We have also been able to make a decorticator, and this is an equipment this is a machine that is used for processing fiber. We have also made a briquetting machine. This is a technology that has been very useful in helping SMEs that are making briquettes, and they were making briquettes by hand. It's been very useful in making briquettes that are obtained from carburized or carbonized coconut shell. Aside from that, we have made other equipment, like we have made a soap mold, very important in improving the quality of soap. We also made a dehusker, a very important tool, very critical at the beginning of coconut processing.
We conducted a business study, and we found that one, they are not adding value to the coconut. We are training the people there on how to add value. We have, for example, conducted some training on marketing of the products, branding of the products, sourcing of finance, how to register business, how to do bookkeeping, and so forth.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank the government of Kenya for the role they have played, and in particular would like to appreciate the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, as NACOSTI, for supporting this manufacturing research here. Manufacturing is really key towards the development of any nation, because there is a creation of valuable products. So the economy cannot really move without manufacturing. And we are sure that by supporting this manufacturing research here, we shall contribute a lot towards the realization of the Vision 2030. I also want to appreciate the role the partners play, that is the Agricultural and Food Authority, AFA, NOCD, the Nuts and Oil Crop Directorate, which is based in Mombasa. I also want to appreciate the work that other partners are playing, like Moi University, Multimedia University, where you have other researchers. Also, employers, the KEPSA. We also want to appreciate the Kenya National Innovation Agency, plus many others, including the SMEs that we are working very closely with in order to fast track the commercialization of the innovations that we are coming up with. I would urge that we continue supporting the manufacturing. Next to the agriculture, it is the one that will lead in towards the industrialization. I am the holder of the Manufacturing Research Chair that is supported by the National Commission for Research, Technology and Innovation, that's NACOSTI, and also International Development Research Center. IDRC of Canada. Now, the research chair is on manufacturing, quality and productivity for the coconut value chain. We are therefore focused in areas that are growing coconuts, that is the Kwale County, Kilifi, and Mombasa County, and partly Lamu. JKUAT hosts this manufacturing research chair, but we are also collaborating with other institutions. We have organized this manufacturing research chair into 6 thematic areas based on the products and other aspects of the manufacturing.
For us, we have to remove the outer part, which is this, which is covering the nut. Of interest for us is what is contained inside, which is the coconut water and the coconut meat. Of interest in this particular case, the coconut meat is what one of my students is looking at in terms of its application in coconut-based products. In terms of oil, we extract from the meat, which is also after flaking this. This is comminuted to create increased surface area, and then using this unit here, we able to extract. So we reflux, and then by running organic solvent, Xen and other organic solvent, we are able to extract oil. Once you extract the oil, we remove the organic solvent, and then the oil is now taken to further processing, where we process the fatty acid. We have an equipment which has been bought with support of the research chair, which helps us to remove most of the organic solvent. This equipment is called a rotary evaporator, which is this. And this unit, what you do here, you fix your solvent inside like this, and then you rotate. Come here and extract through a rotational system, where through this distillation unit and vacuum, then the solvent comes here and the oil remains here. And this is what we get to the last step of analysis.
I managed to do 4 flavors. The first flavor was pure coconut without any addition. The second flavor was strawberry. And from my sensor analysis, where I used the various students to test the product, the one which did have an additional flavor, that's the pure coconut, had the highest preference.
In the biomass and energy stream, our main focus is actually utilization of biomass. Coconut biomass mainly includes or entails the coconut husk, the products that come from the coconut husk, and that is mainly the fiber and the cocoa peat. For the fiber, we are looking at development of cellulose-based superabsorbent products. We have a master student, Joyline, working on or developing. She actually developing products that are superabsorbent for application in many fields, but at the moment the focus is in agriculture. We are collaborating with a local producer in Kwale called Cocoa Grow Company. We are still refining on the technologies of especially removing excess oil.
On my research, I am working on the development of cellulose-based hydrogel products from coconut fiber. The fiber is rich in cellulose, which we can use for development of these hydrogels. Of importance of these hydrogels is a natural polymer that is degradable. On product development of my research, I've developed a number of products. On the final product, that is the first product is the cellulose. The next product is the hydrogel. That is where we are focusing on. And this hydrogel can be used in agriculture as for water conservation. And another use is on diapers. As we know, like sanitary towels, the material that is there is basically hydrogels, but whatever is there is synthetic. And on synthetic material, they are not degradable. That's why we are focusing on the biodegradable material for this use.
We have developed a number of machineries. We have been able to develop a stirrer that is used for mixing detergents, that are also used for making soap. We have deployed the STARA to a women group called Hazinawaja. We have also been able to make a decorticator, and this is an equipment that is a machine that is used for processing fiber. We have also made a briquetting machine. This is a technology that has been very useful in helping SMEs that are making briquettes, and they were making briquettes by hand. It's been very useful in making briquettes that are obtained from carburized or carbonized coconut shell. Aside from that, we have made other equipment, like we have made a soap mold, very important in improving the quality of soap. We also made a dehusker, a very important tool, very critical at the beginning of coconut processing.
We conducted a business study and we found that one, they are not adding value to the coconut. We are training the people there on how to add value. We have, for example, conducted some training on marketing of the products, branding of the products, sourcing of finance, how to register business, how to do bookkeeping, and so forth.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank the government of Kenya for the role they have played, and in particular would like to appreciate the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, that's NACOSTI, for supporting this manufacturing research here. Manufacturing is really key towards the development of any nation, because there is a creation of valuable products. So the economy cannot really move without manufacturing. And we are sure that by supporting this manufacturing research here, we shall contribute a lot towards the realization of the Vision 2030. I also want to appreciate the role the partners play, that is the Agricultural and Food Authority, AFA, NOCD, Nuts and Oil Crop Directorate, which is based in Mombasa. I also want to appreciate the work that other partners are playing, like Moi University, Multimedia University, where you have other researchers. Also, employers, the KEPSA. We also want to appreciate the Kenya National Innovation Agency, plus many others, including the SMEs that we are working very closely with in order to fast track the commercialization of the innovations that we are coming up with. I would urge that we continue supporting the manufacturing. Next to the agriculture, it is the one that will lead in towards the industrialization.
I could see football in the television. I could see.
Welcome back to the broadcast. This is Checkpoints. Close to 1 million people, that is 29.3% of the coastal population, is currently abusing at least one substance. This according to a survey conducted by the National Authority for the Campaign Against Alcohol and Drug Abuse, NACADA. KTN's man at the coast, Tobias Chanji, now takes an in-depth look at a vice that is slowly debilitating the populations of 6 different counties in this KTN News special report.
It is a trade thought to be facilitated by the blowing winds of the Indian Ocean, and with every tide, it deposits dangerous substances on the shores of the country. The trade is slowly taking a toll on the 6 counties that either touch the ocean or are in close proximity to it. The port county of Mombasa is hardest hit, with over 323,000 people, or 34% of the population, said to be addicted or dependent on one substance or other. Kilifi County has 330,000 people, or 30% of its population, dependent on substances, followed by Kwale County with 169,000 people, or 26% of its population, while Lamu County has 32,000 persons, or 32% of its population, dependent on substances. Tana River County has 75,000 persons, or 31% of its population dependent on substances, while landlocked Taita Taveta County has 59,000 persons dependent on substances, begging the question as to just how these substances are able to reach even the most rural populations within the 6 counties. This marketplace looks like any other market, with the trades that could be conducted in any of Kenya's 47 counties. But there's an unseen commodity changing hands in cash, a commodity that is as addictive as it is lucrative. Heroin, famously referred to as white crest.
We also want to thank for those who have joined us virtually online, and we look forward to great participation in this morning's deliberations. And this morning we are starting with the keynote presentation by Professor Mebo Ibuga, Chairperson of NACADA, former VC of JKU Art, an institution I was involved in earlier on. Then the second presentation will be by, keynote presentation will be by Professor Shaukat Abdurazak, presently the Director of the Division for Africa in the International Atomic Energy Agency, and also previously associated with NACOSTI. So we look forward to these presentations. And without wasting more time, it's my very great pleasure to invite Professor Mebo Ibuga to come and make a presentation on global and regional partnerships in fast-tracking technology diffusion and adaptation. And as she comes, she will make a presentation for about 20 to 25 minutes. We would like to save some time for questions. And also we will have virtually the one for Professor Shaukat Abdurazak. Then we will take up comments, questions after that before we have the health break. Welcome, Professor.
Thank you, Professor Tairu. Professor Tairu has been one of my mentors. I took over from him as the DVC Academic Affairs. So as you have been told, I'm the chair of NACADA. And right at the beginning, I would like to tell you to take care of your children, because most of them are starting to be involved in alcohol and drug abuse. So it is important that you know what your child is doing and what you yourself are doing. Yeah, next. So my topic is global and regional partnerships. So most of my examples are going to be within, so that we can learn from them. The first one, as you can see, you can move it. The first one is, okay, yeah. The first one, as you can see, is the word technology and innovation is mostly used interchangeably. Sometimes when they talk about innovation, they will be referring to creativity, to concepts, to business, and also to development, to ideas. So it has very many meanings. But for today's presentation, technology will mean, as you can see on the slide, the use of knowledge to turn resources into goods and services that the society needs and wants. And innovation for today's presentation is going to mean turning an idea into a solution that adds value from a customer's perspective. So customer's perspective is very, very important. Then The next slide will show you different modes of technology transfer, diffusion and adaptation. And technology transfer means the process of transmission of results of basic and applied research into products and services and processes. Diffusion now is the spread of the application usage of a new technology, especially on the study of how and why and at what rate new ideas and technologies spread right across the economy. Technology adaptation usually means the acceptance of that technology. Next slide. So there is a lot of a link between innovation and technology transfer. In most cases, when an idea starts, or innovation requires research and development. And research and development involves basic research and also applied research, which all of it is being done in the universities, it's being done in technical institutions. It is also being done in industry. So after the innovation has happened, then you have to develop it. And for you to develop that innovation is where you require now partners to help you to upscale it and then commercialize for usage, which I'm calling exploitation. So here is when you start having the importance of having partners and the importance of having associations and collaborations. The next slide is, here is just showing the interaction between innovation, diffusion, and technology transfer. And adaptation is the middle part of it. Adaptation is continuous improvement, which means if you have your technology or your innovation, if you don't improve on it, then it will die or it will go obsolete. So continuous improvement is very important. And this continuous improvement also requires resources, which can come from anywhere where you need partners. It also requires ideas. That's why interaction with universities and TVET institutions is very important, and interaction with the business people. The next one is the advantages of technology transfer, and you can see them. And these advantages, for example, the government has put in place, if you go to the agricultural sector, the government has put in place how to make the transfer to be more accommodated by the people. They have set up institutions like the Kenya Agricultural Productivity Project, which helps to promote the agricultural things. And then they have also put in place certain institutions, for example, the National Agricultural and Livestock Extension Project, that is NALEP, which also helps because of the extension. It now informs the farmers of new technologies and the advantages and disadvantages. Then we have also CARI. CARI has a lot of technologies, and they have the extension arm that also helps the people. So technology transfer is very important because it also makes the institution competitive, and the technology or innovation has to be cost efficiency. Because if it is very expensive, then the market will not accept it. The next one just shows you that you need continuous improvement for your innovation and also for your technology. Next slide. Now, there are two systems of innovation systems. The closed system is what the industry is having, in that you have the industry having the idea, they develop it themselves, and also they market them themselves. So they are very, very close. That tunnel does not have any holes, it is closed because these are silos. So nobody ever knows what the industries are doing in terms of ideas, in terms of innovations. You just see a product out. And that's why most of their things take a long, long time before they get any new innovations. So they act in a silos, they are secretive, and all those. And that's what we are trying to tell the industry, that they need to open up for them to fast track their innovations and bring in new knowledge. The open innovation system is a system that gets ideas from internally and also from externally. For example, you get different knowledge sources. It can be from universities, it can be from TVET institutions. Also, it can be from indigenous traditional sources and also from internet. Sometimes it is referred to as using collective intelligence or internet. You also have global scientific knowledge. And that's why we keep promoting our lecturers and professors to, for example, even register with the Google Scholar. They publish in renowned journals so that now that knowledge can be used globally by everybody. So that is very important in that aspect. And the open innovation system also, they promote partnerships, they promote collaborations, and also they grow faster. So we prefer the open system where we can collaborate in terms of ideas and in terms of finances. If you want to mass produce, then it's when the business community can come in to help us mass produce the innovation. Then the next one will just be telling you about what we all know. The blue one is the normal curve. And the normal, that's technology adoption takes the normal curve. So you find that you have the early adapters, and most of those early adapters are the innovators themselves, the owners of the innovation, because you have to support your own ideas. And they say that between innovators and early adapters, most of the early adapters are the young people. So we need to package our innovations well to be attractive to the young people. And the last group really to adapt any innovation are the old people, like myself. We are the laggards. We don't adapt technology very fast. So you can only get 100% of the market share when you have everybody on board. And sometimes you don't get 100% of the market share. First of all, you can get like up to 78%. For example, Calro, with the hybrid maize, you find that even after they have marketed it very much and packaged it very well and given the advantages of the product, you find that they reach just 78% for the seed in the terms of adoption, and sometimes up to 65% in terms of the fertilizer. And also it depends on the market or on the people on the ground. For example, if I still use the Calro example, you might find that in one area, you are reaching 75% of the market share, but in another area with the same product, you'll be reaching only 10%. So the system is very variable. So the market share is cumulative. So by the time you reach 100%, you should have involved the early adapters up to the laggards altogether. So you never get 100% because of the laggards. And also that market share curve, it flattens out. And the point of flattening out, you also have to invest a lot. Because if you don't invest and put in new ideas, then also the technology can fail even at that point, as you will see later on. So it is important that we also get partners to bring in new ideas and also to market it even further. So innovation is very important in that particular aspect. So that curve was showing you how new ideas spread and up to commercialization stage. The next one also is showing that technologies can actually fail, especially after early adapters. Because first of all, you have early adapters, and I said it's mostly the youth. Sometimes the youth will impress that technology just because of how it appears, or even the ladies can pick something just because of the way it is packaged. Sometimes people will impress that technology because it will be the trend at that time. And after you have picked it, then later on you find it's not worth it and you drop it. So it fails there. One of the global examples I can give at this point is the Tesla car, the electric cars. The electric cars, when they came up, they even approached Apple to help them mass produce, but Apple declined. So it stayed in the valley of death for a long time until the environment changed. People started talking about the climate change and its impact, and moving away from petrol and gas-driven vehicles. Now you can see the electric cars have started to pick up, and the market now is demanding for them. I'm sure even us here, we are waiting for it. So technologies are taken up because of different things. First of all, the idea has to be acceptable. It has to be reliable. It has to be desirable. It also has to be timely and practical and applicable, and also easy to use. So it has very, very many variables that you have to look at. It also has to be cost effective, as I said. And I also said that sometimes it is picked earlier because of aesthetic appeals. Sometimes it's because of momentarily impulse. Like when you are in a shopping mall, you just pick items just because of, they'll call it impulse purchasing. Yeah. So, and the others can be because of political reasons, especially if government has a buy-in in a certain project. So projects can die, innovations can die as early as in the valley of death. The next one. So even if you avoid the valley of death, that technology can also die at any point. It can die at the preparation phase. It can die at acceptance phase. It can also die at the commitment stage. And I'll give you an example. For example, if you don't have at the tip there, where you are now at the commitment stage, you have to maintain the loyalty of the mass of the people. And that's why even if you go to the supermarket now, everybody has a loyalty card because they want to keep you in it. And technology is the same. So you have to maintain loyalty. And for you to maintain loyalty, you have to create awareness. Media is very, very important in creating awareness because it will give positive ideas about the technology and people will go for it. If you don't play with the media right, the media can also start giving negative indications about your project, your innovation, and it can die even at that particular stage. An example of technology that has been dying because of time and changes of environment is for us, like us when we were doing coming up at typing our masters, we were using typewriters, we were using stencils. Nowadays, what do people use? Everything, now nobody's using a typewriter now, so it becomes obsolete. But there was also the fax machine, and the fax machine now is no longer in use because they never went further to make it, to put in new ideas. So now most people are either on the phone or on the computer and the other things. So perception is very important, and also the way you commercialize your ideas. At the same time, technology can also die right at the end because of institutional politics. You can have, like, if I use universities as an example, you can have a professor who has innovated something very nice, but you don't particularly like that professor. I think that will go under the desk. When that professor comes to ask for finances, it is not passed. When they want to do something, it can die because of institutional things. It can also die because of culture, perception, especially if there are negative things touching on traditions against that particular innovation. So the technology can also die at the end there because of lack of collaboration and also lack of partnerships, and also because of a cost. So you have to sustain the positive perception. That is the last point. You have to sustain positive perception, and sustaining that requires finances from partners or yourselves. It requires new knowledge, research and technology also is required, and also other critical usage. The next slide is just informative to give examples of how technology can spread fast or how it can slow down, and both in Kenya or globally. For example, if you look at the limited use and the use of masks, which we are all wearing now. When the masks were innovated, they were mostly for medical use in intensive care. But now, when COVID came in, now they were moved to specialized use. So it is still a single use, but it's still one variety. Use it for only one thing, that is protecting your respiratory system. But it has gone to very high use because now it is no longer being used just in intensive care only, but it is being used by everybody. So you find that now the diffusion was very high, and then now it brought in new markets, new innovations. We started with the cloth mask, then we went to the blue mask, then we went to N95. And in fact, we were told that if you want to know that your mask is effective, you just use a spray through it. If the spray goes through, then you know that you are not protecting yourself. And that's how the cloth mask is not useful, because it's just for beauty, but it's not protecting you. And also the other thing you can see, I'm double masking, yeah? The double mask has to be two different ones. When you go to hospital, you find that the doctors are wearing two. Why? Because of filtration. The more you filter, the better. So you find that because of those things and ideas that have been put in people's heads, it has gone to very high use, although it is a single use. The other one that I can give you as an example of it is, for example, the, what were they calling them? The ventilators. When the ventilators came, they were only being used only in ICU again. But when COVID came, in fact, US purchased all the ventilators from around the world. Yeah, but then they later found that the ventilators cannot be used anyhow. So now that issue, the technology started coming down. There is also another one with COVAX. COVAX, you have the US, the UK, and Japan. They purchased all the vaccine because now the desire to have vaccine was very high. So everybody wanted to purchase. So they bought them, all of them. But then later on, it came down to very low usage because they could not vaccinate all their people. Yeah, they had what do they call expiry date. So now that's why you see that they could not use them. It went down, they had to donate them. And that's why we are now we received 400 the other day because of now the grid that is there. So the acceptance becomes very high, but the use is very limited. So again, the technology and innovation can spread very fast for two other reasons. First of all, the next one. The next one is on yes, technology push and market push. Sometimes you can innovate because there is a problem. And then you hope that when you come up with the innovation, that innovation will pull the market to start purchasing it. And a lot of the technology push is especially, I'll give you examples using ISIPE. I think since I was there, I know some of the things that they do. ISIPE noticed that there was a problem in Ukambani, especially with the mangoes. The production was going down because of the mango fruit fly. So they came up with the mango fruit fly trap, where they use the pheromones from the female They put them in the trap to attract the males. When they go there, they are killed. So you can reduce the population by just killing the males. Of course, we cannot use it in the human nature. Yeah, but so that technology has really worked. If you go to Kambani now, every farmer is demanding for that technology. So you can have the technology itself pushing the market to take it up. The other one, of course, is the Tsetse trap, again from Misipe. There is also the Calro. Calro developed Aflasef. Aflasef is used to control aflatoxin in maize. And they saw a solution, they saw a problem and came up with a solution, hoping that farmers will now demand for that product. And sure enough, farmers are now requesting for this Aflasef, which was produced by Calro. The last example that I can give you, there are many examples. It's from University of Nairobi, developed an inoculum fertilizer, again using the same principle. Now, when you go to the market pool is different in that the market will demand for a technology. And this you can see because of the environment that changed with COVID, most people are not going to the banks. We were not even exchanging money. So people thought very fast. The banks had to innovate in order to stay with their customers. So that's when they started with e-banking. Every bank now had to go to e-banking because people could now move their money from the accounts to the phone, M-Pesa, and do their own purchasing. We have also seen in the education system, yeah, we were used to the chalk and board and also to the whiteboards. But when COVID came, now we had to go e-learning. And with this e-learning, of course, the Google has really benefited a lot. It has kept on changing its technologies. We came up, the Zoom also came up, and also Microsoft Teams came up. So all this is the market demanding for those packages. So that one is called the market pool, and it can spread very, very fast within the society. So the next slide is on technology, mechanisms of technology transfer. They are there from licensing to all the way to exchange of programs. Yeah. The next slide is how technology transfer can accelerate. And I think you can see all of them. We use some of those ideas. I like the one of creating videos and tutorials. It is happening. If you want your ideas to diffuse through the system very, very fast. The one I like most is identifying and compensating champions who will lobby for your innovation. And I'll just use one example, which is very important. Moi University has, I think, an industry, I forget what it's called, yeah? Rivertex. And Rivertex, not many people were buying the fabric of Rivertex until our president started making shirts with that material. And now the demand for the Moi University Rivertex materials went very high because of the champion. So our president, in fact, they're called Uhuru shirts nowadays. We are yet to come up with, I think the first lady should come up with it, Margaret shirts, yeah, blouses, the ladies will buy. We also have seen that because of the when the plastic bags were banned, there were very many other technologies that came in. But there is another one that is referred to as Juala. And that Juala, everybody's buying it because nowadays it's called Uhuru bags. So the champions are very, very important in helping the acceleration of technologies. The next one is on technology transfer. And with technology transfer, you need the triple helix. First of all, you have the knowledge being created in the university through research. What, 3 minutes, what? I'm taking 30 minutes, Prof. Yeah. Okay, because I'm only in the middle, so we need that one. I'll jump some of the slides. Yeah. but you need the government to provide the facility. Yeah, to provide the environment. Universities have to innovate and come up with prototypes. Then those prototypes have to be picked by the business people for mass production. So I hope that Nakosti, you are going to make it possible for the business environment to link up with universities for us to get this mass production of some products, to get money, which can then be plowed back even in society. So now I'll give you examples, Prof. I'll go very fast on a technology transfer, and I'm going to base it just on what we have within Kenya. I will not go global. Next. So these are just other ways of accelerating technology diffusion and adoption. And I'll use NACADA mostly and JKUAT because those are the institutions that I know best. So here you can see through shows, you can really promote the adoption of your innovation through shows because people like seeing. They say seeing is believing. You can use, especially women groups. You can use, like if it is new seed varieties, you show how it is growing, yeah? And also, the next slide, you can use, you have to partner, first of all, with the national government. It is very important. So national government, I know JKUAT, we partnered with the national government for the laptop project, and it was a great success. But sometimes even if you have government support, sometimes it can also fail. And I'll tell you 2 ways of how it can fail. For example, the computer assembly plant at JKUAT was doing very well until one time it was going to be launched by the president. And the night before the launch, that assembly line was vandalized. Yeah, so sometimes you can fail because of internal things within the country. At the same time, I think Moi University, you are here. You know, we were doing Moi, 2 of us, JKUAT and Moi. And we had different partners. JKUAT had Brazilians, Moi University had someone else. And because we had different partners, we were spying on each other. Yeah, we are sisters, but we were spying on each other to improve ourselves. So competition can make you spy on your brother, spy on your sister. The next one is, you can go to the next one, is this one. You can also partner with the county government because each university is in a county. Each TVET institution is within a county. So you can also partner with with your county government. And this one is the Makueni factory. They went to the university and the university gave them a solution. And now the industry is up and running. And you can now get the value addition in mango products from Makueni because of that interaction between the university and the county government. Next one. Here, if I go to NACADA, you know, most of our things, we do campaigns in order to give a lot of information to our people. So campaigns and media is very important for the transmission and diffusion of technology globally and internally. So here you can see NACADA, we are linking up with the Tobacco Control Board because tobacco is a drug. We all know that, yeah? And so for us to control, we need that partnership to support each other in order to eliminate some of the bad behavior that is in that system. There down here, you can see our chief executive, Victor, is here. And we also have partnered with the Ministry of Education to take certain regulations that touch on alcohol and drug abuse to the schools. Because I'm telling you, we are here, but we need to know what our children are packing. We need to know what our children are doing even in the room, because the innovation is too much, especially in the area of drugs. Nowadays, they become very, very small. You can just have a small tablet that children can put under the tongue and they'll become addicted. Nowadays, we have people who are dressing like school children with big suitcases and yet pretending they are going to school. But if you check in the suitcases, you find their drugs. So it is a big, we had to collaborate with Ministry of Education to give the right information to the children, because now the youth are the targets of the drug traffickers. The next one. Yeah, the next one, I'm finishing, go to the next one. This is NACADA has also partnered with the government and UNDC. This is especially in terms of providing money into and funds and environment, so that the products that we have can be used very well. For example, the next one. Go to the next one. Here, you know, you can adapt technologies from outside. That one is quite okay. Some technologies are good, but some technologies we have to assess because they are very harmful. Like the technology of shisha smoking. It came here and took everybody by storm. In fact, the bars were full, but then we started noticing the harmful effects of shisha. So we had to partner with the government in order to ban this. So if you see anyone smoking shisha, you just say loud. We have a number that you can call so that now those members can be arrested. So some technologies are, and also the other technology that is harmful is e-smoking. Yeah, electronic smoking. That one is also really catching up, and we are trying to avoid it. So some of the technologies from outside are good, others are really harmful. The next one, I think that is the last one. Oh, this one, I wanted to tell you, this one was very interesting for me because I was there when it was implemented. JKUAT partnered with a business institution from Japan called Nissin Noodles. They transferred the noodles processing to JKUAT, and we established a factory. But then JKUAT needed management skills to manage the Nissin factory. So we went to BIJCO and we signed a non-disclosure agreement. This is why you need to choose your partners well. So after we signed a non-disclosure agreement with BIJCO, they were taking us around in circles. Little did JKUAT know that BIJCO had actually taken that idea and was establishing a noodles factory in Ruiru. Now, if you look at where Ruiru is and where JKUAT is, what type of competition is that? It is purely Kenyan, because Kenyan, you start your small business here today, someone sees you selling things in your car boot, the next time you will find 100 others there. Another example that I can give you here for local is, I think it was Egerton University with their yogurt. Egerton University also, years back, approached De La Mayor for help. And what did De La Mayor do? They took off with their yogurt. So you need to be very cautious of which partners you also choose as you want to mass produce your product or your innovations. The next one, I think that is the last one. Yeah, let us promote Kenya. We should buy Kenya, build Kenya, and promote Kenya. Let us have our own ideas, develop our own innovations, and let them spread within Kenya, within Africa, and within the world. Thank you.
Okay, another applause. Well, thank you very much, Professor. With that very, very good presentation on technology transfer, diffusion, and adaptation. You brought up very important areas of closed and open systems, diffusion pathways, crossing the chasm, the valley of death, 28 rule, technologies push, market pull, and very good and practical examples, and the pitfalls to avoid. We'll be able to put questions to Professor after the next presentation, and we look forward to that. Again, Prof, thank you very much. Another applause. Now we'll have a presentation which will be online virtually by Professor Abdul Razak, and we would like to have that immediately. Do we have him online? Professor, we are expecting you in a short while. You are very well known at NACOSTI, and we look forward to your presentation this morning. Can you hear us?
Yes, good morning, Prof. Can you hear me?
Very well, good to see you. Are you in Austria or where are you?
Yes, I'm in Vienna, Austria, indeed.
Vienna, yes. We used to meet there.
Yes, yes, Professor.
It's good to see you here, and we'll allow you, we have, give you about 20 minutes so that we are able to then put questions to you.
Thank you, Prof. I'm trying to see if I can share. I have some few slides. If I could be allowed to share my slides.
Yes, they will allow you to do so. I have the technical people here, so anytime, please do so.
So I'm waiting to be given access to share. As they give me that access, Professor, let me take this opportunity to sincerely thank NACOSTI for inviting me to speak this morning. And I would like to recognize the presence of all colleagues, senior government officials. I know the CS and CAS and PS probably they're not in today. I followed the opening sessions yesterday, and I took note of some of the excellent thoughts that were put on the table by senior government officials yesterday. I'm still waiting for somebody to give me access so that I can be able to share. As I wait, once again, I really commend NACOSTI for this effort and bringing partners together and be able to organize this science, technology, innovation conference.
Okay, Prof, I think it has been set up. Is it okay now with our technology people?
Let me see if I can. No, I cannot share. The share button is still not live.
Try again.
No. No, I cannot.
If you cannot, then we just so that you can talk on the
I
slides.
I can speak. Then you know I can talk without slides. If that's okay, so that we can be able to save time.
Yes, they are still trying to do that, and you may be able to still have it as you go on.
Okay, good. So I will let's save time, Prof. and colleagues. Just want to echo some of the things that were said yesterday. The fact that science, technology, innovation are really key drivers for poverty eradication and essential actually for essential components for achieving the sustainable development goals. Here where we are sitting in Vienna, we always look at the global sort of picture, the regional and of course at the national level. Before I go specifically on areas related to Kenya, just to give you the perspective that our work here at the agency contributes to directly nine of the 17 SDGs. We assist and help the member states of the IAEA in promoting atoms for peace and development. It's very important that we use this technology in a peace and safety sort of peace and secure way, so that it does not cause any harm. We also take in cognizance, as we are discussing this STI, that Kenya has got the Big Four agenda that also fits into the 2030 agenda and also the African Union agenda of 2063. And I'm sure as the conversation today, yesterday, and tomorrow continues, you will also be able to echo some of the aspect of the Big Four and of course the Agenda 2063. It's very important. I'm coming in from the international perspective that Kenya continues to engage with the international players, international institutions. And yesterday, quite a number of them were mentioned, including the International Center for Genetic Engineering, of course, the international, centers that deals with areas of space science, and then of course UNESCO, which was present there. You are working very closely with the World Bank and of course the Atomic Energy Agency. One area that I really want to put a lot of emphasis in the STI governance and leadership. As we go along with this conversation, I think the governance issue is very important. We tend to look on the areas of political governance. We look at the ethical aspect, but also in science, technology, and innovation. I think there is a need for us to emphasize on the governance and leadership. We need to have specific programs, and I really want to encourage Kenya to have a specific program on leadership training and on science, technology, and innovation. In my opinion, and I stand to be corrected, it's not enough that we can be able to train people to go for their PhDs. After PhDs, they jump in class and go and teach. And then after that, you raise up the ladder and automatically become a leader, and you're leading an institution. We have seen quite a number of institutions facing huge challenges because of the leadership. So I think there's important aspect here of training leaders to sort of drive the science, technology, innovation. The other thing that I would really want to emphasize is how the STI could be become a transformative a tool, if you like, a theory of change. And this is very important that we engage all the stakeholders. Yesterday, there was a mention of the parliamentary committee. I think it's very important that the private sector is brought on board as well. And Professor Thairu yesterday had you talking about KEPSA as well. And I think these are players, and I hope this conference has also involved them, and they're also going to bring their thoughts on the table as well. So the theory of change of how the STI would be able to change the landscape of the situation on the ground is very important. But probably another very important thing is, where do we stand today? I think sometimes we tend to want to move forward, want to talk big and want to do a lot of things, but do we really know where we stand today? What is the baseline? And I think the baseline is very important, in my opinion. NACOSTI, Kenya, and NRF, and other institutions have got this responsibility. Where do we stand? How many of what areas of expertise do we have in the country? What do we need? And let me make a reference of the 2030. By 2030, what do we need? This is a question, colleagues, friends, and who are there, and of course, quite a number of my seniors as well. I've been asking this question even when I was in Kenya. Where do we stand? What is the baseline? If today somebody was to ask us how many biotechnologists we have in the country and how many do we need by 2030, what would be the answer? How many radiopharmacists do we have in the country and what do we need by 2030? What would be the answer? And then we can be able to draw a roadmap and be able to draw a plan as well. It's very important, and just had Professor Imbuga talking about the areas of homegrown technology. And I think COVID-19 is a lesson for us, really. You can imagine if the doors were closed for such a long time and we were expected to have self-dependency, where would we have been by now? So this homegrown technology, and again, I saw a few videos yesterday demonstrating, about innovation and commercialization of this innovation is very important. So the sustainability is very key here. At the agency here, we actually help the member states, so that they can be able to take full benefit of nuclear science and technology. So whenever we have a conversation, I know nuclear science and technology, sometimes is left out and is not on the table. So I really want also to encourage the conversation of science, technology, and innovation in the country to also bring in the nuclear science and technology. We have NACOSTI that is spearheading an element, and we also have NUPEA within the Ministry of Energy that is also spearheading. But we have several counterparts, that are having a different project. And the areas of action, from us here is on health and nutrition, food and agriculture, water and environment, industrial application, radiation safety, and of course, very important is on human resource development. Now, some of the recent initiative that the IEA has come up with is what we call the Zodiac, Zoonotic Disease Integrated Action Plan. This is as a result of COVID-19. We would like to prepare our member states so that in case of any future pandemic, then we are better off in terms of diagnosis and in terms of treatment as well. So Zodiac, trying to address the challenges of zoonotic disease is one of the initiatives. Another one is on new tech. We are also now initiating a new initiative on plastic, and we try to see how we can be able to use nuclear technology, A, to do recycling of plastic, and B, to do the monitoring at the downstream. Some of the recent initiatives that we have done is we've had conversation with different vice chancellors of accredited universities. And 2 years ago, we had a meeting, I think it's about 3 years now, in Mombasa, where Kenyatta University, University of Nairobi, and I think Pwani and Technical University of Mombasa participated. And again, the conversation is we have curricula here that we can be able to share with the different institutions and member states that you could be able to use to train fellows in areas of nuclear science and technology. We're also reaching out to partner with the African Academy of Science, the African Capacity Building Foundation, and the Association of African Universities. But most importantly for us, we have what we call the regional designated centers. These are 32 centers which are based in Africa, and they're distributed in different countries. And again, later, if you want more information, I could provide. Several of African fellows are able to be trained in different areas of nuclear science and technology in the country. One area maybe I would like to emphasize on, which is very important and mentioned yesterday, is the areas of human health. The agency here assists member states in terms of programs to do with diagnosis and treatment of cancer, diagnostic radiology, nuclear medicine, and radiotherapy. And I'm pleased to inform my colleagues out there that we have worked very closely with, over many years with Kenyatta National Hospital, and we've built capacity and capability. Recently, also we assisted Moi Referral Hospital with the LINAC machine, and now the program that we're receiving from Kenya is that Kenya is expanding to Mombasa, Kisumu, Nyeri, Nakuru. And I think this is an area that really we need to have a very serious conversation. Now, I know this is a capital project. It might probably go beyond the reach of NRF. Yesterday, I had about the 2%, and I was smiling, looking forward to hearing how we're going to go into implementation of the 2% of the GDP when Professor Some was making a presentation. And I took note that at the moment, Kenya is on 0.8%. I think it's a good move, and I hope you can be able to reach 2%. Now, if you are to reach 2%, these are some of the areas that you need to allocate the 63 billion that you're talking about, areas of radiotherapy. And we stand ready at the agency here to be able to provide support in terms of capacity building, expert missions. This is our job, really, to be able to help our member states in this case Kenya, so that you could be able to set up these centers for diagnosis and treatment of cancer. So we work very closely with Kenyatta. university referral hospital. And the good news that I would like to share with you, recently we had the first female radio pharmacist specialist in Kenya who was trained by us in South Africa, and now she's working in Kenyatta University. Other areas are agriculture. We're working very closely with Caldro. Professor, because of time, I'm not going to give details, but we have assisted in terms of using a breeding mutation to produce varieties of crops that can withstand drought and water stress and so on and so forth. And also we work very closely with them in areas of feed production and livestock management as well. What in terms of other areas such as non-destructive testing, we work with KEBS and also University of Nairobi, and also we work very closely with Kenya Marine and Fisheries in terms of understanding the challenges of acidification in the ocean, and also in terms of water resource management. We have been working very closely with the Ministry of Water to try and understand what is going on in Kilimanjaro aquifer underneath. So there are so many areas that we've been working with Kenya. Why I'm mentioning all this is we need to think outside the box. We need to bring other technologies, to blend with the technologies that we have. But above all, very important, we need to build capacity and capability. As I go to my second last slide, I would like to emphasize a few things, Mr. Chairman. One is on areas of governance. I really want to put a lot of emphasis. You can see that people are discussing a lot in terms of political governance. There's a lot of alignment in the country, who is going to lead what, and what sort of this, leadership are we going to expect by 2022? Where is the discussion on governance and leadership in science, technology, and innovation? And I think, in my opinion, it was very unfortunate that we couldn't even have a Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation, but I know it is anchored within the Ministry of Education. But within this Ministry of Education, I think we need to profile it because, as has been said yesterday, really science, technology will drive sort of the economy. And this is the pillar of, if you like, the base of the three pillars of the Vision 2030. So it is very important that we give it the seriousness that it deserves. And it's very important that we develop the leadership. So I think this conference is extremely important. It's a very excellent conversation, and it brings all the stakeholders around the table. Yesterday, I had one of the PSs talking about is very important. After this, the report is looked into and be able to be implemented rather than being kept on the shelf to gather dust. I think Kenya has moved away from documents gathering dust. From what I've had yesterday and the participation of very senior colleagues in this conference is a clear testimony that we are serious in trying to move this agenda forward. Very important to create the database. I hope Nakosti is already on this. Create a database of the local expert. It's extremely important that you tap the knowledge of the diaspora as well, and also try to have the flexibility. The beauty of having the database of expert is if Professor Ibuga is available during her days in JQR, then she would be able to be a professor of Egerton University and also be able to provide that expertise in other institutions in the country. There are some areas that we do not need to have 2-3 dozens experts, but the few experts that we have, we can take full advantage of them. Building synergies in STI institution is very important. I know there is a competition. I know there is a performance contract. People need to compete, but it's very important that we do complementarity as well, so that we can be able to avoid duplication. After all, the resources are not enough. Capacity development, capacity building is extremely important. Mr. Chairman, I don't know to what level we've been able to improve the STI infrastructure. But during my days there, the reason why we constructed the 6-story building and Nakosti headquarters, the plan was to have at least one floor allocated to the cutting edge laboratories where we'll be able to have people from all over the country and beyond coming to do their work there. And I think this STI or research infrastructure is extremely important. Otherwise, we will be doing the research of the 19th century rather than the 21st century. So it's very important and it's a very expensive venture. We need more PhDs. Mr. Chairman, I don't know if it's still the same now, but the other day I read in the news that there are less professors now in Kenyatta University, for example, and there was a concern. So we need to take stock, and every professor needs to have the PhDs. When I was there, we were talking about 6.7 PhDs per million population. The target was 100 PhDs per million population. I don't know how far we have gone, but really want to encourage Kenya to be able to move in that path. Last but not least, impact. Whatever we do in science technology, we must be able to have the socialization of science technology. When I used to chair the African Technology Policy Studies, I used to do a lot of emphasis on that, the socialization of science, because this science is not important if it doesn't change our lives. So the impact of science is extremely important. Mr. Chairman, I really want to stop here and take this opportunity to thank you so much for the opportunity that you've given me. And I stand ready for a few minutes if there are any comments or any questions that you would like me to address.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much again, Prof, for being available to share those thoughts that you have shared with us. We'd like now to bring those presentations for comments and answers from the presenters. If Prof, you could come up here and be given, take the profile, but now is open. Although we are supposed to go for a tea break, we'll like to take some moments because of those powerful presentations to give our comments or questions. And just as Prof is coming, Abdulrazak has covered from Vienna, Austria, in terms of international atomic energy contributions, and brought the issue of challenges on political governance, leadership, training in STI, and the theory of change, applying it to STI, and also the need of a baseline study of knowing where we are and the projections then to 2030. The nuclear science uptake, and there are several projects that we can benefit from at International Atomic Energy Agency, and it's good to have Professor Abdulrazak and the research institutions, the universities can make use of his office. I think this should be really underlined. I've been to the International Atomic Energy Agency there, and we used to be there together. And then we can use those for the technology transfer Prof here was talking about. So open to you, members who are here. You can raise the questions, and then we can get a few of those to this. And of course, if not, if we don't get any comments, I'm looking to see whether there's anybody would like to give a comment of those who are here, and even on those online, where our people can hear them. Prof, do you want to make a comment? Professor Imbuga, you want to make a comment on having heard what Abdulrazak was saying?
Yes, it's important with what Professor Abdulrazak was saying. Actually, we need to make use of him because especially with the universities, we have just started now the undergraduate programs in radiology or radiography, those ones. Yes, and it's an area that is expanding because there are new innovative machines that are coming into the country, and we don't have the knowledge and skills, especially in medical engineering, to deal with them. So if we work with the professor, we can be able to bring those ideas here, and then we train our people on the skills that can manage especially the machines that are there in the hospitals. You hear there are some counties, the equipment that was brought is lying there because of lack of manpower. So I think it is a way of working with him to create capacity for us. Yeah. And also he talked about importance of homegrown solutions. Yeah, we can learn from him on how we can start our very own high energy, nuclear energy driven technologies. Yeah.
Thank you. There's somebody there. Professor Misheka will come back to you. Yes, please give your name and then the question.
David Otuoma from Nakosti. I would like to hear from Professor Abdulrazak about, because he talked of 100 PhDs per million, and there are good movements to have what are called sandwich programs. A long time ago, we used to go to India, to USA, to Europe for PhDs, masters, but now we can do it within our region. So I would like to hear the efforts and activities the IEA is doing in these sandwich programs and also building capacity for our people. Thank you very much.
We have noted that comment, Professor Misheka, and then we'll have the presenters, any of them can.
Thank you very much indeed for the two presentations. Thanks a lot, Abdulrazak, and thanks a lot for very, very excellent expose of what you are doing. I like to just ask Professor Imbuga, really you gave live examples about your noodles in JKUAT and then the yogurt from Egerton, and I do know there is yogurt in Kabete. Really, what went wrong? You were doing it, we came there for a field day, excellent work, several packages. Are we really ready to do a project with the aim of exploiting selling of it, or we do it for experimental purposes and stop there? We really must face reality. Otherwise, this talk of made it was taken. Rhizobium by Professor Kaya, taken. Are we really talking the truth, or we're just making statements of regrets and cries without solutions? I'm sorry to be that harsh, but I think I'd like to know why we can't hear the next thing you will hear, Rivertex. The Uhuru shirts are taken by another somebody. Uniforms of kids this morning, I was hearing yesterday, I think on television, monopolized for making these little clothes and trousers in small little markets, but now being monopolized by individuals. What is our duty role as universities? Prof, I think it's back to you, realistically. Thank you.
Okay, then we'll
Chair,
take up those two questions.
Chair, can I make mine before you conclude? Yes, this is, my name is Wanyama from Nakosti. Yes, I wanted to take this opportunity to first thank the two presenters for very good presentation they have made. And thank Professor Abdulrazak for accepting to make this presentation. I think we have maintained a link since you left Nakosti and now you are IAA. I just wanted to say that the work that you left when we had started doing a database, I think that time we were doing manual, but we have now moved to the next level and we want to have it digitalized. We have now created the Kenya National Research Information System, which is going to be a platform where we expect the researchers to register. And based on that, we're going to have all the kind of skills that we have, and we shall be able to be accessing and be able to know who is an expert in what just but at a click of a button. So we have developed guidelines which are under review now by the various stakeholders. And I think we'll take the opportunity again just to forward to you so that you can also give us your input as we move towards finalization of the same. Otherwise, thank you very much for your presentation.
Well, thank you for that comment. Now we'll have Abdulrazak answer the Professor Dr. Utoma's comment about the production of PhDs. But let's remember that the capacity which was promised by him in terms of capacity building in needy areas like nuclear science and so on. Yes, Prof.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. And the question from David is a very important question, 100 PhD per million population. From the IAEA point of view, we already have initiatives on sandwich program. We've started in a very modest way because over many years at the agency here before I joined, it's always been training, short-term training, really try to build capacity in our member states. But 6 years down the line, after joining here, I've also gone back into making sure that we can have a PhD sandwich program. So far, we have done almost 30 PhD sandwich program, and every year I'm looking for resources to be able to do at least 20 or so, because we, as I've said, we are mostly looking at the short-term training. So this is something that we are doing, David. But in addition to that, our Director General, DG Grossi, has also initiated what we call the Marie Sklodowski-Curie Fellowship. This is fellowship specifically for young women to engage in and move towards training of nuclear science and technology at the master's level. So far we have done 100 PhDs the first round. We are going to make another call for another 100 PhDs. The only challenge with this program is that we can only do maybe 1 or 2 for Kenya. We cannot do so much. But coming back into what Professor Imbuga also mentioned, we can help Kenya. We have curricula, we have expertise, we can come to the country, we can train people, we can help you mount programs in the country. We can provide you with the expertise initially to do the training as well as you build your own, so that you can have, sort of national program. This way, then you'll be able to train more people, because again, I'm in charge of 46 countries in Africa. And you can see with the little resources, we can only provide up to a certain level to Kenya so that I can be able to manage other children as well. There's a question, Chairman, in the chat. The question is, how can we work closely with Kenya to be able to have cutting edge research in areas, such as health? We have what we call the CRPs. Kenyan researchers could be able to apply. We also have the technical cooperation program. It's not specifically on research, but then again, through this program, we can be able to help Kenya in areas of health. And lastly, Mr. Wanyama, I'm thrilled to learn that you're moving forward with the database, and congratulations that you're able now to do it in a soft way rather than the one that we had in the hard copy. So I think these are very commendable efforts that you're doing, and I want to commend all of you for the effort. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We now have Professor Imbuga not only respond to that, but there are very many comments online coming through.
Yes.
Very important comments. We can see the one from Kenyatta University. But this one which is saying, what do you do when your technology is, so to speak, stolen, and you have disclosure agreements and so on? And that is related to what the question of Professor Misheka.
Yeah.
Please, you can comment on it.
Yes, I will comment. I think I'll only comment up to what I knew as up to my exit point. Yeah, only up to there. So with the Nissin noodles issue, what how JKUAT now got out of it was to train our own employees into flavor development, so that now we can now add value to our noodles to compete now with whoever is in the market. So that's how we came up with the chicken flavored noodles, because especially where I come from, we like chicken. So you are targeting that market. Then we also have the nyama choma flavor. And all the gentlemen who are seated here, they like nyama choma. So that will also attract them to buy those noodles. And also for the also targeting the vegetarian market. So the people we trained, and we are very grateful to Japan because they helped us to train these people for these skills. They were the first ones, in fact, in Kenya to be trained in that area. Because in Kenya, most of the flavors are purchased or are imported. So that's how they got out of it. But taking like these other people to court is not easy, because there are so many documents that we should have had and probably we never had. And then also we have a friendly relationship with that institution because they help in other ways. So you look at, do you want to still for the relationship, or you want to strengthen it so that now you can do other things because you have learned from the mistakes that you made. So that's the direction that we put, but we created our own flavors which can go into the market. And also for the noodles, we also, I think the government should also support the universities with their innovations. Because I think JKUAT approached the Ministry of Education so that these noodles could go into the school feeding program. And that idea died in the ministry. So there are many ideas that also die either in the Ministry of Education or in the Ministry of Agriculture, whereas universities need that support for mass production. I think Egerton also moved on because they then also added value to their yogurt. If you remember, the yogurt of Egerton around that time used to be a bit sour, but they addressed that issue, and now their yogurt is selling very well. It might be on a small scale, but it's on the upward trend. So we need government support in all these areas. And the other area is, for example, the computers, especially the class 1 computers. When the universities were to go to the private schools, it became a big issue because the competition was too much. New products were being brought in day and night. So this is the time that the government can now support the university innovations. And I'm just using JKUAT as an example. For example, the laptop that JKUAT developed for university students. If we only had been supported by the government to buy it or other universities to access it, you know, even now when COVID came, nearly every student was going to have the same computer. But we have also other institutions that also bring those things, avoid the universities upscaling. We have, I think it's called competition authority. Competition authority. Competition authority was too much on JKUAT, saying that because we were telling our students to buy that laptop, we were stopping others from, other brands from being purchased. So they were even threatening to take JKUAT to court. So we stopped there. But if we have support of government, then now you see the university can sell these computers and we won't even now need any money from the government because they will now start bringing in money. So I'm only talking about JKUAT, but I know that there are universities here in this room who have innovations, but they are not able to upscale them because they need finances to do that. And if we can get those finances, I think NACOST, if you can pick it up, the government, if you can pick it up, then I think it can really help our universities to go up. But really, I don't think universities like going to court.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, I think that, as we said, and we're mentioning, we need to be able to expand the instruments, thank you, Prof, in terms of not only non-disclosure agreements, but the other agreements that can really protect the innovations of the university. I think that's something that is coming up, and NACOST can look into that in terms of helping not only universities, but research institutions. But we also should be aware that this trade wars is part of what we should be prepared for as we get into the innovations world. We see them, the accusations between Apple and Samsung, stealing of technologies. So when you have many innovations, you also get into that of battlefield. and we need to know even how to involve the legal profession in terms of fighting for us in this area. I would like clearly to somebody online before we comment. There's somebody online who would like to ask a question. We'll allow them to come in. Can you tell us who it is and say what your name is? And then we'll allow you to, please. Can you identify yourself, the one online? Okay, I do not see that person. We'll allow Professor to make a, okay, let's allow somebody from there, that lady. Then there's another one and another one up there. We'll have those three. And of course, we'd like to bring this, of course, to an end so that you can have your tea and also so that we can go to the other session. Who is first? Who has the microphone? Yes, the lady there. Please comment or your question.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Eunice Kerich. I teach at Baringo Technical College. I'd just like to make a comment rather than a question that follows from Professor Mbuga's presentation on technology transfer. They say you're as weak as the weakest, as strong as the weakest link. I think one of our weakest links when it comes to technology transfer is the link between the research institutions that are, coming up with the innovations and industry or the business fraternity or the business people. Because many a time you can find an idea that has been brought up or an innovation that has been invented, but it does not, what was that expression? That it falls into the valley of death because it is not taken up by the industry players or the business community. So my recommendation would be that we need to think about ways in which we can strengthen the links between the universities, the technical institutions, and the industry. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. There's another person going up. You pick it up, you see the hand.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Dr. Ugut.
Dr. Ugut, ex-Nacosti private citizen. I want to comment on the issue of we were rather con, there is no disclosure. It was about 10 years ago while we changed the ministry. The Directorate of Research Management then, we had an aggressive plan to make sure that the universities, technical institutions, and the like have an intellectual property rights office. I'm sure at one stage, nearly all the big universities had. I don't know whether they are not empowering their officers so that we don't, because even what we were mentioning yesterday about when they are doing their thesis and the like, that would be the right person. We should be coming in and advising. Of course, one of the things where people like University of Nairobi took up very urgently was when they had this project with Oxford University, when they were doing some work in Bumwani. And the vaccine trial they were doing, thank God, it never hit the required levels, but they were going to be con. I think that is the time when they woke up. And many other institutions have also been con. I remember Professor Some one time, and I'm sure Some is still here, when they had an innovation from Moi University, and they were going to sell it to somebody. They didn't even know the value of the patent they had. But while they were sitting, they just said, how much do you want to give us? In their mind, of course, I think they were going to do about half of the price. This other person said, no, it is double that. So at least we should be having trained intellectual property rights management officers who would actually be capable to lead us. And then once you have a patent, I think even if the company is so powerful, you can actually then go into the court. But I think that is a message. The world of innovation is going to be thorough and thorough. We need to have a strength in the intellectual property rights office. Right from all our institutions, even if you cannot, even the TVET institutions, you can share one among yourselves in a region. Thank you.
Thank you. Very important contribution about having the intellectual property offices in the universities, in the research institutions. And we know that PP can actually do the training. They are actually very proactive on that. So the next comment or question before we get to the people online.
Okay, thank you. I'm Salome Guchu. I'll comment on the issue of technology transfer and commercialization issue. And I'll first of all bring out one of the maybe a challenge and maybe an issue that within the country that even in our institution, it could be the challenge. And this is maybe the focus is more on that of internal development or do it yourself. And that comes in that sometimes after the innovation within an institution, we may be thinking that for it to be fully commercialized, it's the institution that will commercialize it, will take it fully to the market. And I think that's a challenge because we have now to really be thinking on issues of maybe a strategic alliance with an institution that a company that can take it out, where you will have clear agreements with as an institution. Because when we talk of entrepreneurial higher learning institution, we tend now to change also the thinking. Instead of being that entrepreneurial and growing taking those innovations out there, we tend to have enterprises. When we have the enterprises to sell that product on our own, yet as an R&D institution, actually, we need to create knowledge and further continue creating. We will not be in a position to fully do the marketing. So I think that's the main challenge. The pathways for commercializations are there. We have to look at, is there possibilities for strategic alliance? As we create our science parks, science and technology parks, as our business, the innovation incubations, let them be real parks, real incubation centers, but not enterprise centers, because that way then even the industries will not grow. Let's nurture those, even the ones who are coming out with those innovations, the ones who can, the researchers, the students who can partner with the business people and get out there, an institution of higher learning, get the royalties out of those products, but not the institutions to sell. Even if we keep selling that yogurt, it will not give a proper markup. It will have no cost benefit value. So let's see, is there a possibility of having IP licensing? Is there a possibility of having a joint venture with another industry? Is there a possibility of a strategic alliance? But do it yourself, internal development, it's not always an option. And finally, there is another option. Of course, if you are serial innovators, you can also do an outright sale of that IP for the one who have high capital to develop that product. So let's look at the entire pathway of commercialization as we weigh also into the control of IP and how you lose it or how you gain out of it. That's my comment into that.
Thank you very much for that comment.
Chair, may I just add on to that one very quickly before the
online people?
Yes, just to add on to what Dr. Salome Guchi is saying, I think it's important information to the sector. Yeah, I'm Oyawa from Nacosti. As part of that strategic alliance that Dr. Salome talks of, Nacosti has initiated a working arrangement with WIPO, the World Intellectual Property Organization. And I think over the last 3 months, we sent out a questionnaire to all our stakeholders, the multi-sectoral, the universities, the research institutions, the TVET institutions. And that is part of documenting what is the current status report of IP management in the country. We have created a roadmap of how we are going to deal with that. And I think WIPO is willing to assist in the training in the various institutions on the same. We got a very good response from the universities, interesting, even from research institutions, but TVET institutions, the response was very bad. So I just want to inform that if you are there, we might still resend those questionnaires, but you have them with you, please send them back, because it will form the status report of IP management, even as we now broaden that strategic alliance to involve, especially the missing link, as Dr. Salome says, has been the industry. You have to have a mechanism to persuade them, because these are busy people, they are making money. Unless you have an incentive to bring them back, they won't come. They have no time even to have these kind of discussions. So we have to find a way, how it has worked in other countries, to draw them in, because in their apps, we need them more, probably more than they need us. So that alliance, I think, is a very good way to go. But we are working now to document the current status in all our institutions that are likely to come up with good products. Thank you.
Thank you. Very important comment. Now, in terms of conclusion, go to Frederick online. Frederick, introduce yourself.
Yes, thank you, Chair. My name is Frederick Ogola from Machakos University. I'm pleased to see my seniors, Professor Abdulrazak, Professor Some. This question of the government meeting its obligation in terms of supporting research to 2%, it appears to be very evasive. It has been mentioned by several speakers, including the PS Ambassador Nabukwesi. And it doesn't seem like we are innovative enough, because I expect that during such a gathering, we should be able also to make some proposals that are innovative, that can be able to persuade the government in terms of ensuring that during its budgetary allocation, it's able to meet the 2% requirement. So with the brains that we have here, I hope that we can be able to make some persuasive proposal so that there's a gradual increment in terms of government support to research activities to raise from 0.8 to 2%. So I hope that by the end of the day tomorrow, we shall have made some proposal on how the government can be persuaded to be able to attain the budgetary requirement of 2% in terms of supporting research activities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Frederick, for that. I think that is an issue that we are saying that we should make a proposal at the end of this conference. We would like to also invite Anthony.
Yes.
Please introduce yourself and tell us from which institution.
Anthony Bayaki, Moi University, IP expert. I'm glad to see Professor Shaukat. I really appreciate the kick he brought into Sti when he came in. Because of time, I have two questions to both Professor Shaukat and Mbuga. Professor Mbuga, after Bidco and the Delamere issue, why didn't you consider the court route? Because if somebody discloses a confidential agreement or a non-disclosure agreement, that is a legal issue. You don't have to go to court for the sake of winning, in my opinion, and I experience in the IP field. It starts building a certain base, it starts building a certain legal framework, because even our courts, in my experience, are still behind in matters intellectual property. Yet, it is an important component of enforcement. So once you bring in the court issues, you are building something for the future, so that the future innovations and inventions will be aligned. The courts will be aware, the police will be aware, the police will even set up units. That has to begin, and the institutions have to begin doing that, in my opinion. The adding value, that's another strategy which I applaud, that's good. But try also the court route so that we start building the courts towards coming into enhance innovations. Because in the US, touching on innovations or an invention or a patent, or intellectual property, it is a crucial issue. The American government knows that the wealth of that nation is in the brains of its people. And we must get to that point even ourselves. It's the brains, not the minerals in Turkana. It is the brains.
Thank you, Professor. We'll take
the last
that
one is
up.
the last one is just shortly. This issue of Build Kenya, Buy Kenya, Build Kenya, Professor Shaukat and Dimbuga, is it theoretical or is it practical? And if it's just theoretical, because I've heard Professor Mbuga mention about the government isn't seriously coming in, and she has the suggestions. Let the government do affirmative action. They say 20% of these products will go into every government institution that needs this product. And that way we build, that's how industries are built. Thank you.
Thank you. Who is the other person online? Nadir, please, come on. Ask Nadir.
Thank you very much. This is Nadir Hashim from Kenyatta University. Many greetings from Kenyatta University. This is an excellent conference. Thank you for the wonderful discussions and insight. I have two comments which I've made on the chat. One is about creation of an online database or directory of local experts. I've given a link on the African Directory of Scientists. That is a very good move by Nacosti. We appreciate that. The second one is about creating awareness in science, technology, and innovation. I've referred to the Kenya Information and Communication Act, Revision 2011, Part 4A, Section 46C, which requires our local broadcasters to create time for local content. And I'm sure the Kenyan audience will agree with me that over the last few years, we have seen a great improvement in our local content, the local entertainment industry. So my proposal is that a similar consideration be put in place to have STNI showcased in our media houses, both at the local, regional, and international levels. This will help to create awareness and also demystify, for example, nuclear science, which many people are opposed to. When we talk to people in agriculture, for instance, some of them are still opposed to using nuclear techniques, mutation breeding that Professor Shaukat has talked about. We still have colleagues even in physics departments who are opposed to nuclear science and technology. So it's very important that we create this awareness at the national level. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Nadir, for that question. We'll have one comment and then we'll have the last point being made by and then we'll finish there.
Mr. Chairman, I wanted to comment in line with the comments we received from Dr. Nguchu. With the current Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act, it's very difficult for public institutions to set up businesses and produce products which will be competitive in the market, because you will sure have to source for some inputs, and with the tendering system and procurement arrangement, you find, yes, you have the products, but you have nobody to sell, and if you sell, you might sell them at a loss. I think, this issue of innovation, we need to pursue the route of licensing the patents, the innovations we come up with, so that we can work with the companies which can be able to produce those products in a very competitive manner, and then those products can be sold in the market at reasonable prices. Otherwise, it will be a wastage of time, unless the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act is waived in some of these businesses, and I don't see it happen, because again, people, they say there are still public resources being used in that business. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that comment. I would like now to invite Abdul Razak, but first of all, Professor Mbuga, because there are questions to comment on this as we move forward, and we are trying to wind up, but we have gotten a few more minutes. That's why, because in the next group, there's one presenter who is not there, and we have taken a bit of time. That's why we have adjusted that. Okay, please, we'll start with Professor Mbuga, then Abdul Razak.
Okay, thank you for all the comments and feedback. I think some of them are very good and they are going to help everybody. For example, what Professor Muluvi has just said, that we need to go the licensing and patenting way. And I think that also patenting requires funding. So part of the funding, I hope will come from the universities or NACOSTI or whoever. I think that is the route to go, and many people have made that suggestion. Now, as JKUAT, we could not go to court with BIDCO because the BIDCO are friends of JKUAT. So you have to, there is a line that has to be drawn. Do you want to retain that friendship because you require them even in future, or do you want to go and fight over this? Because the noodles that JKUAT got skills for were patented by the Japanese company. They were not patented by JKUAT. So it was a technology that was transferred to us. Yeah. So that is should end there because the BIDCO are friends of JKUAT and they have continued to help that university even up to now. Now, the other one that I wanted to bring up is just to appreciate Abdul Razak. I think you have given a lot of VCs who are here, including myself, that at the end of the term of exit, you can go and become an international guru like he's doing. We are very proud of you. Keep the flag flying.
Yeah. Okay, Abdulrazak, any comments you would like to give as the last kind of comments as we finish this session?
Thank you, Prof. Mine is really to thank all of you. I think let's continue being optimistic.
Okay. Thank you very much. Would like who? Hey, I cannot, this is my VC. I must allow him to say something. Professor Wainaina, welcome. It's good to see you, and you can make your comment.
Hello, Professor. Can you hear me?
Unmute.
Can you hear me now?
No.
No. Unmute. You are muted.
Yeah, I've unmuted. And now you can hear me? You can hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes.
Okay, good. Sorry, Prof. Something went wrong with my laptop, so I'm just using my iPhone now. The beauty of technology. So I have to.
Thank you very much, Chair.
We want to go to Professor Wainaina now.
You can hear me, Professor?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. I just want to say thank you so much. The glass is half full. Let's all be optimistic. I think you are in the right direction, and I want to commend all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. We'll allow now Professor Wainaina to make his comment, but he is muted.
No, I'm not muted now.
Okay, we can hear you now.
Yeah, thank you very much for giving me this chance. I just wanted to follow up with what Professor Muluvi has said about innovation, particularly in universities. I think there are certain things that need to be done if we have to innovate and then go all the way in terms of production and commercializing the aspect of the innovation. I think we have talked about it so much, but when it comes to the implementation, I think we need a lot of help because there are so many protocols, there are so many, things that are making it extremely difficult for us, particularly to commercialize. And I think this is where agencies that, like the Bureau of Standards and people who are supposed to give those approvals, they need really to think how they can actually help the universities to implement and commercialize the aspect of innovation that they are coming up with. As I'm talking now, the university came up with the mechanical, inverters, and we are having it very, very difficult to commercialize, even to get those licenses. So I thought that we need to go beyond just talking in terms of helping those, particularly the students who are coming up with very innovative ideas in terms of licensing and also helping in terms of commercializing these, innovations. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Prof. You have raised real issues concerning facing the universities, and like you have mentioned. We may not be able to give the comment just now, but I think it's an issue that should be taken out by the forum. Thank you very much. It's good to see you again. And I'm sure we'll be getting back to you concerning at the end of this on how that issue has been raised and discussed. Thank you very much. We would like to bring this session now to an end. And we would like to thank all the people who have given comments, who have asked questions, and just to thank you all for being able to be very, very active this morning. Thank you again, Abdul Razak, and also Professor Imbuga. You have raised a lot of questions and so on, and I'm sure the debate will continue. Thank you very much. You're welcome to hand over to our technical team.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Let's give him a clap. You've done very well, and we want to thank you for steering that session well. We are now breaking for 20 minutes. Those of you who are online will suspend for about 20 minutes break, and then we'll resume 5 minutes after 11 o'clock. Thank you.
It was about November. No, I think that was good. Yeah, I think it was well. It was about November. No, I think it was about July 2017. Thank you. Just went through the figures. I didn't even know about Kenya or even Kenya existed. I just saw call for invitations, advertisement on the papers, and I read about it. It was about a collaboration between Kenya and the Royal Academy of Engineers. At that time, I didn't know that Kenya existed, and I just decided to apply, just blindly. So, good thing it was an online application. So I went online and I decided to apply. It's a process that took about 2 to 3 hours, because you are required to give information about what you are doing, description about our product, the impact that we had made by then, the impact that we wanted to make in different ways, including social impact, economic impact, how to create employment, just demonstrating how our product was going to make a difference and why our product is a great product, and the impact that we are poised to make if our product was successful. So I took time and I made the whole application. And it was so exciting because they were talking about going to London the following year. So success was, I got enticed because I love travel. So I made the application. Then in November 2017, I was told about our shortlisting. I was told that I had been shortlisted to participate in the LIF. I was given some more questions to answer and details to provide, which I did. Then after about a week, it was confirmed that I was among the people who are chosen to participate in the LIA, and it was a great honor by Kenya and the Royal Academy of Engineers. So in February of 2018, early February, myself and 14 other Kenyans went to London. And the experience in London at the Royal Academy of Engineers was great. I think this collaboration between Royal Academy and Kenya was the game changer for us, because one, we were able to learn a lot about how to create IT for. We learned about how to negotiate with we learned about how to have a product market fit, a customer centric product, how to make the product more customer oriented. We learned about product development, how you build minimum viable product, and then you keep building it depending on the response from the market. How to use data driven approach to building your product. You'll find that before that, we had put in so many features together in the product that which one we didn't even know whether the customer would love them or not. So we were able to know that all we needed to do was start with basic functionality and then give it to the customer and study how the customer was using the product, and then we tweak the product according to the response or the feedback from the customers. So that is something that that really helped us in the process of product development. And so many other lessons I would say about commercialization and about how to make an idea a business. That was a great learning there in London, and of course, so many other ideas. The other thing that came after that, of course, now is the support from Kenya. We were able to get some financial support from Kenya at least take our product to another level. And from London, we were told to give some business plan that will be funded. And there was a funding of up to 5 million Kenyan shillings for the people who participated in the Data Innovation Fellowship. And this was a great boost for us. We got the money and it has helped us a great deal. Number one, we were able to own the product because, like I said, before we used to outsource our development. So that time, every small thing that we want to make on the product, our developers were giving us invoices. This time, we were able to get at least 2 developers on board to come full time and work for basis. At least we were in charge of the product that we are working on. Number 2, we were able to register our utility model. That is a form of that is helping us at least protect our idea. Number 3, we've been able to develop partnerships. Before Kenya, before the Kenya grant, we only had talked to one partner who was positive. After we got the grant, we were able to develop our partnership to now 7 partners. And as we speak, we have about 3 more partners who are supposed to be coming on board by the end of this month. Through the same Kenya support, we were able to run the pilot at the Kenya National Police Service for a period of 6 months. So we are not being paid by the National Police Service. We wanted to prove the concept to them, and we were able to fund the whole of that process. Yeah. So through the same funding, we've been able to even brand our product and make our product, a product that can consume the market. Before the Kenya support, I would say we had about 500 to 1,000 users for this. But right now we have well over 5,000 users on the base. And right now we already have revenues coming in, so we have paying customers. So it's a lot of improvement and a lot of I would say we have made great strides because of the funding from the aid. So important to mention is we have been able to, apart from the partnerships, in terms of the partners we worked on the application, we were able to bring in some more financing in terms of investment on the application. Because, of course, part of what we learned was how to pitch and how to write a business plan. Yeah, and how to do a very good application. So we were able to bring in some investment on board, and their strategic investment.
The United Arab Emirates is creating its own rain using drones that fly into clouds and unleash electrical charges to beat the sweltering 122°F, that is 50°C heat. The rain is formed using drone technology that gives clouds an electric shock to cajole them into clumping together and producing precipitation. The UAE is one of the most parched countries on earth, and it hopes the technique could help to increase its meager annual rainfall. And it is working. Video footage released by the UAE's National Center of Meteorology shows monsoon-like downpours across the country, which create a sheet of rain on the highways. Waterfalls are also seen on the side of roads as drivers in SUVs struggle to navigate the torrential rain, despite the country being in the middle of a summer heat wave where temperatures have soared above 122°F. The center said the precipitation has been enhanced by a technique known as cloud seeding, and its purpose is to increase condensation in the hope that it might trigger a downpour. The UAE's cloud seeding operations are part of an ongoing $15 million mission to generate rain in the country, which ranks among the world's top 10 driest countries with an average rainfall of just 3 inches. That is 15 times less than what falls in an average year in the UK. The rain is being created using drone technology in research led by experts at the University of Reading in the UK. The technology uses a drone to release electrical charges into the clouds, which helps the water droplets to merge and stick together to form precipitation, like dry hair to a comb. Whether cloud seeding is effective at increasing rainfall, however, is still under investigation. Many scientists doubt whether it has a noticeable impact on rainfall levels. However, studies show that cloud seeding can increase the amount of rain by between 5 and 70%, depending on the quality of the clouds. In 2017, the UAE government provided $15 million for 9 different rain enhancement projects. Among them is another cloud seeding technology, which launches salt missiles into clouds from planes. The UAE is also looking into methods to preserve the rain that does hit the ground instead of allowing it to quickly evaporate or flow off into the sea. It has built dams and reservoirs to gather water that flood desert valleys. The country has around 130 dams and levees with a storage capacity of about 120 million cubic meters, that is more than 4 billion cubic feet, according to the ministry report. US ski resorts in Colorado, however, reportedly used cloud seeding to induce heavier snowfall. It was also used ahead of the 2008 Beijing Olympics opening ceremony to create a downpour elsewhere and keep the stadium dry. This involved firing rockets packed with silver iodide crystals into rain clouds over the suburbs of Beijing. The former USSR also apparently used cloud seeding to prevent radioactive fallout from Chernobyl nuclear disaster in 1986 from reaching Moscow.
My name is Walter Oyala. Currently, I'm the Director General of the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation. In short, they call it NACOSTI. Yes, the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation is established under the Science, Technology and Innovation Act of 2013. And its key mandate is to regulate and assure quality in the science, technology, and innovation sector and advise the government and stakeholders on matters there. Of course, he is a member of the board in the Kenya Industrial Property Institute, and actually KIPI, the Kenya Industrial Property Institute, is the one in charge of patenting. And patenting has a direct correlation with the Global Innovation Index. So through our involvement in the boards of this key organization, we are able to impact directly in the Kenya Global Innovation Index by promoting the involvement of innovation. So we'll ask young researchers coming, the SME sector, come on board, check the website, consult us NACOSTI, we direct to the Kenya National Innovation Agency. For researchers, we direct to the National Research Fund. Then for us, we assure the quality and we give direction on the priorities of the country in consultation with stakeholders. As NACOSTI, we are also fortunate to be the national focal point for Kenya's international innovation treaties. And for that, we like the focal point of the National Center for Technology. And most recently, we put up a call for universities who are universities and research institutions who are key stakeholders to express their interest in hosting a regional research center on technology. So we're looking for one strong regional center in the area of technology soon. I would also add that we have the latest rankings by international ESC, like what they call the Shimago. And we are pleased to inform that the latest ranking, I think, of 2021, which was listed some institutions in that document, and I'm happy to mention that Cambridge has been mentioned, ILRI has been mentioned, the University of Nairobi has been mentioned, the Kenya University has been mentioned, and that shows the state of science, technology, and innovation. The call that I want to make, as I say this, is what we think is lacking is the direct involvement of the industry in this partnership, so that some of these very vast technologies can be picked up by the industry that could be commercialized. So the parting shot is that STI is now the thing, and this can only be done collectively, jointly, and including the
The United Arab Emirates is creating its own rain using drones that fly into clouds and unleash electrical charges to beat the sweltering 122 Fahrenheit, that is 50 degrees Celsius heat. The rain is formed using drone technology that gives clouds an electric shock to cajole them into clumping together and producing precipitation. The UAE is one of the most parched countries on earth, and it hopes the technique could help to increase its meager annual rainfall. And it is working. Video footage released by the UAE's National Center of Meteorology shows monsoon-like downpours across the country, which create a sheet of rain on the highways. Waterfalls are also seen on the side of roads as drivers in SUVs struggle to navigate the torrential rain, despite the country being in the middle of a summer heat wave where temperatures have soared above 122 degrees Fahrenheit. The center said the precipitation has been enhanced by a technique known as cloud seeding, and its purpose is to increase condensation in the hope that it might trigger a downpour. The UAE's cloud seeding operations are part of an ongoing $15 million mission to generate rain in the country, which ranks among the world's top 10 driest countries with an average rainfall of just 3 inches. That is 15 times less than what falls in an average year in the UK. The rain is being created using drone technology in research led by experts at the University of Reading in the UK. The technology uses a drone to release electrical charges into the clouds, which helps the water droplets to merge and stick together to form precipitation that dry air to the home.
Hebu nipatie zile zangu niweke. Gani umetoka moto?
Good morning. This is the second session of the day, and I want to take this opportunity to welcome all of you, including the distinguished current VCs and former VCs. You are most welcome. The keynote presentation in this session will begin with Professor Ahmed Perej, who is the chairman of TVETA, and he will be making a presentation on TVET education and its contribution to Kenya's industrialization. I therefore take this opportunity to welcome Professor Perej to make his presentation. It will be virtual, I believe. Professor, are you with us? Can you hear us?
Yes, Professor Munavu, I can hear you very clearly.
Yes, please. Everybody is ready.
Thank you.
Very anxious to listen to your presentation. Welcome on board.
Thank you, Prof. And nice to meet you virtually again. All protocols observed. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I would like to express my appreciation to NACOSTI for inviting the TVET sector through my presence here today. We are happy because we feel we are an important player in the STI sector, and we can bring in components that can aid in the actualizations of innovations, because many of our TVET institutions at the moment have very good state-of-the-art equipment that can help in the realization of some of the ideas that or can be brought up by Kenyans from different spheres. Having said that, I would like to go into my presentation, and I would like to just quickly indicate that I've broken it down into the sections you've seen on the slide. I would like to be allowed to say a little bit about just the historical development of where we were and how we got here, legislative intervention in the sector, and then how TVET has impacted industrialization in Kenya. Basically, if I can go back into history, Kenya inherited a very weak TVET system at independence in 1963. There is a history to that, the reason why it was weak. But for this presentation, I shall confine myself to what existed at the time we became independent. At that point, Kenya had only about 6 or 7 trade schools. These were 2-year institutions that took in post-primary graduates, and these individuals spent 2 years in these institutions, basically to obtain skills in a particular trade area, which culminated in a trade test certificate. However, immediately after independence, the government constituted a commission to study the way forward in terms of education, which was led by Professor Ominde. The commission is called Ominde Commission. And one of his key recommendations was in technical education, where the commission recommended that the government should strengthen the technical education sector. And the government immediately implemented this recommendation in 1966, when it took in when it opened secondary schools, technical secondary schools, simply by promoting the existing trade schools into technical secondary schools. So the first Form 1s were taken in 1966. And like I said, I think there were 7 or 8 of them. These were the Mawegos, the Kabete, Thika, Sigalagala, Rift Valley Technical, and a few others dispersed around the country. The objective was to strengthen the technical education to address the needs for skilled labor force that would take over from some of the departing expatriates and to contribute to industrial growth of the newly independent nation. At about the same time, the National Christian Council of Kenya, NCCK, established the village polytechnic programs to address the needs of primary school graduates who did not proceed to secondary school. At this point in time, the number of students coming out of our primary schools was increasing a lot faster than the available secondary schools. So there were a lot of young people with nothing to do. So NCCK established this program. And this program was merely a repetition of what the trade schools were doing. They provided about a 2-year training, 1 to 2 year training, again, which culminated in the trade test certificate. It is important to note at this point that at this time in our history, we had only 2 post-secondary TVET institutions. These were the Kenya Polytechnic, which is the present-day Technical University of Kenya, which was established in 1961. And the Mombasa Institute of Muslim Education, in short, it was called MIOME, which is the present-day Technical University of Kenya. This one was established in 1951, so it is older than the Kenya Polytechnic, or was Kenya Polytechnic at that time. The technical secondary schools grew rapidly. The enrollment grew, and at the point of their demise at the start of the 844 system, there were about 20 or so around the country. Some of these had even been developed to provide up to A-level education. And they were basically discontinued because the 844 system was expected to take or to offer some of the technical subjects in all secondary schools in the country. So there was no longer any need for a specialized secondary school, or so it was thought at the time. There have been many debates since on whether this change was actually positive or a disadvantage to our system. However, that is now water under the bridge, and we can't do too much about that. It's also an acceptable fact that the majority of secondary schools, upon transitioning to the 844 system, were not really in a position to offer technical subjects. They needed equipment, they needed staff, and they needed a fairly large recurrent budget to finance the TVET component. This didn't happen in many schools, and gradually, the 844 started shading off the technical education component. In parallel with the government effort, community initiatives around the same time, with the encouragement of politicians, started establishing what we called at that time Harambee Institutes. These institutes were dispersed all over the country, and essentially they were driven by the fact that at this point in time, we are starting to get a very large number of students coming out of secondary schools who had no opportunity for further education and training, and TVET provided a panacea to address the problem. Nearly all the regions of the country competed to set up their own institutions. Examples include Ramogi Institute of Advanced Technology in Kisumu, Western College of Science and Technology in Kakamega, Arvist in Nakuru, KIST in Kiambu, Murang'a, Kimathi, etc. Some of these institutions today are actually have been converted to universities. For example, Murang'a is Murang'a University of Science and Technology. Kimathi is University of Science and Technology. And MUST, Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology, is the former WECO institution. The government eventually took over Harambee Technical Institutes, and together with the former technical secondary schools that were now upgraded after the end of the technical secondary school period, these institutions were upgraded to post-secondary training facilities. And they trained anywhere from craft to diploma programs. And so the combination of these two groups of institutions, which were essentially now offering the same programs, were about 40. Remember, I said also some of them were started to be absorbed or made into universities at some point. So these institutions are what we had in the country as we turned over the century into the new millennium. At this point in time, there was, of course, the harmonizing the structures that existed with the new constitution. Kenya's TVET system at this point really faced a myriad of challenges. I think David Some spoke about this clearly. They were uncoordinated and regulated. They were fragmented in ministries, in the military, in the police, in companies. And a system really needed to be put in place to ensure that there was a smooth approach to training in the country. With that came the TVET Act of 2030. This TVET Act was passed to guide the sector by providing for the establishment of a technical and vocational education and training system to provide for the governance and management of institutions offering TVET, and to provide for the coordinated assessment, examination, certification mechanisms for promoting access and equity to training, to assure standards, quality, relevance, and other connected purposes. Under this act, two important institutions were established: the TVET Authority, which is essentially responsible for regulation as its key mandate and ensuring quality assurance, and TVET CDAC, which is Curriculum Development and Certification Council. The third institution or corporation is the TVET Fund, which has yet to be established. Now, to achieve the Kenya Vision 2030, which we know is key intention is to make Kenya a middle or newly industrialized country, there was a very strong emphasis on the provision of technical education. And government saw skilled and motivated workforce as an important catalyst to economic growth. TVET institutions play a vital role in the development of industries by providing skilled workers in various fields. Evidence has shown that all major economies in the world, such as Germany, Korea, Canada, Australia, and so on, have well-established TVET sectors. The TVET sector can be strengthened by increasing resource allocation for the development of TVET institutions and capacity building of management and trainers. And this is what the government actually did with the establishment of this TVET Act. Within the period of, say, the last 10 years, government has really created a lot of focus towards the transformation of the TVET sector. So now I'd like to look at and relate this to our topic. How has TVET contributed to industrialization? And that is by meeting the labor market demands. That is essentially what TVET must do. It must create skilled, knowledgeable labor force that would meet the labor needs of the market. Without that, then industry cannot do what it's supposed to do, or at least growth will be a lot slower. To answer this question, the answer to this question, in my opinion, is mixed. In the era of the technical secondary schools, the Kenya Polytechnic and the Mombasa Polytechnic, this is the original institution I said was called Miome. At independence, it became Mombasa Technical Institute, and then after that, it became Mombasa Polytechnic. Kenya Polytechnic was Kenya Polytechnic until it became Technical University of Kenya. These two institutions were the only post-secondary institutions before the advent of the community-based or community-driven TVET institutions. But the secondary school, the technical secondary schools at that time, Kenya Polytechnic and Mombasa Polytechnic, produced very good quality candidates or graduates of very high standard. And these individuals contributed very much in turning the wheels of industry at that time. This coincided with the rapid growth of the industrial sector in the first 3 decades after independence. There was a lot of growth in industry, a lot of industries were being established, and these institutions played a key role in developing the labor force that worked in these new industries. During this period, and that's an important point that I'd like to highlight, the national polytechnics only admitted trainees who are sponsored by companies or state corporations. These trainees divided their time between their employer and the college. In other words, a student can come to college on a sandwich basis, a part-time basis, and so on. They would mix approach to attendance, but the time was split. So if a student was doing a 3-year diploma program, approximately half of that time will be spent with the employer and the other half will be spent at the college to underpin or complement whatever the student is doing at the labor market or in his place of work. The system created sound technicians and technologists with competencies that closely matched the employer's requirements. Therefore, this term skills mismatch did not exist because you are with the same employer day in and day out, and therefore the skills that he required, you are learning on the job and complementing that with what you are learning in the theoretical system. This training system is akin to what the Germans call the dual TVET system. This system changed with the onset of the community TVET institutions. These new institutions did not require employer affiliations. As long as you are willing or able to pay fees, you would be enrolled. And you would spend most of your time in the classroom or laboratories within the institution. So really there was very little work experience gained, which is very vital in developing competent workforce. Most programs required only 1 term or 1 semester of about 3 months of industrial attachment, which was included in the program. Unfortunately, again, the ability to follow up students to make sure that this was done often didn't happen. A student would go home for purpose of going on attachment and probably don't go on attachment. Supervision was often not very strong in that sector. Focus of training in these TVET institutions were mostly theoretical, with emphasis being passing examinations, which were essentially theoretical. There were no practical exams at that point. So graduates were now being churned out who could not demonstrate any skills in their area of specialization. And therefore, of course, you can see then the contribution to industrialization would not be very significant at this point. So could you scroll up a bit? Yeah. This problem now has been addressed with the introduction of the competency-based education and training, CBET. Yesterday, we listened to Professor Fatma Chege speaking about the CBC in the general or basic education. CBET for the TVET sector actually was introduced earlier than the CBC, but it's been slow because, you know, developing the curriculum, which requires industry participation, has taken time, but we are practically there now. We probably will be almost in sync with the CBC. In a CBET system, a trainee is assessed both in the practical application and cognitively. That's the knowledge base. So they'll write an exam, but very critically, they will also be assessed that they can actually do what they are supposed to be able to do according to their program. This was largely lacking somewhere in the middle there when we went all theoretical and examination based. So in a way, we went into a hole, we have come out of that hole, and we are now correcting the problems that were created by a large number of poorly trained technicians, where there was now a serious problem of mismatch in skills. What about the area of research and innovation in TVET? In my opinion, in spite of the impressive equipment, laboratories, and workshops in TVET institutions, innovations have been rather scarce from this sector. Sometimes I wonder why we get more more innovation ideas from the largely or poorly trained informal sector than we do from the TVET institutions. In my opinion, this must really change if we are to realize the value for the investment that has been made in the sector. Based on my observation and experience from working in the sector for many years, I attribute the problem to the teaching style that is more lecture and recall than experiential and problem solving. Trainees get exposed to so little or no real problem solving activities, and therefore learning is simply taking in facts and regurgitating it in an exam. But this is starting to change as institutions are now encouraged to offer opportunities for trainees to come up with ideas and innovations that address the problems we experience in our society. For example, Rift Valley Technical Training Institute in Eldoret has established a research and conferencing and innovation annually. And this institution welcomes individuals from all institutions around the country, both technical and vocational education and training and universities, to compete by submitting innovations, which then are judged, and awards are given to the best top 3 or 4 innovations. This year, for example, the winning innovation came from a college in Western Kenya, and the winners were awarded a prize of 200,000 Kenya shillings. So we have noted that every year we tend to get now more and more innovations because the youth can see a benefit. They can see that, if I do this, it will be recognized and I can actually get a monetary incentive. So clearly the trainees are challenged, and they are more than willing to engage in finding solutions through creative innovations. What about the idea of contributing to solving the unemployment problem in the country? Based on the annual statistics, very little employment at the moment are being created in the so-called modern formal sector, the big industries, and so on. About 90% of new job opportunities are actually created in the SMEs, very small industries, and also largely in the informal sector. In the TVET institutions, trainers continually reference industry in their instruction. This is further emphasized in the industrial attachment placements. When they go on attachment, they are sent to this so-called big industry. And while they also offer entrepreneurship education to the students with the hope that an expectation that these graduates could get self-employment as an option if they don't get paid employment. Unfortunately, this has been difficult to achieve for most graduates, because you take a graduate to a large industry and they cannot imagine themselves owning an industry. That's how they probably will see it. So if as a country we wish to grow our industries, then we should encourage TVET institutions to work closely with the SMEs through partnerships to develop innovations and for attachment for their trainees. Only then would the TVET trainees feel comfortable to get in there where they can make real change in the sector with the knowledge and skills that they bring from their training. And we must change gear. We must change our mindset here, because the government is trying to place a technical and vocational college in every constituency. There are very many constituencies in this country that don't have the so-called big industry. For example, Garissa, Mandera, Lodwar, and places like those. Where would you take your students on attachment if you insist that they must go to a big industry? So we must start to embrace the SMEs and work closely with the SMEs, because there is a lot of value in that. And finally, on this point, TVET in itself, per se, does not create employment. I think that's a fallacy to expect that just because you have given a person training, then you have created employment. In my view, employment is created by the economic development, and having skilled workers can aid the growth of the economy, but not really the other way. Let's look at enrollment in TVET. At the moment, we have a total of 2,183 accredited TVET institutions in Kenya. If you break this down, 12 of them are national polytechnics. The government plans to have one national polytechnic eventually in every county. 262 or so public technical vocational centers. These are the ones that are sometimes referred to as technical training institutes, TTIs. When the new act came in, these institutions were classified as technical vocational colleges. The private TVCs are 877. You can see it's quite a large supply.
Professor Perej, I give you 5 more minutes, please, to see if you can complete your dissertation.
I'll be able to finish. And then we have approximately 1,000 vocational training centers. This is the equivalent of the youth polytechnics. The enrollment in the TVET institutions have also steadily increased over this period of sanity. And the TVCs under the Ministry of Education alone, the enrollment has grown. The institutions have grown to, like I said, about 262, but the enrollment has grown in 2014 from 20,000 approximately to 100,000 in 2019. So I imagine now 2021 will be probably around 120, 140,000. While the enrollment in, these are national polytechnics. The enrollments in technical and vocational colleges have grown from about 112,000 in 2019. Something is missing. It has grown from 33,000 to 112,000. And this has been driven essentially by government incentives, such as capitation, availability of help loans for the trainees, and really modernizing the training equipment and facilities that make now the TVET institutions quite attractive to students to gain modern hands-on skills. So what is the way forward for TVET? With continued vigilance to ensure quality of training is maintained, the gains in TVET can be actually maintained. I hope we will not go back into what we did there somewhere in the last 20 years or so. TVET affords practical avenue for acquiring employable skills for the world of work and for preparing trainees for a specific profession by providing them with appropriate skills required by the labor market. Could you scroll up a bit? Thank you. And so these individuals have now a better chance. It increases their chances of gaining employment quickly, or where they can set up their own enterprises, which in effect, again, also will be creating employment for others. Additional investment in TVET can create a flourishing manufacturing and agro-processing industries around the country. because if you recall now, we are setting up institutions like this everywhere. So this is a very good opportunity for devolving the industrial setup in the country. So in my view, the future for TVET is bright. And like I said earlier, if collaboration is developed between the small and micro enterprises with the TVET sector and with other institutions of higher learning, a lot of the innovative ideas can be realized through these institutions because they do have equipment to be able to create products or prototypes that are required to test out those innovations. Mr. Moderator, thank you very much, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to present the voice of TVET in this important national conference put forward by NACOSTI. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it was very useful to go through the historical detour, how TVET was established, the challenges that TVET institutions have faced as they moved from being trade schools to technical training institutes. And it's like we have moved very positively. I was very delighted to see that even Rift Valley Technical Training Institute now is having the annual competition, prof competition conference, where you are even having university students participating. So the message is, there is a major role of TVET institutions in industrialization in our country. I think that is really the message. That is the take home. And we need to minimize the challenges. I think the point that Ferrej made about these industrial attachments to major organizations, we need to revisit and see what about the small and medium enterprises, etc., because you don't have all these institutions in every county. And I think behind this message also, that there has to be a way, if there are only 17 of them now, there has to be a way, at least at the county level. We still have over 30 counties where you really need to establish TVET institutions at that level. Thank you very much. If you have any comments or questions, please keep them on hold, because we have another presentation coming. And I think the next presentation is Professor Kiamba. Is Professor Kiamba with us in the room? Is he online?
Hello.
Yeah, Professor, but I think you can hear us. Huh?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you see me?
We are waiting to see you.
Hello.
Finally, we have seen you.
Yes.
Professor Kiamba is the current chairman of African Technology Policy Studies Council. He's going to speak to us on training the next generation workforce in science, technology, and innovation. So I think his presentation will closely tie to the presentation from Professor Ferrej. Professor Kiamba, take over, please.
Hello, you said you can see me?
Professor, we can see you. We can hear you.
Just give me a second. We are putting up the presentation.
No, it is. We can see it. We can even see the presentation.
Good, good. That's what I was looking for. So thank you, Prof. The presentation, training the next generation workforce in science, technology, and innovation. I took the opportunity just to find out who are the people or nations who have been quite concerned with this question, almost stated in similar terms. So I'll be giving 2 or 3 examples from the US. We see how they have approached it, and I think the approach is quite important, given that you are dealing with the leading nation in science, technology, and innovation, but being challenged by a lot of other nations. How did they respond to that? So that is how the presentation will be. One would have needed a lot of time, but I have very limited time, so I will bear with it as it is, Prof. And let me therefore just start with some very simple statements. Science, technology, innovation is all around us, and their development, advancement hold much promise for positive impact in society. That is obvious. Therefore, fostering responsible and ethical engagement of students, postdocs, and early career scholars, who are the key people who really must comprise the next generation of the qualified, highly trained in terms of science, technology, innovation. So it's critical to this group of people are critical to the development of a workforce with the ability to address societal challenges and act in order to serve the public good. I think that is important. Let me go to the next one. So providing the necessary technology education is critical. Technology savvy workforce requires we expose this next generation to fundamental principles of technology development. And of course, this must be done through coursework that is substantial and relevant to today's largest societal challenges. I have some of these examples. One cannot be, of course, conclusive, but I will give some of them in a moment, as some of them are stated here. And understanding the ethical implications of the hottest technology topics, some of this includes topics like artificial intelligence and machine learning. Topics like, and I'm talking generally in the sciences and technology, quantum computing, issues of 5G, critical, cybersecurity, critical. This can provide the next generation a broader perspective and enable them to influence society with their innovative technology ideas. In order to achieve a holistic approach to this generation of scientists, the next generation of scientists, technologies, and innovators at all levels in the education sector, I would like to underline that, and when I give the examples, you see how that is important. All levels of the education sector, not only universities. While solid classroom knowledge of this topic is necessary, it will not be sufficient. Education institutions ignore the misspelling. Universities, critical here, should engage with those who are the funding organs or agencies. In this case of Kenya, we are talking really of our government, but we must extend the search for agencies that can support us. We know the critical situation our universities are going through now because of the limited national resources. Indications are that outside there, actually, we do have major agencies, funding organs that can support us. It will need each university to, without doubt, be aggressive in looking for these people in terms of partnering, partnerships, and so forth. And of course, the policymakers are critical in this case, or Kenya, we are talking of the government. And the government includes organs, or say the state organs, like in this case, NACOSTI is critical. But the work of NACOSTI fundamentally to bring all the other policymakers with respect to science, technology, innovation together. And if you talk of the government, they literally are in all the ministries. It's not an easy job, but this is the challenge that NACOSTI has, and I think it is responding to it reasonably well. Interdisciplinary programs are critical in the development of science, technology, and innovation. And I think I may have some examples a little later. What about impacting this technology at the governmental or at the government level? Equipping the next generation with the necessary tools to influence society requires, as I've said, substantial government funding. Impactful research projects are critical. They need funding. In addition to providing the necessary infrastructure, the science technology requires incredible scientific infrastructure. That is expensive, but it is necessary whether one likes it or not. And in order for our students, our postdoctorals, and any other early research scholars to develop innovative research directions, they will need this infrastructure. And I think we must make this very clear. This message must be driven very clearly to our government and to our parliament as they allocate resources with respect to university education, with respect to TVET education, and other institutions that are in the area of providing education. This funding, of course, if it is in there, to be very difficult to support commercialization of even existing technologies, let alone our scholars getting involved in new technologies. And they must get involved in these new technologies, but there is already incredibly a large amount of existing technologies that in terms of their utilization is still very limited. It's an opportunity for us as a country to really exploit this. And of course, in addition to this government funding, the question of effective policy making is critical. Once again here, NACOSTI is critical, but critical in the sense of ensuring all the relevant other avenues, other sectors are brought on board, because effective policy making is very broad. It requires literally all of us to participate. The way the science, technology, innovation strategy and the policies were generated in 2011 to 2013, before the act was put in place, is an example of how this policy making can be quite hectic. Mr. Chairman, I had the opportunity to coordinate most of this work as we got into the new science, technology, innovation strategies. They ran along the new TVET strategies. We completely reorganized how TVET is structured in Kenya. Thirdly, we completely reorganized how university education is to be delivered. In terms of the architecture of that sector, we therefore generated the Universities Act and a lot of other issues that are not necessarily in the Act that make it possible. You recall we started 12 new universities, something that to some extent was unheard of. But we were fortunate. We had a very interesting president, His Excellency Mwai Kibaki, who was very supportive in some of the things that we brought on board. We had actually, to some extent, some ministers who were clear some areas are not necessary, but getting the stakeholding, organizing a team of experts to support the ministry in generating ideas, which was led by Professor Some. Professor Fairu was also a member of that team, and it involved our universities, I believe literally from every university, but also the private sector. The private sector was very active. Somebody who was a PS in technical education, who was going to East African community, Desai, I can't remember his first name, was very critical in getting the private sector through KEPSA to work with us to generate these new environments. You can see I'm taking a little more time just to remind ourselves what we structured and the importance of getting all the stakeholders on board. Yeah, some people we may not have got on board, and I think in the future it's extremely important. The researchers themselves, the students themselves in the future, let's ensure when we restructure stuff, they are engaged, they are critical in our understanding and in the next generational issues. Here you can see I'm noting that given the rapid pace of scientific and technological advances across the globe, policymakers need to be well informed and understand several facets of technology for which to devise policies. We must paint a realistic picture of the promise of technology. That is critical. Yet these technologies, especially the new ones, have got their own shortcomings for depending on how the policymakers perceive them. It is important we use knowledgeable constituents. We saw this very much when we were bringing the policies with respect to genomes, for example. These new technologies of technology and the establishment of the national organ that would coordinate that. The debates were quite heavy, and you could see whether the discussions were in parliament or in the government. Some people just seem to be completely opposed about genomes, but with limited or little understanding exactly what is involved. Despite that, we actually didn't make very good progress, and a national policy was organized, the institution was set up. I think it's still placed in a place which is not quite appropriate. We need to really support biotechnology in a much more aggressive way. We put it then temporarily at the offices of the Commission for University Education. I think they're still there unless they've been transferred, and they need to get a home so that they can assist this nation in confronting the crisis of food, the crisis of agriculture in the new technologies that are there. Let me continue, if I can manage to go to the next slide. This slide is dealing with question of technology, the technology ethics and societal inequalities. And in order to develop a digitally literate society, as I've said earlier, critical to engage the students, the researchers themselves, whether they are early scholars, postdocs, in order to understand responsible ways to enact innovation and fully grasp the ethical considerations related to their technology, research project, and application in society. And this includes issues like, I cannot go through all of them. There is one that I have given 1 or 2 slides. Data privacy, algorithmic bias, algorithms, as you know, are so critical in the new technology. The mathematicians and scientists in Chiromo and other universities know what this means. A question of accountability, job automation. Literally all jobs are getting automated now, and we do not have a choice. So I decided just to have 2 slides on the question of algorithms and bias. And just an example, if they're not well managed, they could also lead to incredible misdirection, misinformation, miseducation of the society, not just necessarily only in the universities, but everywhere. And algorithms, as you know now, they are really controlling almost anything, including the way elections are managed. And in fact, I think I give those examples, some examples somewhere. What is with respect to algorithms and their use? But before that, I was indicating here some of the law that is already being put in place to manage some of these things. In Kenya, we now have actually a new law with respect to data protection, which is important. But here I give that 2018 European Union General Data Protection Regulation. So one of the most advanced, they largely utilized the learning in the USA with respect to data protection regulation. But even in the US, it's not always that easy. And I'm not quite sure to what extent the people who developed Kenya's data protection law exploited the advancement in Europe, in the US, and indeed in East Asia with respect to the scientific areas and how you manage data protection in that area. Here, I'm just giving you some well-known examples how data was utilized, and to some extent, the question of algorithms were used for very political reasons. And I'm just giving the US elections and the Kenya elections. You saw the debates in the elections in the US and the way data, and presumably they were arguing Soviet Union is actually coming to interfere with US elections. This famous organ was based at the University of Cambridge, or at least in Cambridge. The Cambridge Analytica was one of the leading groups in the world, or companies in the world, dealing with election data and the way that data is managed through algorithms. And they were the ones who were advising USA. And by coincidence, the Cambridge Analytica is the one that came to advise Kenya's data election management. They particularly worked very closely with the party that won the elections. I thought this is very interesting, the way this happened, because they themselves went online to say how they managed Kenya election using the question of their computational models and how election results later came on. That's the debate. I don't wish to get engaged to. Some of you are familiar to that debate, but Cambridge Analytica and its analytics were central in Kenya's politics and very debatable election. What shall we use next year? I do not know. I'm not in that field, but perhaps as scientists, we need to be able to assist our government as it deals with these things. Let's see, I think technology can be very good, but here I'm just reminding ourselves, it can highlight societal inequalities, which is important, present opportunities for leveling the playing fields by increasing access and affordability across the globe also. And here I'm interested in the coronavirus pandemic. Of course, that is an area I'm not an expert, but some indications are quite clear. The way we have dealt globally, not just Kenya, with respect to this pandemic, which is still ongoing, has broken down some of the existing geographical and societal barriers, leading to increased global interconnectivity. However, given the dependency of educational sector on technology, we cannot ignore the fact that pandemics have widespread societal, socio-economic gap, as they have widened the socio-economic gap as it relates to training the next generation in both. I brought this deliberately because of the way educational institutions, especially of the higher type universities, have had to change the mode of delivery of their education. And this has been necessary because of the nature of this pandemic. This technology is largely now online, virtual, as some would call it, largely using the computer. And as a result, this is being argued in a lot of areas. It has actually widened the gaps in our society, and especially the way they affect the next generation, who we are and must prepare for the purposes of ensuring we have sufficient science and technology innovation knowledge, which then we can use for development. Here the argument is students and postdocs and those who are in earlier careers, they really were forced to attend courses virtually. There was no choice. I think I've already said that. Certain groups, such as low-income students, unfortunately are at a disadvantage. I think this is a factor that, or a fact that even our universities, I doubt whether they're addressing them sufficiently, let alone our Minister of Education, let alone even the bigger governmental system. We have a situation where a lot of students who come from difficult areas in Kenya, take for example, Turkana, we may have the oil and the largest underground water reserves, which we are not using even yet as a nation. But to what extent do they have access to good electricity, to access to good internet connections, there are students in Kenyan universities like any of the other students who perhaps come from the urban areas, and importantly from much richer families who have access to good computing facilities, to electricity, to internet. Yet these two students are going to be examined at the same level. That is the reality that really universities must confront if the question of equity is achieved in our country. I know this in my class. I have a class of 64 students in one of the courses. And throughout this period of online learning, the number of students have not gone beyond 45. Where are these other 20 or 25 students? We've not been able to establish, and for the last semester, they have not attended a single class. And this, I'm just using myself as an example because I do understand it's across the board. And we have to address it if really our education system will not introduce inequities that then depend on people's, shall I say, whether they are moneyed or they are not moneyed, whether they are in the rural areas or in the urban areas. We must not disadvantage any group of our students. I think this was just part of what I was saying, but these slides, if they will be distributed, the better.
Professor Kiamba, I
Yes.
give you 5 more minutes so that you can wind up, please.
Okay, I'll do that. The US, very interestingly, has been dealing with this question of next generation STEM learning. And the two people who dealt with it in a way, and I just want to give examples, given the 5 minutes, the way Clinton dealt with it and the way Obama dealt with it. And here, the Clinton is a little later. Let's go to Obama. He started this next generation STEM learning for all. And why was it critical that the US was responding to this? Because the US started realizing, actually, if you look at the PISA data on literacy of the youth in mathematics, for example, the leadership was in Southeast Asia. It was no longer in North America, nor was it in Europe, other than the Scandinavian countries. And the Clinton, who I mentioned a little later, what he did, because he formed this major body, but with respect to Obama, he thought of then STEM learning for all, and therefore going not just at the universities, down to the schools where STEM learning is given critical emphasis. And he called it just next generation STEM high schools, because he realized that is where you prepare, you interest people in all these areas. If you don't do that early, I can tell you that country will not be able to compete. When we were introducing the new policies in Parliament of science, technology, innovation, my tough words to Parliament was that the next colonialism or the next slavery will not be on basis of color, but will be basis of technology. Kenyan kids will be competing with Korean kids, with Chinese, with American kids. If they have no capacity to compete, then you can see how we are getting ready for the next slavery, and it will be very sad because it's technology-based, science-based. And because of that, we managed to convince the parliament to give us 2% of GDP to support science, technology, innovation. Are they paying that now for the purposes of advancing the system? Certainly not. That is an area which NACOSTI needs to build up a force to go back to the systems to really say there was a very good reason to put this argument. But let's look at this. Since we don't have time, this can be circulated and people can see what they are. The next generation high schools was Obama's project, and he had a major conference in the US. He invited some outside people to go and join. I was fortunate, I managed to attend that work. And like a Kenyan, when I was there, I was saying, Obama is my brother. Or like a Nigerian, Obama is my brother. let's see. So you look at that. I would like suggest is circulated. I want to go straight to this other one by Clinton, which I think is much more fundamental in terms of what you are doing. It's somewhere. Oh, I've just shown the pictures. A document was prepared, and those who remember, it was largely by the American academies, really, rising above the gathering storm. US was very clear, a storm is gathering, and it must rise above that storm, as I said. So they established this body to actually look at how do we teach mathematics, how do we sciences in American schools. And this report has been so instrumental in influencing the US way forward. Can the NACOSTI convince our government to generate a similar study, a similar team of really eminent people to help us seriously look at this question of how do we teach mathematics in Kenya? How do we teach physics? How do we teach chemistry? So how do we teach whatever? Because that is what this group, and I would really advise this particular is just go to the internet, rising above the gathering storm. This is where a country like Kenya is. There's a storm coming. Do we have the capacity to rise above it? It will drown us if we have no that capacity. So I was just giving these examples of in the US only. There are a lot of countries who have a lot of very interesting things. Some of those interesting things are actually in Southeast Asia. What Korea is doing, what China is doing. When I say Korea, I mean South Korea, what Japan is doing. And you remember in the introduction of this workshop, I said how deliberately we brought in our Economic and Social Council, that was the body established by Kibaki, members from Malaysia, from Korea. I'm not quite sure whether we got somebody from China, but we brought in China and Korea very actively in the ministry to support our strategies. And that's why all the reforms in TVET were largely supported by Korea and China. We did not quite convince a lot of them to support our universities. Seems nobody was very interested, but we managed to get involved with the World Bank and started supporting a new World Bank project in our universities. And that is why the African Centers of Excellence project by the World Bank was brought on board. The PASET project was also brought on board. PASET is acronym for Partnership for Applied Sciences, Engineering and Technology Project. And Kenya is participating in all those projects. I'm afraid with respect to the Centers of Excellence, Kenya did very poorly. And I had already, of course, left the ministry. I still remain as part of the advisory team to the World Bank in these two projects. Universities in Kenya somehow did not respond sufficiently. It was an open competitiveness. It was launched. And to some extent, we can also blame the ministry, not really actively pushing the project. I know, for example, there was a Central University of Nairobi that competed, but their proposal was never forwarded to the World Bank. When I advised them to complain to the World Bank told them, no, you complain to your own government. It is the one who was forwarding to us the proposals that we would get on board. You might know now the PASET project has got a major scholarship project, and it was competitively, the management of the project was fought for in Kenya. And at the end of the day, it was won by ISIPE. So ISIPE is managing a major scholarship project in the areas of PASET. And it's I know Chiromo is very active. I think it's the Department of Mathematics that is now training PhD scientists from all over Africa, supported by this scholarship project. But we were very clear, the money was just not to come from World Bank alone. It was called a partnership. So we were very clear, let also the African governments get involved. Let also the African private sector get involved in supporting this project. That way we'll even appreciate more what we are doing, not just waiting for a handout from wherever handouts come from with respect to development aid. And it was in this regard, by then we had not left office yet. I actually prepared a cabinet paper to give us funding, and Kenya was the first African country to actually provide funding for this project. It was, I suppose it was again as of basis. I'm still part of the advisory team in this project, but we were very keen to ensure really in Kenya, we were at the leadership in this area. And I'm very happy to really note if the current group in the ministry continues to be aggressive, Kenya can always actually be at the top. But if they're not aggressive, that's another matter. It's 5 minutes finished. There's a lot I would say, Prof, but I will stop there and perhaps initiate a discussion during the discussions.
Yeah, please keep on with us, and thank you very much for your very good presentation. I like the books that you have projected. The one on, I'm reading it, but it looks like it is saying STI and the future of Africa. Oh, am I reading it wrong? STI and the future of Africa. This one will be done next year by Nakosti. And rising above the gathering storm. This is now Africa or Kenya rising above the gathering storm.
Absolutely.
And incidentally, most of these books, if any of you are interested, these are published by think tanks in the US called the National Academy of Sciences. We have access to all these publications. They normally have a monthly publication, normally not too long, and they are commissioned to do this. So we can share some of these documents with you. So Professor Kiamba, thank you very much. I think we are saying that we are moving towards the future. We don't know the future. There are emerging technologies. There will be skills that are required, new skills. The way of delivering the new training skills, I think, is something that we need to think about very seriously. You have talked about interdisciplinarity and so on. That is something that we need to absorb and think about very seriously. And most important, I think you talked about the challenges of funding, and then you brought in also the fact that those ones looking for funding should also be able to engage the policymakers. And I think that is, again, a very good program and a very good approach to handling the challenges that we may need. But we are moving towards the future. The future is a future we don't know. The delivery systems have to change. Problem-based learning, I think we need to revisit it and so on. And the challenges that you have indicated, I think, will be things that we will discuss moving forward. Thank you very much. Please remain with us because there may be issues that will be raised. We have a breaker, a very brief one from one of our universities, at a very innovative university. All our universities, I think, are innovative in one way or the other. But Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology, I like to call it JOUST. JOUST. Joe, okay, sawa. Yeah, I think we are going to give them 5 minutes to do a presentation.
Prof, before you conclude, can I say one thing? Can you hear me, Prof?
1 minute only.
Yes, even half a minute. Since you have mentioned that University of Science and Technology, Oginga Odinga, and we have another one in Nyeri, the Kimanthi University of Science and Technology, just something very interesting for us to bear as we go along. We approached the president then, Mwai Kibaki, and told him he wanted to name one university after his name. And we started with the one in Nyeri. And you know, President Kibaki was very interesting. He asked us, kwani hakuna mwingine Kenya mnaweza mpatia hiyo jina? So he told us, kuna ile mtu anaitwa Denton Kimanthi, mumempatia nini? That's how that name came about. Back to Nyanza region. We wanted also to name that one after him. Then he also told us, kuna ile mtu anaitwa Oginga Odinga, mumempatia nini? That's how that university was called, what it is called today. So sometimes leadership is important in really helping the nation. I hope this current team did not disband the Economic and Social Council or create something equivalent. Even if they didn't want 30 years, they would have got more years. But I'll leave it there. Thank you very much, Prof, your intelligence.
Thank you very much, Prof. Joost, tell us about cricket, tell us about insects, tell us what to eat, but most important, how to remain healthy moving forward. And you have only 10 minutes. Eh? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Nakosti. All protocol observed. Greetings from Professor Stephen Agong, the Vice Chancellor, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology. I'm here to represent the Centers of Excellence. Professor Kiamba has just talked about them. And Joost was one of the beneficiaries of this program funded by World Bank, together with Egerton University and also Moi University. The unique thing about the Centers of Excellence is the mode of funding. And I think this is something that we need to learn from as we leave this room, and probably Nakosti should also consider and enhance this to other universities, as well as the ministry in terms of funding universities. The model we are using is result-based financing, which is opposed to what the government is doing right now. They give you money, then you spend as per the financial year. But here, we give results, then after the results is when you are given the money based on the value attached to those results. And World Bank, in its wisdom, gave us indicators, and there are 4 indicators. One was institutional preparedness, the capacity of the university. Number 2 indicator is the excellence in research. Number 3 indicator is financial management and audit process. And number 4 is the procurement management. My dear colleagues, it has been a very tough journey for the Centers of Excellence, but I'm happy after falling down and waking up, we have been able to move and we are on track. Out of the 4 indicators, each indicator has a result, what we are now calling deliverable linked results. So each indicator has a deliverable linked to it. Yes. So indicator number 1, which were given, and indicator number 2 is the most bulky one, with students starting with 2.2, which is students enrollment. And under student enrollment, there are again conditions that 20% of the students who admit must be regional. And out of this 20% students enrollment, 30% must be female. So you can see, and it's not easy, but I'm happy we have been able to manage this. Indicator number 2.3 was on programs accreditation, and these programs must be nationally accredited, and at the same time, they have also given us a result that these programs must also be internationally accredited. We also had regional accreditation, but currently there's none, and discussions are on to develop one. Indicator number 4 is very clear. So MOUs and partnerships, you must not work alone. You must work with partners. Indicator number 5, you must publish. And what kind of publications? You must again publish with international and regional authors. So if you publish with Kenyans alone, you don't get any money from World Bank. Indicator number 6, so student enrollment, staff and student exchange. People must walk around and interact, and there's money attached to it. And it's a lot of money, 70 million, just for students and staff to walk around and visit each other and learn from each other. Indicator number 2.8 is PASSET. You have been talked about it. We must show evidence how you are managing data, and 10 million is attached to this indicator. And I'm happy most of the universities in Kenya, we have been able to get this money from the World Bank. It's a very tedious process, and universities just come to realize that the way we manage our data is very, very poor. And PASSET is here to actually mainstream that in our universities. Indicator number 4 is on financial management, and on financial management, you must show how you conduct, or rather how you manage your money in terms of audit processes. You must have the University Council Audit Committee meeting. The internal audit team must show evidence how they are managing your finances and this money attached to it. And when you show evidence, then World Bank gives you money. Then indicator number 4 is procurement, which is the elephant in the house. And I believe most of us, we have had challenges with procurement, and World Bank is very keen to ensure that this is streamlined. Now, just go back to some of the products you saw there. I just want to make 1 minute comment about them. Let's go back. What we are seeing here is sustainability, and you must generate funds. And there's a 90 million attached to it. And I'm happy that NACOSTI, which has been one of our partners, which has transformed now into NRF. Most of these projects have been funded by NRF. But the big one that we have already won within this year is the VLIR, and I'm very happy with the support of the government that JUICE was able to compete, and currently we are starting to implement that project in the next few months. It's a 10-year project with additional 2 years, and it's going to transform the university at large. Just go back to the project, please. I just want to make one comment. Just go back. My dear colleagues, at Jaramogi, we are using insects as food and feed. And out of this, we realize that insects is a natural resource. And it's so much in abundance that nobody has brought it to table as a core and a mainstream food resource. And that's what we are doing at JUICE. We are now rearing crickets, we are rearing grasshoppers, the longhorn grasshoppers, and also we have now started rearing the mealworm so that we can use it as a food resource, as a feed resource. And at the same time, we generate materials for the cotton, for the fabric industry. These are termites. We want to see how we can manage termites to be available all year round. Next, please. Next slide. These are the areas we are looking at in terms of insects. Seasonality, safety, nutritional content, cultural acceptability. Some of us here, we have never eaten insects. My colleagues, you are missing a lot in terms of nutritional quality, and more so zinc, which we need. You know the value of zinc in most of the households. Policy issues. It's a major issue currently. We don't have a policy, but I'm happy that KWS has taken a lead in this, because they're saying that insects are living in their habitats, within their areas they're managing. Therefore, they must have a policy on how we use them. And of course, ecosystem services, which most institutions have taken up, and mostly CIPE has done well here, but these other areas, and nobody has been able to touch on them. And therefore, we are working on them very seriously to ensure that whenever you bring insects on your table, you are actually eating the right thing in the right amount, and also we are assured of the quality. Next slide. There's a caterpillar. I wanted to show you how nutritious it is. Yes, here it is. For those of you who are from coast, you will appreciate the value of this insect. It's a food resource in coast, and it's a delicacy. Just previous slide, please. Look at that lady. That's a meal for the evening, and it's only prepared for visitors if you have value. The way we prepare chicken for you in Western Kenya. Previous slide, please. So these are the crickets we are rearing at JUICE. You are welcome. And out of these crickets, we have developed products, and I believe we have some, and I'm praying that we can have a small session here where my colleague who's here, a technical person, can just show some of the products and kindly test some of those biscuits. They are very nutritious. Yes, we have them here. We have them. We just want a space, a small table, and we can show you some of the products we are prepared, so that you can actually see the kind of products you can develop out of these projects that we are running. This is just a sample, but we have quite so much Dr. Oyawa, the director, can confirm because he's part of the steering committee that's actually monitoring these centers of excellence at the national level. Thank you for giving me a chance to present centers of excellence.
Thank you very much. Really, we must appreciate what your host is doing with regard to commercializing some of these things. I think indigenously our communities would eat these things and so on. What they have done, which is very unique, is originally when you look at the crickets and they are fried, it's very difficult to eat them if you are not from that region. But if they convert it into a biscuit like this or something else, you don't know what's in there, then you eat it, then it's fantastic and it's very, very healthy. I can attest to that. And by the way, there are some, we can discuss this later, but there are some diseases you can prevent if you eat some of these crickets and insects. Don't ask me, Micheka, what they are. May I request the following panelists to please come on board? Professor Micheka. Abdulrazak, you are with us. Omansa. Langat of Tibet. Karuga, Kepsa. Jumbi, Nakosti. And Wakianga, Kenya Association of Manufacturers. And I hope Kiamba and Shokat, you are available. The panelists will really address critical relevant issues. The first one is STI-based international obligations and treaties. STI, international obligations, international undertakings, international treaties. How do you infuse them in that? Global partnerships and networking in transformational STI ventures. In other words, how can we catalyze global partnerships and global networking as we promote STI for future needs? And finally, this is the Quadra Helix collaboration. This is collaboration between industry, universities, government, and the communities as well. So it is really 4 stakeholders playing the role. So I'm going to ask the panelists to just take 3 to 4 minutes to say a few things, some contribution in this, and then we'll open the floor for discussions and questions. Professor Micheka?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just a comment really. I have seen the questions and I would like to respond like this. My name is Micheka, the Secretary to the Kenya National Academy of Sciences, and also the chairperson of the African Scientific Research and African Scientific Research and Innovation Council, which is, like I said yesterday, housed in Abuja under the AU, and the work we actually do is report direct to the heads of state of the 55 countries that make AU. I did check the role of ASHRIC, just short in the long name, and NACOSTI, and they are exactly almost identical in their action and their work. Assembling scientists, getting African academies together, solving major quick problems by using the national academies in those countries, because academies don't lie, Mr. Chairman. They tell you like it is without mincing a word. If you are wrong, they tell you you are wrong. They don't go politics in appeasing any nation. Therefore, ASHRIC falls under that, like the Kenya National or Ethiopian National Academy of Sciences. That's where you heard us say, academies world over don't lie. They give statistics as it comes, and they give information accordingly. Let me come down to linkages. The problem we actually have is this: linkages internationally, even locally. And I heard what my former VC JKU had said: innovations, innovations, innovations. Poor linkages in the process of getting something done, they end up losing it very quickly to a very intelligent, I don't want to use the word hustler, but somebody out there picks it and uses that information very quickly, Mr. Chairman. So the point I'm making is this: can we link up strong? If we don't develop anything, let's keep off. Ashrik versus Nakosti. Nakosti, link up. Like, in fact, the year is finishing when I'm finishing my Ashrik term in another 6 months. But what we have done is very simple. It was not there before. We started it, and actually I did find it. I'm the founding president of that organization. We have done a lot of work in selling ourselves into the academies. Even in Kenya here, I've used Professor Buluma and the principal of Chiromo actually to have done a paper on COVID-19, which was now broadcast and being circulated within the African continent. So please link up, get information from them. As I finish, Mr. Chairman, let me say something. There is an animal called Borealis australis, or Borealis Northern Hemisphere lighting. We go do research in developed nations. People go to Japan, Australia, Europe. We end up like Borealis australis, extremely beautiful lights that come sometimes in the course of the year. It doesn't show through. That is what happens. We go study out, we look and peep at research, come out without an answer. And therefore we end up really coming back here complaining without having tapped the knowledge we get. So really, as we link up, let us try as much as possible, get what we can do, link up, utilize it. CHEPAC is the Japanese ex-participants, and I am the patron, and I do know members who are actually here. We meet every 2-3 months to discuss what we learned, what we did, what we should do for the country Kenya. CHEPAC, Japanese ex-participants. Look, if, for example, we took one item, Mr. Chairman, road construction alone, and engineers have actually been trained very heavily, civil engineers, heavy weight civil engineers. China has taken everything done. Even small roads from Mbilini to the main town, Machakos, cannot be done by our local people. Think about what we learn. Let us see what we do. Now, of course, to pick up what is doable, let us do the low-hanging fruit of our technology. I'd like to stop there and allow my other colleagues to comment. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. And thanks for effectively really representing. Professor Micheka is in Ashrik, happens to chair it, but he's there because he's a Kenyan. And he's a Kenyan, but a part of the Kenyan National Academy of Sciences. And that is why, especially the issue of handling post-COVID issues arose, and we had to identify certain scientists within Kenya who would come up with proposals to be shared by other African academies and other African countries. Thank you very much. Next, Tony Omwansa.
Thanks, Chair. I hope I'm audible enough. Tony Omwansa is my name. I'm currently serving as the CEO of Kenya National Innovation Agency, having joined in September last year. Now, before I joined Kenya, I was at University of Nairobi, and one of the experiments that I did that I think would point a lot to some of the issues we're discussing around partnerships is that we set up about 4 years or so to set up an incubation hub, an innovation hub, which we called C4D Lab. In a span of about 4 years, we had over 50 different partners. We weren't using university funding. And we built a team of about 14, 15 people growing every year. Ranging from Cisco, IBM, Intel, moved to the UN kind of agencies, UN Habitat, UNESCO, UNICEF, and so forth. And a couple of lessons that I learned out of it that I thought would be useful in thinking through the partnership narrative and the quadruple helix. You see, because universities and institutions, academic institutions were largely driven around, teaching, research, and community development, the narrative of enterprise development wasn't necessarily very strengthened. And that becomes a little bit of a weakness. And until we start mainstreaming it more and more, then we think more and more about the ingredients that make that work. You see, partnerships are acquired and then they're maintained. Now, in the acquiring process, I look through the value proposition proposal. So why is it that I want to partner with you? So we challenge, for example, why is private sector not active here? It's largely a question of understanding the value proposition from their side. And I see value proposition in two fronts. I see commercial interest, and secondly, I see marketing, growing their brand, those two elements. And if I align myself to those two elements, then we tend to work together a lot. Now, what is the value proposition in the context of our journey as creating innovations? The products that we produce. And that's why user-centeredness and customer-centeredness become very valuable, because I can create a product, but then if the market is not necessarily going to see that from a commercial value perspective or a potential to raise its brand, then probably we don't get to grow it as much. Second is, who is to initiate some of these partnerships? To a large extent, I think it's us. I mean, in the research and STI sector, it's us to strengthen these partnerships. I've had an opportunity to visit a number of institutions so far. I can range, Taita Taveta, Jaramogi, Kabianga, KU, Moi, and so on and so forth. And I see lots and lots of products that potentially can get to market. In this financial year, we're looking to engage with TVETs more and research centers as to understand more and more what is in the partnership narrative. The other thing I found very valuable, and I think it's a good initiative, is showcasing. So in the last 1 year or so, we've encouraged a number of universities to set up innovation forums, innovation days, innovation summits. And I can list Jomo Kenyatta, TUM, Masai Mara, Meru, and Kabarak is coming up, KU is coming up, as an avenue to link more to the local ecosystem, to showcase what is it we're doing as we handle the issues of intellectual property management and protection and safety and so on and so forth. But we definitely have to. And I am looking for an opportunity to have every single institution running an innovation forum that helps engage and showcase what is it that they're producing. From Kenya's perspective, in conclusion, we're beginning to build a database of partners. And we will try to feed as much as possible to institutions to understand what is your need, what is your strategic direction, and how do we channel as many partners as possible to you. So one of our goals as agencies is to try and understand each institution and the strategic positioning they have. That way we link with the kind of partners that we would want. I did mention yesterday that we are setting up a digital marketplace, which is going to strengthen partnerships. As an agency, we can't run to all institutions and succeed in harvesting. But if we have a digital platform for scouting and displaying, we're probably going to make a lot of progress. Third, we talked about guidelines. Sometimes not everyone is strong in building partnerships, but the commercialization guidelines will help a lot, and we hope that by December we'll be circulating us that list. We've also started a program on innovation champions, and we're doing a lot of capacity building around them. And so far we have close to over 100 applications, and we've built capacity around 30 or so. The goal is to build mindsets in our institutions about how to proactively reach out to partners and then sustain those partnerships on the basis of value proposition. Finally, in December, as part of our Kenya Innovation Week, we've set up what we're calling a commercialization summit. That will be between the 7th and the 8th of December. And that's where we want to immerse ourselves deeply into case studies of success. I really like what I see from Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. I've been there. Jomo Kenyatta, of course, and many others, but look at case studies both locally and internationally that have succeeded, the challenges that we are facing and the solutions that we need to pursue in that regard. What are some of the best practices that we need to build in the narrative of commercialization and partnerships? And we look to have a lot of private sector involvement there, because until and unless we are engaging, we don't make a lot of progress, because we speak on our end and probably they speak on their end, and we're probably not overlapping. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. And thanks really for touching on that sort of quadra system where you have all the 4 stakeholders. Next, can we have comments from David? Yes. Langat, keep Kirui, Langat from Tibet Authority.
Okay, thank you, Prof. And everyone who is in this meeting. Allow me also to share my thoughts together with my colleagues in how to address the issues that we are discussing, and especially in relating this to science, technology, and innovation, and in relations to the space of higher education, where a number of us are coming from. And I think the critical thing here is understanding our space and getting to know that the source of skills, technology, and innovation come from higher education. In respect to skills are critical component in production, and therefore making a critical mass of this available is very important in terms of improving productivity. The other thing is that we have seen in terms of economic development, especially socioeconomic development, where we have seen industries contributing in terms of investment. Clearly, availability of skills and technology even attract foreign direct investment, and therefore understanding the entire ecosystem of education training and in relation to the sectors of economy is very important to ensure that they work together symbiotically. That is both in terms of where we sit from the supply side and the industry where they consume the product of higher education. From the previous speakers, Kenya economy is largely informal, and therefore, how do we as education sector be involved in driving this segment of the economy in a more sustainable way? And this is where we are looking now, the imparting the technology and innovation to make this sector operate differently from how it's operating at the moment. Through research, skills, technologies, and innovation can drive the sector to move from micro to small and to medium. And this is where we have seen this sector from research that most of the companies that are started cannot go beyond their 5th birthday. Why is this happening? Do we as institution of higher learning be able to understand this very important segment of the economy, to be able to make it sustainable when we have proven that this is what is driving our economy? Identification of talents, establishment of incubation and innovation centers in our institution is so critical, and where our institution should actually be the centers of enterprise creations, so that we don't expect people who have fallen on the way, they have not managed to progress in their education, be the one starting these businesses and running, and that is why the sustainability is not coming in. I want to see through research and innovation that institution of our learning be the one establishing these enterprises and be able to grow it, as I mentioned, from micro to medium to even larger companies. And the next blue chip companies in this country should be associated with our institution of our learning. And this is where research and innovation is so critical. Our institution should be, as I mentioned, centers of enterprise creation, embracing new technologies now and in the future. And as a country, to be able to be at par with our peers, first of all, we must be able to be in a position to create that critical knowledge and technologies, so that even when we are looking for partners for networking, we'll be doing it in a position that we are almost at par. We have seen the challenge that was brought by COVID. First, we have seen how countries that have invested in tech, that have been able to manage this. We have seen right from the vaccine development. We saw during the last 1 year, we actually closed almost the entire education sector because we were not able to move to the new norm in terms of training and education where all our students were home. We were not in a position to probably move to online training, but I'm happy that at least something is happening. And we hope that in future will not be taken aback just because of something that has happened when we were not prepared for. In conclusion, I want to say that education sector is a very important cog within the entire sectors of economy, in the essence that the human resource is the most critical factor in all others, because even the technology that we are talking about is invented through the input of a human resource. And coming together as a country, because I have seen that from presentation, there are so many innovations that are happening in our various institutions, but it looks like we are lacking a bit of coordination in terms of bringing this and building synergies. And I think this is the parting shot that I want to leave with NACOSTI to ensure that they bring this coordination together so that we don't have to be repeating some of the things that have already been done by other institutions and using resources unnecessarily. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. May I now request Dr. Juby, you have some few comments, 2 minutes?
2 minutes,
No,
okay.
okay, 3.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Mine, I'm going to contribute in terms of partnerships and collaborations. As Professor Keba has mentioned, it is important that the country takes advantage of the STNI to create a new STNI workforce, and we should take advantage of what NACOSTI as a focal point is offering in terms of partnerships. And I'm going to mention about the ICJEB, which was mentioned by Prof. In terms of biotechnology, that organization is manning about 46 state-of-art laboratories. And there is also a call for the Kenyan to establish a center. Then there is this one of biological toxin weapons. And then we have also the comprehensive test ban treaty, where Kenya has a center, a detector in terms of infrasound, which is in Karura Forest. And we have another one for detecting earthquakes, which is in Kidemambogo. Then there is the one for African Afra, the African Regional Cooperative Agreement on R&D and training in terms of use of nuclear science and technology for peaceful purposes. And Kenya is currently running about 33 programs in universities and research institutions in various areas, from agriculture, we have health, we have also in water. And then we also have what we call the square kilometer array, where Kenya has a node in terms of coming up with the world largest radio telescope, which is going to be used for studies in terms of astrophysics, engineering, and also in survey. And as a result, because this research generates a lot of data, Kenya, through this partnership, has been able to get what we call the high performance computing from South Africa. And in addition, this HPC can be used for other things like genomics, DNA sequencing, and we can also do what we call the creation of vaccines. So already we are looking for an institution to host this HPC in the country. And I think we have made a call to research institutions and universities to manage this particular facility. Also, in terms of the science, we are also a focal point in terms of what we call UN Office of Outer Space. And we hope all these collaborations will be used well by the Kenyans in terms of coming up, touring ourselves in terms of science, technology, and innovation. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Professor Shaukat, uko na sisi? You are still a member of the panel. So can we give you 2 minutes to make a parting shot? Abdulrazak is not with us.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay, can we have
Mr. Chairman,
therefore...
Mr. Chairman, I have a very small thing I forgot. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Can I make a statement? Mr. Chairman, I forgot to say this really.
Okay, trigger your mind.
Kindly.
You have less than a minute.
Yeah. Please, we do advertise scholarships, and we did actual advertise scholarships under ASRIC, but they were being given by European Union to the University of Morocco, and they were extremely high-level scholarships, 10, which were circulated, I think under KNS, and I don't know whether universities got them, 10 and then 10 in budgets of $10,000 per student when they go to the University of Fez in Morocco, the first university to have been started by a lady and one of the most sophisticated universities in the world today within the, I think the first one, almost in the world today. Now, Morocco, there is a city called Agalas up north. It's 14 kilometers Spain down. They tell you that very clearly. So if you go there, you really have to go there and work. But the point I'm making is this: colleagues, vice chancellors, and your PR persons, go to the net, Google ASRIC, find out what they do. It is important that, Prof, we do those kind of things and go through. I think it does help.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. But later on, let's discuss, because it is not just persuading people to go to the internet. This dissemination of this information really lies on us.
In fact, the last ones were given to
so let's do it.
Nigeria, Tanzania, Ethiopia, and I think next door Cameroon. We tried to get.
Thank you very much. Now, can I open the floor for comments, for discussion, questions, for clarification? From the participants who are with us, or from the participants who are virtually with us? Do I see? Yes, I see somebody there, that corner. And somebody else on this corner.
Oh, okay. My name is Gary Shom Wafula from Chambere TTI. I've been thinking that maybe there are some things which are being done, especially in training institutions and universities, which maybe are not enabling us to get 100% employability of our learners. And maybe to just compare with the university like Strathmore, you find that almost all the students who go through Strathmore are employed. And there are some skills, according to my preliminary findings, which are normally taught. That is critical thinking, problem solving, and innovation. My take is it possible for us to come up with a resolution that one of the curriculum maybe requirements and maybe to be put in our institution is that those subjects can be deliberately taught so that we can be able to be innovative and creative as a society. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that comment and that proposal. Next. Yes.
Thank you. I introduced myself this morning.
Yeah, just proceed.
Yeah. I just wanted to take on the issue of STI-based international applications and treaties. I saw Dr. Jubi made an attempt, but it never came out. What are our international obligations? And what are these treaties which we have to see? Because by definition, a treaty means something being signed between either an international body or between the UN bodies and the like. Maybe I would want to use the example of what he brought in. I'll let you go talk since Weapons Convention. once you ratify it and you become a member, there are some certain international obligations which you have as a country have to localize or generate bills or laws which ties you up to the same international obligations. So I know that work has started in progress in that, but I think one of the things we need to see is maybe through their website, these are the treaties and how does Kenya play? These are the international corporations and obligations. Some of the obligations, for example, includes payment of fees. And I remember the biggest challenge is paying the subscription for you to become relevant in that international organization. So I know, for example, that we had to fight for a budget. It was easy at one moment when we were running the NRF fund, before NRF was brought in, we could pay those international obligations. So like, for example, the CTPTO, Comprehensive Base Test Ban Treaty. If you don't pay your fees, you are done. So I think one of the resolutions, Chair, maybe among us as we go ahead is, can we generate a kitty or can we have a line item for the science-based organizations to make sure that we'll be paying all those things? I remember the last time, I don't know now, Professor Ayawa, it must have been more than close to about 20 billion. But Kenya gains more. Even if you pay 1 million, you get more. But if you don't, you are just removed from the list. So I think that is one of the things I would propose that we come up as a resolution in this meeting. Thank you very much.
What I'll accept 2 comments, that one, another one to the farthest right, and then we will receive some comments from participants who are online.
So,
be brief.
So my name is Dr. David Ojaka. I'm the chairman of Okame Technical Vocational College in Busia County. So one, I really want to commend all the participants for these splendid presentations. And I think you are making us Kenyans proud. In particular, I really appreciate what Professor Some said yesterday, that the TVETs do not necessarily need to get involved in sophisticated research. And just as Professor Ferej said, that the future of TVETs is bright. And indeed, from the ground, I can confirm that in terms of vision, those technical colleges are they are very viable, and the government has come in terms of capitation, as in, I would call them a business angel with the seed capital, and the leadership of those institutions just needs to get the business model right. My last comment is that from Tiveta and others, what is the capacity building plan that in terms of innovations that we have for these TVET institutions? Because TVET has done very well training the leadership and management on various areas, even quality management systems, but specifically for innovations, how do we build the capacity of the team leaders within those institutions? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Romanus Odhiambo, the Vice Chancellor, Meru University of Science and Technology. I have a few questions or comments. The first one is the second presenter this morning. I think it was on TVET. I think the presentation was very good. In this country, we have what we call the technology universities. There are about 6. We have Technical University of Kenya. We also have Technical University of Mombasa. We have Dedan Kimathi. We have Meru University of Science and Technology. I think we have Cooperative University. And we also have, I don't know whether, is it Masinde Muliro? And all these were actually TVET institutions. They were TTIs. And when they were being migrated from that status to what they are today, the understanding was they would continue doing what they were also doing that time. And I think to date, all these universities, technical universities, they are doing this. To the extent that latest, I think the second presenter did not get into that. We also have universities, TVET directorates, nearly in all of them. And some of them, and I recognize Dr. Langat, my good friend from TVETA, some of them have actually been accredited by TVETA. And COOPS has been admitting students, government students who qualify to join all TVET institutions. The tragedy, however, is that when these students come to these university TVET directorates, the money that should follow them, the bursaries that go to the other TTIs, the higher education loan board that goes to the students in the formal TTIs, do not follow the students who have also been admitted in government national institutions. I think as Kenyans, this is not right, because the same taxpayer whose money is being used to fund the students in the formal TTIs, and also the institutions where the students have gone in the universities, TVET directorates, are also government students. And this is a contradiction. When we come to the private universities, the money follows the students. If Munavu there, who is a government student, go to a private university, the money follows that students. And I think that should also apply to this other case. The last one, Chair, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
It's a presentation by Professor Kiamba about the new emerging knowledge, emerging disciplines, the AI and machine learning, the quantum computing, the 5G technology, the cyber security. I was a bit disappointed he never talked about data analytics, but although towards the end, he brought in our elections and all the rest, and that's all about data analytics, and I think we need to pick that. But my question and comment is, we have had so many disciplines in this country, especially in the universities, and also the TTIs and the polytechnics. What happens to them? What is it that we need to do? That's something that needs to be done. Finally, in the new CBC systems, and for all of us who are involved in education, we know that 60% of the students that will be coming to university maybe 7 years from now will be required to take STEM programs. And then about 25 or 20% social sciences. And then the other 15% to take I think I heard that from Professor Chege yesterday, Fatma, 15% sports and something. How prepared in terms of our financing as a country? Chair, I said this because those of us who are Vice Chancellor, yesterday I think somebody challenged us, why are we not talking? Professor Micheka, you were lucky when you were a VC, you were lucky. Today, it is very difficult for the Vice Chancellors, and that's why you see them very quiet here. Very quiet, because the stress we have, I'm very young compared to you, Professor Mbuga, I'm never there. But my hair, no more, because we can't sleep. The finances of universities is just chaos. The same budget that we all came up, I don't know whether the wall is there online. We did a very good model in DUC, differentiated unit cost. Nobody listens to it. And even when it is listened to it, the money is never enough. And then you have the staff and everything, and nobody takes. So as we move on to CBC, the finances need to be looked at. May God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate one of the most important qualities of good leadership is also listening. So I really appreciate and recognize our vice chancellors who are here, who are listening and digesting what at least the stakeholders are saying. Thank you very much, Romano. Finally, from that side.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, actually, the member who was talking.
Microphone.
I'm not giving this.
Oh.
This is Professor Philip Mayo, Vice Chancellor, University of Eastern Africa, Baraton.
Oh. Hey, welcome on board.
Yes. The member who has spoken has just generated a lot of hate. Because when he said that money does not follow the student, I resonate with that. Because the only thing that he is not aware is that private universities, the money does not follow the student. We are looking forward. I'm with you. But the only problem is you are saying that in private universities, money follows the student. I want to correct it, that it doesn't follow the student.
Okay.
We are fully waiting for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Romano, you see, you generated some heat, but at least it has evaporated now. And thanks a lot,
my name
VC
is
of Baraton.
My name is John Safari Mumba, Chairman Kemfree, Mombasa. Mine will be two brief comments. And the first one is that I really like the presentation by Professor Farage. But I had hoped to hear something about what used to be Kenya industrial estates, particularly in regard to commercialization of research findings and industrialization of ideas that have come up through innovations.
Okay.
I hope he'll be able to make a comment about that. The other one, and I had hoped Professor Shaukat Abdurazak will be here to debunk the presentation by Jaramogi Odinga Institute, that there is a delicacy at the cost that is equivalent to the cuckoos of Western Kenya. Those maggots, which I was saying, I don't know where that came from. I am from the coast myself. And I'm not aware. Maybe there are some isolated cases, and I think he should do his research properly.
Okay.
This is a serious conference. Thank you.
Thank you. I think let's not generate further heat. I think research has been done. I think Joe Host has done commendable work. And the reason why sometimes it's good to present research findings is to get feedback like that, okay? And the people must have evidence. There must be ethics. I think yesterday somebody was talking about ethics. So if they have done research, they are ethically bound to state the truth. So if they collected it from the coast, they collected it from the coast. Let's now hear comments from those who have joined us online. Jemima Onsare. Jemima, you have some contribution to make?
Yes, Prof. Two quick ones. On the first two bullets, the first one is on the international obligations and treaties. My comment there is that as required by the National Treasury, such obligations and international treaties are expected to be presented annually so that they can be budgeted for. And to make this easy, there is need for consolidation of all ST&I related international obligations and treaties under one focal point, and in this case it will be NACOSTI. They be forwarded to the National Treasury for budgeting so that we don't lose out on these opportunities. My second comment is on the issue of international partnerships. We have a challenge with regard to our internal procedures, which have proved to be quite lengthy. And I think it's time for NACOSTI to give an advisory so that there can be some bit of flexibility when it comes to partnerships related to research and innovation, or ST&I related partnerships, so as not to lose out on potential partners who would wish to come on board and partner with us. Thank you, and over to you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other comment from somebody who has joined us online?
Yes, Chairman.
Professor Ogong? Is it? Morris? Morris Oduor?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. Morris Oduor from University of Kabianga. I've listened to wonderful presentations from yesterday, and I can confirm that this is a very, very well organized conference, and we are learning a lot from the presenters. Now, I have two concerns. Of course, the first one corroborates what Professor Diambo has just commented on. The pool from where TVET institutions draw their students in this country is quite rich. Going by the statistics, when KCSE results are released, about 80% of the KCSE graduates qualify to join TVET institutions. And these institutions look attractive. Of course, they are currently attractive due to the government's intervention to offer incentives here and there. On the other hand, universities are struggling to fill their declared capacities. So can we think of a harmonized or structured formula for linking TVET institutions to universities as a strategic channel for mutual gains? Gains in terms of progressions to universities by the TVET graduates, and on the other hand, the quality assurance mechanisms offered by university experts to the institutions, the TVET institutions. I know there could be some collaborations, some sporadic collaborations here and there between some universities and some TVET institutions, but it would be better to have a harmonized kind of mechanism that can link these institutions. Maybe Professor Ferrej can comment on that.
Thank you very much.
Another concern I have for Professor Ferrej. Yes, actually this is the last one, Chairman. He mentioned that the reason why innovation is scanty or scarce in TVET institutions could be because of because of the teaching style. So I'm wondering, what are the stakeholders doing about this? Is there a roadmap to change the teaching style so that we stop complaining and pick it up and move forward so that we change the style? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I hear contributions, final comments from Abdul Razak? Anything? Crispus Kiamba, any comments? Professor Michieka, any comments?
I think I'd like to respond on these so-called focal points. This country has not less than 1,000 conventions, agreements, protocols, etc. Housed in various organizations. In NEMA, we had about 100. We were the focal point. The focal point of this, really, NACOSTI has got theirs. And like Jemima said, they should be enlisted specifically to allow for continuity and pay-ins so that they are not kicked out of that convention. Once you allow that, you will not overlook for specific insects, and you have a specific convention saying, I shall only hunt, and I'm going to ask Professor Gong whether he's thinking about the ecosystems, pollinators, depletion of certain precious species within the country. It is extremely important, Prof, to understand when we start depleting areas from environmental point of view on the ecosystems.
Okay.
So if insects are housed in NACOSTI to be protected, let NACOSTI follow that and be consulted as the focal point in that area. So I'd like to really say that it's important, excellent meetings, and Ferrechi and my brother Shaukat have given us the way forward, and I thank you so much, Prof. Thank you. Thank you.
Professor Ferrej, any final comments?
Thank you, Chairman. Would you like me to address some of the questions raised by members?
Briefly, please.
Okay. I'll try and go through them very quickly. One member asked, how do you build the capacity of staff on innovation? And that relates to something somebody talked about, teaching style. It was my view that it's how you teach. If you teach by giving students chances to do problem solving, they naturally develop the inquisitiveness to create solutions to problems. It's like learning to do research. You learn to do research by doing research, and not being taught about it. You have to do it in order to be able to build the expertise. So I would say that if teachers in their teaching begin from the earliest level, give students problems, let them solve the problems, even if it's to do a research on the internet or on something, but the fact that they're going through it is an experiential process. People learn better by doing than just listening. Okay. So I think that is really what I would say about that. Then there was a question on technical universities establishing TVET centers. If I bring this to, I think Professor Some would add if he's still in the room, but there was a lacuna. The universities were being regulated by CUE, and TVET authority was regulating the middle sector, the TVET institutions or those who are offering training at that level. So universities that were offering diplomas are not being regulated at the diploma level. So now what the solution then we found was, if universities developed centers or directorates or whatever name they give to these facilities and register them in accordance to the TVET regulations for registering an institutions, then TVETA would register them. And now we actually have registered quite a few, so that these institutions can offer programs that are offered in technical institutions. Because there was at one point a move to say universities should not go with the diploma. That is not their purview. But then it's not up to TVETA to tell universities what to do. So if they would like to do this, the right way to do it is what some universities have already established, by developing the centers that can be accredited and assessed as a suitable training facility. Even though what is done in the center can be complemented, the student can still do some of their practicals in the regular university laboratories. I hope I've addressed that question. Then there was an issue of funding, and I'm not sure I can quite give you the answer to this for students who go to these centers, because when university, when help moved to supporting students in technical and vocational education institutions, these were done only for Ministry of Education institutions. So even other ministry colleges were not getting this funding. So somebody who is an expert on help could address that question now, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
I have one more.
The final one.
Yes, and I think this is really important. The universities are in a financial crunch, especially because of the withdrawal of a lot of the parallel programs. However, I actually see a big niche for universities to engage in that they are not bothering to do at the moment. And this is addressing the needs of technical vocational education graduates who would like to go further in their education. So for example, if a student did a diploma in electrical engineering or mechanical engineering, and they wish to continue to a degree level, the university should actually be creating programs to cater for this type of students. But at the moment, nobody's really paying attention to this niche. And in my view, as the last speaker mentioned, 80% of the KCSE students or more are TVET bound. So even if you took 5% of that who want to continue for up to university degrees, the technical universities will not be enough to cater for all their needs. So other universities can take this up And they will find this more lucrative than indulging in providing diploma programs as we're doing at the moment. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think on top of that, they have been concerned that why are we allowing universities again to continue diplomas? But we are looking at it, if you look at the current enrollment, both in universities and TVET, is hardly 2 million. And we have in excess of about 10 million young Kenyans between the age of 15 to 24. So essentially we are not we cannot account for about 7 to 8 million, which we believe the reason why some of them are not in training is because of lack of access of training opportunities. That is why we wanted to open up. To add on what the chair mentioned, and also to address some of the concern, I think there are two questions that were asked about the capacity building and in research and innovation. And I think there should be a very a link between the universities and TVET institutions in terms of research, where we are able to debunk the general research into applied research and also be able to convert some of the research findings into the products and services. And the skills to do that we are getting from TVET institution. And therefore we want to see a very good collaborations between universities and TVET institution, especially in thematic areas. If you are a University of Agriculture, for example, what are the relationships that you have and collaboration with all other mid-level colleges doing agriculture in terms of staff development and research finding? And finally, the one on TVET funding and general funding in higher education in Kenya. And I think this is where we are supposed to have a conversation as a country. The current model for funding is not the best. And as you understand, Prof, that the budgeting process in government is through states departments. And therefore, when you have institutions established in different state departments, their funding becomes a challenge, especially when TVET in a different state department and universities another state department. Where the policy envisaged establishment of funding boards, including a university funding board, TVET funding board, it was to look for extra resources beyond government, and funding was expected to be on a priority basis. But that one has not happened because the current funding boards still largely rely on government, and that is not sustainable. We also run as a country different levies which are not coordinated. If you go to Ministry of Labor, there are some levy. You go to tourism, you go to maritime. And sometimes we were not very clear on how these levies are used for skills development in relation to the priority areas in the country. So we may have to look at how do we have a more sustainable funding mechanism to go even beyond funding students. Thank you very much. Yeah. Thanks. Asante sana.
Omwansa, less than a minute.
Less than a minute. Let me try to address the question around capacity building on innovation. You see, from a Kenya perspective, whose mandate is to develop and manage the national innovation system, the angle of development requires that you build capacity, because we have to find a way to build more and more champions. So in the context of a TOT perspective, and for us, what we are looking to do, part of why we've set up the Innovation Academy, is how do we strengthen more the capacity on innovation leadership, which then can translate at institutional level. So I think I'm really keen to have a further conversation on this and see how you're seeing the problem and how we can craft certain programs to strengthen innovation leadership, which then I can see you're raising up your hand. So we are connecting. Wonderful.
Okay.
Then the second point, sorry, is a classic example of a curriculum we've built right now for TOT is around how do you set up and manage incubation programs? You know, it's a science by itself to set up a good, sustainable, scalable incubation program or innovation space. And speaking of innovation spaces in the context of partnerships and collaboration, you know, partners in private sector, I give a classic example of Cisco. They're not going to come to my class in university. they are probably not going to come to a lecture hall. But if they find an innovation space that is attractive and modern and flashy, you easily find ways of collaborating with them and working with students and so on and so forth. We ran this kind of experiment in university where we say, let's not paint it the blue of university. I know DVC of University of Nairobi is here. I made a choice not to paint it blue at that time because I wanted to break the ice, make it a little more conducive, change the furniture style. And the next thing is that I had IBM, I had Intel, I had Microsoft, I had Google, and they all feel good and excited. So it's something to think about. How do you make it attractive for partners to engage with you at the lowest level? Now, note also that for students, the past is a bit different. You know, the way they look at the future now is a bit different. And we need to cover ourselves so that they can be comfortable in those partnerships that we cultivate. Otherwise, we look like we are there and the private sector is on the other side.
Thank you very much. Judy, you have...
Yeah, just thank you, Chair. I've seen a circular from Treasury saying those who are institutions who are focal points to be sending their invoices to Treasury for settlement. So I think that one has been cleared. I saw something this morning.
Oh, you saw it this morning?
Yes, from 2016, if there have been any invoices.
Okay, later on, please remind us, because that's a very important statement. What we as a country benefit by just paying these fees is much more than the money that we get. Rugut, you were right. And this is something that I think NACOSTI should follow up. I will give Professor Some a comment, but be brief.
Yeah. Chair, I just wanted to see the cross supervision between TVETA and universities and TVETA institutions. One of the things I did as CUE was to stop TVET institutions awarding degrees. Why? They did not have a Senate. To see TVETA coming to give authority to universities to do TVET graduations is akin to the fight that we've been doing in the universities when all the professional bodies want to come and inspect what is going on at the university. There's only one regulator for the university, and that's CUE. And there's only one regulator for TVET, and that's TVETA. NACOSTI has the mandate to do across. I think if we give that, we're not going to get it into a very murky area. There is a lot of murkiness. The role of Senate with respect to TVETA or TVET training does not exist, not in law.
Thank you very much. I want to thank everybody. There have been a lot of responses on the chats, and we can't all go through them. There are some addressed to you, Professor Imbuga. There are some that are suggesting that the issue of interaction between universities and TVET needs to be streamlined, etc. But the one that I like most is from, I think, Lynette or somebody, who said that when they were doing this work and when we are doing work on food security, let's not forget sociologists. It's not just that science, because when you are talking about insects and crickets and whatever, people from the coast will say socially, culturally, we can't touch these insects and so on. So when you are doing the research, and I think Kiamba came up with the term interdisciplinarity in the way we handle and we undertake research as well as learning. So before you go for your lunch, you're going, 15 minutes will be enough. The reason is that here, before you go, just take a small piece of this thing from Joost and just put it in your mouth. The impact will be unbelievable, okay, as you move forward. Yeah, they have persuaded me. So thank you very much, and let's see you in the afternoon session. Asante sana. Time is 2. We come back at 2:15. Please.
by between 5 and 70% depending on the quality of the clouds. In 2017, the UAE government provided $15 million for 9 different rain enhancement projects. Among them is another cloud seeding technology which launches salt missiles into clouds from planes. The UAE is also looking into methods to preserve the rain that does hit the ground instead of allowing it to quickly evaporate or flow off into the sea. It has built dams and reservoirs to gather water that flood desert valleys. The country has around 130 dams and levees with a storage capacity of about 120 million cubic meters, that is more than 4 billion cubic feet, according to the ministry report. US ski resorts in Colorado, however, reportedly use cloud seeding to induce heavier snowfall. It was also used ahead of the 2008 Beijing Olympics opening ceremony to create a downpour elsewhere and keep the stadium dry. This involved firing rockets packed with silver iodide crystals into rain clouds over the suburbs of Beijing. The former USSR also apparently used cloud seeding to prevent radioactive fallout from Chernobyl nuclear disaster in 1986 from reaching Moscow.
Mimi naitwa Agnes Njeri Wanjiko. Mimi nilikuwa mteja, nilikuwa natumia madawa ya kulevya. Nikaja nimeteseka sana kwenye uraibu, nikaja nikapata hii programu ya methadone. Nimeanzia methadone kutoka Kisauni huko, lakini nilikuwa napata shida fare kwa sababu mimi nakaa Magongo, natoka kutoka Magongo mpaka Kisauni. Fare ilikuwa ni 300. Kila siku natumia 300 kutoka Magongo mpaka Kisauni Bombolulu. Hasa matatizo ilikuwa ni hiyo shida fare, nashindwa nitapataje fare, mimi mwenyewe nilikuwa sina kazi, sijui nitaanzaje. Sasa nashindwa, yani nilikuwa napata matatizo. Dawa kweli nataka kunywa dawa, lakini sasa matatizo ni fare. Lakini ikaja nikapata program hii, nikaambiwa kuna program itaanza wapi Miritini, ambayo iko karibu na Magongo kwetu, inaitwa Nakada. Nakada iko Miritini. Nakada ndo nilipoambiwa kusio program na Nakada, nikasema si at least sasa hii nitapata usaidizi, at least fare pia itapungua. Nimepata usaidizi, at least sasa natumia shilingi 30 kutoka kwetu Magongo mwisho mpaka Miritini. Sasa nimeanza kunywa dawa, na kunywa dawa huko Miritini. Nakada, yani Nakada imenisaidia sana, yani upande wa fare. Alafu kusaidia upande mwingine, mimi pia ni client pia huko, na pia ni volunteer. Nasaidia kupea. After kunywa dawa, naenda pale na kunywa dawa, tutakunywa dawa naenda kusaidia ama client wengine, kuwasaidia kuvolunteer, kupatia maziwa, kupatia mkate, at least sababu ukinywa ile dawa, kisha kunywa ile dawa unasikia njaa. Sasa ile njaa ile, at least tukipata ile maziwa na mkate, at least tunapata at least kuna kitu kwenye tumbo, hata huwezi enda mbio tena kama katika ule uteja ulikuwa tunaenda mbio, tukishakunywa tuvuta unga unatupeleka mbio. Lakini sasa hivi unakunywa dawa unaweza songa mbele. At least ilikuwa nikiamka asubuhi nafikiria nitapata wapi pesa ya kuvuta, lakini sasa hivi naamka asubuhi najua nikipata shilingi 30 yangu naenda kunywa dawa, toka kunywa dawa napata maziwa yangu na mkate. At least hapo nimesaidika tena sana, yani nashukuru sana Nakada, imenisaidia sana yani upande mwingi sana yani. Alafu mkiangalia pia wameleta program nyingi sana, kuna pool, kuna hii mipira watu wanacheza football, wana compete football pia. Kuna upande mwingine pia kuna counseling. Yani Nakada pia imenisaidia upande mwingine pia. Kwa sababu gani? Katika uteja nilikuwa sina uhusiano mzuri na wazazi wangu. Nimepata counselor nilipoingia huko Nakada, nilikuwa sina counselor. Nimepata counselor ambao anaitwa Ruben, ambao ni counselor wangu pia. Yani amenifanya pia mimi nimepata ile good communication with my family, kwa sababu nilikuwa siaminiki katika familia yangu. Lakini nilipokuja hapa Nakada imenisaidia, nimepata counselor, at least nimejua, yani nimejitambua mimi kule nilipotoka mpaka sasa nataka nini, nataka kuenda vipi, sababu mimi ni msichana, sina mama, sina baba, nimelelewa na nyanya na niko na mtoto wangu mmoja. Sasa nikafikiria sasa hii kuvuta unga mpaka lini? Nikaona acha ningekuwa hii program ambayo imeletwa ya methadone ambayo itanisaidia pia mimi, at least mtoto wangu akikua najua atasaidika kivipi mbeleni, nitakuwa nina uwezo wa kumsaidia. Yani nashukuru sana NACADA, yani nimelearn a lot of things hapa tena sana, yani imenisaidia tena sana yani. Nashukuru sana NACADA kwa kila kitu. Mwenyezi Mungu awazidishie na tupate yani waongeze mambo mengi zaidi, kwa sababu sisi ni watu yani tumetoka mbali, tunataka support, tunataka ile tu caring ya watu, at least ile uaminifu, kila kitu, yani maisha yetu yazidi kusonga. Asante, nasema asante, shukrani.
Kwa majina naitwa Charles Garissa Katana. Namba yangu ni 484. Nilianza hii program ya methadone mwaka huu Februari, na nashukuru sana huu mradi umenisaidia, kwa sababu vile tulikuwa na saa hii tunaona tumebadilika sana, kwa sababu tulikuwa tunateseka, lakini tulipopata hii dawa kwa saa hii tunashukuru sana, mpaka familia zetu tumerejeshewa saa hii. Na kazi ndo kidogo wewe inatusumbua, lakini tunashukuru pia hii NACADA wewe inatusaidia na vibarua hapa. Although huwa wakati mwingine pesa inaisha, lakini ikikuja tunapata kazi, tunaendelea. Kwa hiyo tunashukuru sana hii NACADA vile inatusaidia. Na hizi project ambazo zinaendelea hapa tungependa pia ziendelee zaidi, kwa kila mtu aweze kunufaika na hizi project ambazo zinaendelea kwa saa hii. Na pia hawa wanaofanya na NACADA ambao tuko nao hapa wanatusaidia sana. Kwa ufupi, wanatupa ushauri mzuri kulingana na hizo hali vile tunakaa, na wanatupa advice kulingana na maisha. So ninaendelea na hii program ya methadone. Kwa hiyo duration ambayo inatakikana nikimaliza, kama pengine kutakuwa na activity fulani ambazo zitatusaidia kimaisha kutokana na NACADA, tutawashukuru sana. Na kama pengine hakutakuwa na hizo activities ambazo zitaweza kutusaidia kimaisha kulingana kama kazi hivi, basi program nikimaliza itabidi nitafute job ambayo itaniendeleza kimaisha. Lakini methadone naishukuru sana kulingana na kule ndikokuwa na saa hii, nasema asante sana.
Kwa majina naitwa Andrew Kanoti Maloba. Mimi niko hapa kuanzia Feb. Nashukuru NACADA wametuletea programs zetu nyingi hapa. Kama kufyeka, nilianzia kufyeka baada ya kutolewa mtaani huko tulikokuwa tumeadimika na hii mambo za madawa za kulevya. Sasa NACADA wakatupromote, wakatuchukua, wakatuleta huku, wakatupea usaidizi, kazi ndogo ndogo kama za kufyeka, vitu kama hizo. Saa hii hata wamenipatia shamba fulani kiasi na lima, nimepanda sukuma. Nawashukuru sana. Na sasa katika miradi hiyo wakitumalizia, wamesema watatupea mboga tuuze. Baada ya kuuza tujifungulie biashara yoyote ile tutakuwa tunataka kujifungulia. Nawashukuru sana kwa moyo huo. Kwa upande mwingine nashukuru upande wa NACADA wametusaidia pia, na upande wa madaktari, madawa, tunatibiwa bure, kila kitu tunapata bure. Nawashukuru sana madaktari. Mastafu wote pia nawashukuru pia.
My name is Walter Oyawa, and currently I'm the Director General of the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation. In short, they call it NACOSTI. Yes, the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation is established under the Science, Technology and Innovation Act of 2013, and its key mandate is to regulate and assure quality in the science, technology, and innovation sector, and advise the government and stakeholders on matters thereof. NACOSTI is a member of the board in the Kenya Industrial Property Institute, and actually KIPI, the Kenya Industrial Property Institute, is the one in charge of patenting. And patenting has a direct correlation with the Global Innovation Index. So through our involvement in the boards of this key organization, we are able to impact directly in the Kenya Global Innovation Index by promoting the involvement of innovation. So we'll ask young researchers coming, the SME sector, to come on board, check the website, consult us. NACOSTI will direct to the Kenya National Innovation Agency. For researchers, we direct them to National Research Fund. Then for us, we assure the quality and we give direction on the priorities of the country in consultation with stakeholders. As NACOSTI, we are also fortunate to be the national focal point for Kenya's international obligation treaties. And for that, we are like the focal point of the International Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology. And most recently, we put up a call for universities who are key universities and such institutions who are key stakeholders to express their interest in hosting a regional research center on biotechnology. So we are looking forward to one strong regional center in the area of biotechnology soon. I would also urge that we have the latest rankings by international agencies like what they call the Shimago. And we are pleased to inform that the latest ranking, I think, of 2021, which was listed some more institutions in that document, and I'm happy to mention like Cambridge has been mentioned, ILRI has been mentioned, the University of Nairobi has been mentioned, the Aga Khan University has been mentioned, and that shows the state of science, technology, and innovation. The call that I would want to make, even as I say this, is where what we feel is lacking is the direct involvement of the industry in this partnership, so that some of these very vast technologies can be picked up by the industry very quickly and commercialized. So the parting shot is that STI is now the thing, and this can only be done collectively, jointly, and including regionally.
Hi everyone, my name is Brian Mwenda, and I run a startup called Hope Tech Plus, and we develop assistive devices for visually impaired people. As opposed to the normal white cane, this one can detect obstacles up to 3 meters away, as opposed to now a few steps away with the normal white cane, and the person can be able to avoid many dangers, and they'll feel much safer walking using this product. There are over 1 million visually impaired people in Kenya, and we're looking at bringing them to become economically productive and active members of the society. The main help we got from Kenya is the commercialization grant. We're hoping with the use of this grant, we can reach 10,000 users in the next year. And we are hoping that the commitment from Kenya is not only the financial resources, but also the connections and mentorship that we've already started to receive. So we are very optimistic about this number of 10,000 users. And I think the impact from a single visually impaired person getting to work, getting an education, the impact on their immediate family, on the larger society is very huge. So we are looking at creating this ripple effect from 10,000 users and having a transformation throughout the country. So Kenya has really supported us in terms of getting our product out there, in terms of even the publicity, because publicity, I think, matters a lot in this day and age. And even that brand goodwill, when you go and present somewhere and Kenya is backing your product and your project, then it becomes much easier to sell your idea even to investors and to other partners. And through the program of LIF and Kenya, I think we got to understand that the problem is not only local, and that kind of exposure has also helped us to even develop a plan where not only will we launch here in Kenya, but we have a plan where we can take our product global, because the problem of mobility for visually impaired people is not a Kenyan problem. It's something that is experienced everywhere in the world.
My name is Edwin Mugendi. I'm from a company called Sapama Technologies. We develop software for small and mid-sized enterprises. Most of SMEs use a lot of paper, which is tedious, takes a lot of time, inefficient, and it's very hard to get insights from paper. So we develop easy-to-use software which SMEs can access online from anywhere, and they're able to process payroll, do accounting, and send invoices, and also they're able to receive money via M-Pesa. I learned about Kenya through there was a newspaper advertisement which was a call for innovators to apply to be awarded. So I made the application, and then I submitted the application and I was selected. Then in the interaction with Kenya, I came to learn about the LEAF. That is how I applied also for the LEAF. So it was mainly through newspaper advertising. So the LEAF program was an eye-opening experience because it taught us about how we can rethink our business, how we can grow the market, how to think about our value proposition, what we are offering to the client, how to price our products, and also how to negotiate with investors and partners. So it was a good experience. We were able to learn a lot, and we are applying this, the learnings that we had from the experience to improve our operations and also to improve our interactions with our customers. In 2016 is when we got a support from Kenya through their award. There was an award which we got $500,000 to advance our technology. The support from Kenya came at the right time when we were struggling with getting an office and also getting equipment, getting a laptop for our new employees, and also paying staff. So the funds we received, we used them diligently, and that we were able to get an office, we were able to hire, and also we got equipments that enabled us to continue innovating and researching our technology. So it was very helpful. Yeah, for young entrepreneurs, I would advise them to be persistent and don't lose hope. It is a tough market trying to convince a customer to buy your innovation, but you should try to push on, and most importantly, look at the value proposition. What exactly are you offering? You are offering the client. The money the client is giving you is in exchange for the value that you are giving them. It is a competitive market. There is a lot of other competitors who can do the same thing, but you have to have an edge, and the value that you are offering should be towards reducing time that the client spends, improve efficiency, improve operational activities you're able to improve, and also cut costs and increase revenue to the client as well. So you should focus mainly on the client and what you're offering them and creating value for them. With the leadership of Tony, I think he will bring in a fresh breath breathe a life into the organization. Because the future, if you look at other countries such as Singapore, is a big story which have been told 100 times. Japan, countries like US, Germany, those countries are run by SMEs and small shops which innovate, and over time and pass to the next generation, they build a very big ecosystem of companies. So with Kenya, with the new idea of collaboration and building partnerships and supporting startups from the idea stage to the growth stage, where they can put us now on a pedestal where they're able to catapult our innovation to other markets and scale our technology. We're hoping that Kenya in the next 5 years we're able to generate unicorns from this side of the Sahara, because with the leadership and the partnership from the government, from the academia, The hope is industry in itself cannot grow on its own. Government themselves, they cannot grow industry on their own. The private sector, academia also, they cannot do it on their own. So it is a tripartite engagement where we need to work together with the government, academia, and startups, and also private sector, so that we are able to build an ecosystem that thrives on collaboration, on innovation, on partnership, on goodwill, and also we are able to build this great country of ours as we focus towards achieving our Vision 2030 goals.
My name is Cynthia Thuo. I'm a student at Kenyatta University. I pursue electrical and electronics engineering. I'm the current Chief Operations Officer at Afex Limited. Afex Limited is a tech company that brings solutions to problems in the society. We use various technologies to bring these solutions, for instance, Internet of Things. We use artificial intelligence, especially venturing on the fourth industrial revolution technologies. Our key product, and the product that's already on the market that has been produced by Afex Limited, is called Apollo. Apollo is an intelligent barrier system, and this is a barrier system that's a solution for COVID-19 because it detects masks and it checks temperature from a distance. Therefore, it eliminates contact. Additionally, Apollo has a security feature, so it increases security or eliminates the fear of insecurity. So it's a barrier system that grants people access based on whether their faces have been registered by the system. Afex, its goal and how we see it going is that we're going to impact one Africa, because Africa mostly depend on technological solutions from abroad. So starting from Africa, see, they say charity begins at home. So we have to first of all take care of Africa at large, from north to south to east to west of Africa. Bringing solutions from the automotive industries to the security industry to the health industry, basically using a fourth industrial revolution to bring solutions to the problems in society, especially in Africa, that has been neglected for quite some time. And then after that, then we will focus towards the other parts of the world, which is abroad, from Europe to America, etc., etc.
My name is Walter Oyawa, and currently I'm the Director General of the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation. In short, they call it NACOSTI. Yes, the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation is established under the Science, Technology and Innovation Act of 2013, and its key mandate is to regulate and assure quality in the science, technology, and innovation sector, and advise the government and stakeholders on matters thereof. NACOSTI is a member of the board in the Kenya Industrial Property Institute, and actually KIPI, the Kenya Industrial Property Institute, is the one in charge of patenting. And patenting has a direct correlation with the Global Innovation Index. So through our involvement in the boards of this key organization, we are able to impact directly in the Kenya Global Innovation Index by promoting the involvement of innovation. So we'll ask young researchers coming, the SME sector, to come on board, check the website, consult us. NACOSTI will direct to the Kenya National Innovation Agency. For researchers, we direct them to National Research Fund. Then for us, we assure the quality and we give direction on the priorities of the country in consultation with stakeholders. As NACOSTI, we are also fortunate to be the national focal point for Kenya's international obligation treaties. And for that, we are like the focal point of the International Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology. And most recently, we put up a call for universities who are key universities and such institutions who are key stakeholders to express their interest in hosting a regional research center on biotechnology. So we are looking forward to one strong regional center in the area of biotechnology soon. I would also urge that we have the latest rankings by international agencies like what they call the Shimago. And we are pleased to inform that the latest ranking, I think of 2021, which was listed some more institutions in that document, and I'm happy to mention like Kemri has been mentioned, ILRI has been mentioned, the University of Nairobi has been mentioned, the Aga Khan University has been mentioned, and that shows the state of science, technology, and innovation. The call that I would want to make, even as I say this, is where what we feel is lacking is the direct involvement of the industry in this partnership, so that some of these very vast technologies can be picked up by the industry very quickly and commercialized. So the parting shot is that STI is now the thing, and this can only be done collectively, jointly, and including regionally.
It was about November, or no, I think it was about July 2017, just going through the paper.
Good afternoon. Yeah, you all have to keep alert and watch the neighbor who is next to you. So, you know, I'm a professor of biochemistry, and we know that after lunch, all the enzymes, all the hormones are directed to the stomach, and they leave the head unattended. So people will start nodding when there should be not time for nodding. Some will close their eyes. Yeah? So let's keep each other wide awake. So feel most welcome. We are happy that you have come to join us for this afternoon session. We are going to have very exciting presentations, and we trust that we have more people online who are also joining us. So today's presentations, we are going to start with the first one, which is by Professor Geoffrey Muluvi, Vice Chancellor, Southeastern University of Kenya. Professor Muluvi, welcome to the platform. Professor Muluvi, in addition to being the Vice Chancellor, founding Vice Chancellor of SECU, is also the Chairman of the Vice Chancellors of Public Universities. He also represents Vice Chancellors in the KUCCPS, and also I think in HELB also. Yes, yeah, so he represents them in very many places. Professor Muluvi is going to discuss on university industry, GOK collaboration, and its impacts on the economy. Yeah, so welcome, Professor Muluvi.
I'll make my presentation on university, industry, GOK collaboration, and the impacts on the economy. I'll start by looking at the core mandate of the universities. And I remember when I joined the university, I was told that the core mandate of the university is teaching, research, and community service. The world has changed, and the core mandate of the university has been transformed into 5, where now you have the addition of innovation and industrialization. Yesterday, I think during the opening session, there were a lot of discussions by the new PS on CBC. In some countries, they are talking of transforming the educational system into what is now referred to as Education 5.0 model, where research is 1, teaching is 2, community service or extension is 3, innovation is 4, industrialization is 5. And that's the model you find in developed countries, some industrialized countries like Korea, Singapore, China, and some of the countries in Southern Africa are now talking of educational system 5.0 model. The 5.0 model design puts more emphasis on production of goods and services by the universities. And the 5.0 model seeks to bring research into our teaching and learning, rather than taking it as a separate component from teaching. And the colleagues, you know that in our university system, we have our members of staff, the lecturers. Some of them teach, but they don't do research. And some would retire without even winning a research grant. In this arrangement we are discussing, we are saying the research comes first, because the teaching is supposed to be informed by the research. You are supposed to teach what you have researched, but you cannot continue teaching over decades without doing research. And the question is, what do you teach? Or move on to research university, teaching university, or entrepreneurial university, because all these linkages must be seen in that arrangement. And since 1990s, the strategic mission of universities has moved beyond the transition of teaching and research to a large mission with a focus on addressing the needs of the industry and contributing to economic growth and development. And these three university missions have given rise to the distinct concepts of teaching university, research university, and entrepreneurial university. In the 21st century, we should be moving towards entrepreneurial university. The university industry links can take place in any of the three regimes, in a teaching university, in research university, or even entrepreneurial university. For example, collaboration in research in a research university may give rise to opportunities for training doctoral students, that is teaching university, or creation of spin-offs, companies, or licensing patents in entrepreneurial university. When we talk of university industry collaboration, we are basically talking about university industry collaboration describes the ties between the university and the industry. The Nchioki can also be there. I tried to put it in short, just university industry collaboration. And the term university collaboration comes with several meanings. Sometimes people say university industry linkages, university industry partnership, university industry alliance, and university industry relationships. But basically, they all amount to near the same thing. The university industry collaboration, the Kenyan perspective, the Kenyan public university grew out of a culture that did not require working with the industry. And that is nothing but the truth. The universities as developed in the East, in the University of East African model, were created as elitist institutions with very little emphasis on practical training, and that involved the industry. However, the world has moved away from this training model. Universities that are today more successful are those that work closely with industry to prepare their graduates to be able to fit best in the world of work. There are a lot of benefits associated with university industry collaborations. Working closely with the industry can help universities to achieve several things, clearly define the kind of skills needed by graduates, because they will have known what the industry requires, producing graduates which are fit for the market, and then respond directly to the problems and the challenges facing the society, recording growth in skilled number of individuals involved in innovations, and also increase revenue for universities from innovation activities, and also achieve enhanced ranking of universities in the global university ranks, and also establish strong academia industry relationship, and strengthen the partnerships resulting to enhanced technology transfer from academia to industry to spur development. In order to sustain, there are mutual benefits. It's only not the university which benefits from the industry also benefits from the university, so it's a mutual relationship. And in order to sustain university industry collaboration, the two entities must gain mutual benefits from their interactions. Access to world-class scientific base within the university, as in the biotech sector, where the complexity of the innovation process makes it increasingly difficult for the industrial partner to possess all the necessary competencies. And that way they look upon the university to provide the knowledge required in that collaboration. Also, they would assess to knowledge that has been developed by the university through decades of publicly funded research. Because if we are collaborating with the industry, they are going to benefit from a lot of investments and the trainings we have done over the years. And then the companies would assess the world-class academics who are both scientifically and industrially aware of the state of the art in the areas of specialization, and also acquire competitive advantage through access to better leads and the faster channels than their competitors, thus enhancing the product development process. Also, access to rich resources like highly skilled researchers and infrastructure, making a collaborative research project with the university more cost-effective in-house. And I remember where the university I went to do my PhD, you could not tell the difference between the Occam Trust and the Department of Biochemistry. The Occam Trust had built a very big complex for the Department of Biochemistry. They had funded all the operations in that department. They met all the operational expenses, and that the arrangement we lack. And the industry, the company, the Occam Trust, and the university were working together in the same place with a lot of investments in infrastructure, in equipment, and operating finances. Benefits accrue to universities in collaboration with industrial partners. I think I've talked about this, I'll skip that. There are best practices university industry links. University programs should be designed to provide for every student in the university to have a period of work integrated learning, so that within the training program, there is a period of time the students themselves would be attached to the industry, and this requirement should be made mandatory and the compliance monitored. And the university should be encouraged to work with industry as partners in projects that promote learning, research, and the consultancy. And also universities should strive to have some of the academic staff drawn from the industry. The university academic staff should also be required to take some time in industry after specific periods of time in the university, and the attendance of work in the industry should be considered an integral part of staff's members' key performance indicators. Types of university industry collaboration, there are several types. I will single out about 3. There you find a very high relationship where the university and the industry are working as research partners, developing making a lot of innovations, starting a lot of commercialization of their products and so on. But I think then there is medium arrangement in terms of collaboration. But I see most of the universities, we say we are collaborating with the industry, are actually in level 3, very low, where we see collaboration in terms of sending students for attachment, staff-students exchange, joint publications, conferences, writing a research proposal together, and that's a very weak partnership. We need to strive to go to level 1, where we are working together, doing research together, developing products together, innovations, patents, commercialization. But again, the arrangement is not like what we are discussing in the morning, where university will come up with innovations and then they want to set up companies. The essence of partnership is we come up with innovations, then we, through an arrangement of licensing and getting royalties, the companies will start, then you continue researching another innovation, you start another company. Because if you are very active university, making a lot of innovations, and you are starting companies, every time you have a new innovation, you will get lost, in the business and they stop the innovating. University industry collaborations between developed and developing economy. I think there are a lot of lessons to learn here. The priorities and the scope of university industry collaboration differ significantly between developed and developing economies. In developing economies, university industry collaborations tend to focus on the firm's recruitment of university graduates for staffing, internship, and consulting. Whereas in developed economies, we find university industry collaboration as an important driver of economic growth, where they are working together in developing products and so on. There are challenges in this collaboration. For example, and this is the reality, and this conference should come up with recommendations. At the moment, if you are going to collaborate with the industry, even the research partners, most likely there will be MOUs. And we know we have a circular which requires that before you can sign an agreement with financial implications, it must be cleared by the National Treasury before the Attorney General can give a nod for the signing. And most of the collaborations between universities and the third parties have now stalled because getting the green light to sign the collaboration has been very difficult. And I think this is an area which must be addressed so that we can move science, technology, and innovation forward. Then the lack of heavy investment in the state-of-the-art laboratories and the workshops. Majority of us, we have gone to study in Western countries. We know how a laboratory looks like. We know how a workshop looks like, but we have been unable to do it in our own universities because of lack of resources. So again, we should be making very strong recommendations on supporting research through the National Research Fund so that universities can modernize their infrastructure. I think Professor Kiamba, in his presentation in the morning, he said that if we are going to come up with innovations, there must be heavy investments in infrastructure in the universities so that we can be able to compete at the global level. Otherwise, we will continue using borrowed technology from developing countries. Then we need to fund the research through the National Research Fund. Because when you look at the funding of the whole funding of the National Research Fund, it's actually equivalent to funding one project in a serious country. So we need to do more as a country, and we cannot talk of innovation, commercialization, when we are not putting money into research. Themselves are underfunded and then do not allocate adequate resources to research, innovation, and commercialization. And we know what is supposed to be done, but there are challenges, we are not doing it. And if you look at most of the, even the former vice chancellors who are here, and the ones who are current, who are seated here, almost 95% are from science background, but we have been unable to build infrastructure to a world-class university. And that's a challenge we may have to do and continue doing. And remember, at one stage, Professor Mugendi is seated there. When we are both in DBC, it's at KU, and we had the new VC, Professor Mugenda, and we asked ourselves, what can we do to make Kenyatta University like the universities we have seen in Western countries? And we visited, we had experiences because the three of us, we had gone to universities abroad, but we also went to see the best universities. And we started from the gate, the compound, the buildings, the facilities, and we said we'll try in the next 10 years and create a university benchmarked with the best universities we had seen in America. And that's how the journey started, and I'm sure a lot of progress was made there. So people can soon do it with resources and determination. In conclusion, I think I will just go to the recommendations and say that universities should redefine their core mandate and transform them into 5. And I listened many times when people were talking of the core mandate of the university, they talked of 2, 3, and we don't start with the teaching, we start with the research. And the 2 should not be separated because you are supposed to do research to inform the teaching. So you cannot start with the teaching, then go to research. You start with research, go to teaching, go to extension, innovation, and industrialization. So that from the beginning, even our members of staff understand that any research they are doing should end up with innovation, which will contribute to commercialization. The university industry collaboration should be geared towards establishing very high level collaboration to produce innovation and economic growth and development. It should not be enough that since company A accepts your students for attachment, you cannot say you have university industry collaboration. It should go beyond that to join the research, join the product development and the commercialization. Universities in the 21st century should transform themselves into entrepreneurial university where the main focus is creation of spin-off companies or licensing of patents. And I can tell my colleagues here, and some of them know, we have gone everywhere looking for money, and we have not found the money to support universities. We have gone to the ministry, we have gone to the National Treasury, we have gone to Parliament, and now with the Corona, things are even more difficult because the competing needs are very many. We will only survive as universities even if we restructure. As I said yesterday, and you remain alone in that university, you may not be able to pay yourself salary. Because you cannot, by the way, you can also outsource the core mandate. You can outsource the core mandate. You can tell Professor Munabu, take over the teaching of chemistry in that department, will pay you. And then you will organize the lecturers to go and teach, even in the name of reforms. But the only way university will survive is through commercialization, converting themselves to entrepreneurial university, investing heavily on innovations. And there's a challenge then because you also need the money to modernize your infrastructure. And then you can now focus on licensing or patents. And then you can have money to sustain that university, even without going to the government to ask for money. When you get there, all of us, I don't know. And it is the entrepreneurial university that will survive the financial challenges we currently face in our universities, and hence need for immediate transformation. We need to increase research funding and modernize our facilities and the resources required for research, innovation, and commercialization. If we don't do it, our members of staff will continue collecting samples, sending them to other labs. Maybe you go to ICIPE, you go to IRIRI, you go abroad where you studied for collaboration, and then you lose the rights on any new products which might be derived from there, because your contribution was only to collect the samples and send them abroad. We must be able to invest in good infrastructure, good laboratories, good workshops, so that our members of staff can be able to do research within the universities. And we know what is required to be done. We also know that most of our staff members do their masters or PhD in very good universities. But when they return, it becomes very frustrating. They have the knowledge, they have the skills, but they cannot do anything because the facilities and the equipment they are using is not there. Then they write a proposal and they are told, now this is grant, you cannot buy equipment, you buy reagents. Now, how will that researcher do that research? And the university has not invested heavily beyond the basic facilities for teaching and learning. So I thank you, and I finished my presentation.
Thank you, Professor Muluvi. You took your exact time, being brief and to the point. And he has mentioned that universities, we need to transform, yes, so that you can go become, have into the 5.0 model of research, teaching, innovation, extension, and industry. So it is very important. And for you to go into manufacturing and enterprising, you also need to get the right ISO certification for those. So those are areas that you also need to do. Then he has also advised you to transform into entrepreneurial universities because money has become evasive. And it is not only evasive for universities, I'm sure even for the TVET also is also evasive. So even TVET be thinking about those lines again. And he has said that the universities should get more funding to improve their facilities. Yeah, so that they can become the standard that they are supposed to be. And it is true, I was once the chair of board of the Eldoret National Polytechnic. It had even better facilities than some of the universities. I think the ministry now was paying more attention to TVET than to universities. I'm yet to be told I'm wrong on that one, but there was a point they were doing better for TVET. So they should treat TVET and universities same and give them money to improve their facilities. So thank you so much, Professor Muluvi, for those few points. And the remarks and questions can come at the end during the panel discussion. Can we clap for Professor Muluvi? And Professor Muluvi, by the way, who is your deputy being the chair of the Vice Chancellor's Committee? I hope it's a lady. Professor Mary Ndungu, can you wave? Yeah? Yes. So you are obeying the law. If you are up, the next one should be the opposite gender. So thank you, universities, for obeying that. The next presentation is by Javan Mwiti, who is going to tell us about the mainstreaming of STI as per the performance contracting guidelines for the financial year 2021-2022. Javan is the head of the performance contracting at MMU, that is Multimedia University of Kenya. He's a member of the national panel for the review of the PC guidelines for the new MDS. He's also the former member of steering committee of development of Kenya Integrated Performance Management Policy. And I'm adding, he's also a former employee of JKU at Multimedia. You poached him from JKU at. So we do a lot of poaching of each other's resources. And he poached one of our best. Yeah, he's also a former employee of Kenyatta University. So I think Jomo Kenyatta, we poached him from Kenyatta University. Yeah. So we are going to listen to him. Thank you very much. I think he's here. Feel most welcome, Javan.
Thank you, Prof. It is very difficult to talk once your seniors have already talked, because as the VC, as Professor Ibuga stated, Professor Mulubi was my direct boss in Kenyatta University many years back as a DVC administration. And also I've seen one of my senior and my former boss, Professor Mugendi, also was my boss in Kenyatta University as a DVC Finance and currently VC, MB University, and doing very well in matters performance contracting. MB University was #1 in the category of all MDAs and the category of all public universities. And of course, Professor Ibuga recruited me in Jomo Kenyatta University to establish and start the Directorate of Performance Contracting and Quality Management System. Ladies and gentlemen, I will just be brief, but ideally, as Professor has stated, we normally have a national panel that ideally every year reviews the performance contracting guidelines for the MDAs, and within it, of course, there are various dynamics that are captured based with the aspiration that come through the various ministries. And the panel basically is at the Ministry of Public Service. And for this year specifically, last year, one of the requests that came to be included in the university performance, in the performance contracting guidelines for the MDAs was Nakanda, where Professor Ibuga is chairing as a chair. It was included last year. And this year, through the Ministry of Education, the request that came for inclusion was for NACOST on the indicator specifically for STI. Basically, a background information on STI as universities, and I know even tertiary institutions, mostly universities, have always been having a performance indicator on R&D, research and development. And actually, we carried it up most of the universities, I think we drop it at around 2015, 2016. And we used to commit a certain percentage of the entire budget towards research and development, which ideally was around 2%. But this year, based with the dynamics in the country and with the effort of the government to mainstream and ensure there is a clear framework to ensure that STI is mainstream within government agencies, ministries, and departments. Remember, we used to have sector performance indicators. It is a document that we are supposed to have as you set your key performance, indicators, as you identify indicators for the MDAs. We were to consult. It was one of the powerful documents we were supposed to look at, and ideally it and international benchmarks, key performance indicators to be considered in performance contracting. I mean, in the pieces, the various pieces. The last time it was revised was in 2010, and ideally it was overtaken because much of the indicators there were on science, technology, and innovation. So when NACOST came on board, it took over from there. And those indicators that we used to commit under the commandate within our various performance indicators, if you look at the PC generally, we normally have the financial indicators, the service delivery, the commandate, presidential directive, we have the 30%, which is AGPO, 40%, which is promotion of local content, and of course, cross-cutting indicators. Within it, there are basically indicators that come directly from the government, and NACOST is one of it. We have others like NACADA, as I've said, we have CAJ, there are quite a number. So they either come from lead agencies or specialized agencies. So as I've said, in the meeting that was held this year in Embu, sometime in May, the request came to that panel that is under the Minister of Public Service, and there was that request to include STI and ensure that it's purely mainstreamed within the MDAs for the purposes of ensuring that the attainment of the Big Four agenda, Vision 2030, they are all integrated and we are able to harmonize and ensure that we're able to get the intended result. So basically, this also came as a result of this national policy, the Kenya Integrated Performance Management Policy, which was funded by World Bank. And ideally, it identifies key areas that as we mainstream, as we implement the Big Four agenda, then the key areas that needs to be touching to ensure that the output, the various output that support the economy, that support the growth of the country are clearly identified. And for brief, that's a brief history, how it's a huge stakeholder meeting, and this was accepted, and then the indicator was brought on board. Basically, the reason and the rationale basically is, as it has been stated by previous presenters from NACOST, it's all around STI to ensure that in the relationship of the Vision 2030, the Big Four agenda, as a country, as we move forward with the challenges that we have, for example, COVID-19 and all that, then we ensure that the resources within the country, the effort within the country are put in the same direction to ensure that the intended purpose and objectives are achieved. And basically, for introduction of the indicator, as I said, supposed to be captured under the commandate within. If you look at the commandate, you look at the template for performance contracting, it was introduced with a weight of 2% around after the project implementation. Then the indicator was introduced on STI. And basically, the guiding notes on the same is first and foremost, one of their key activity would be to ensure that there is an appointment of a focal person and champion purposely to coordinate STI mainstreaming in the institution. And as I said earlier, matters STI, of course, have always been with us, and as my senior, Professor Muluvi has clearly stated, within the mandate of the university, STI, of course, is within the mandate of the university research institutions. So ideally, this was a framework to ensure that actualization and the intended purpose or the intended output in relation to the core mandate of each of the institutions then was able to be achieved. That was the key expectation. And as I said, you start by having a focal person. Ideally, the purpose is to ensure that he's able to ensure that the cascading downwards and the implementation of the target, the key activities identified are able to be achieved. And purposely, there are quite a number of documentation. If you look at the websites or the document that were viewed for the validation, and ensuring that the target is taken over, it's very guided with a template on how you are supposed to undertake it. So basically the target formed what is part of 18 cycle of performance contracting guidelines for this year, 2021, 2022. What is the scope? One, the scope is for all research institutions, including universities and university colleges, as well as other regulating agencies that of course have the aspect of STI, technical and vocational education, and training, TVET basically. And that's why I said, even if you look at the ranking that was just done the other day, even the Swepo University also was among the top 10 actually, but India was number 9, but I know they were ahead of us. If you look at that ranking, ideally, they were also looking at key areas. One of it was, if you look at the analyzed report, the issue of STI came out very strongly. And then gaps within the entire implementation that took place for 2019-2020. The issue and the gap of STI was identified, and actually that informs one of the key reasons why, through the Ministry of Education, that inclusion of a cost to as a lead, to ensure that the attainment of this target takes place. So number 2, as I've said, is for also technical institutions. What is supposed to be done? All public institutions with components of research, as I've said, are supposed to have and take the indicator. MDAs involved in national research priority framework are also part of it within the scope. MDAs with distinct research and technology and development. Basically, that is the scope that is supposed to be captured. And as I said again, this time around is included under the core mandate. If you look at other lead agencies or specialized agencies indicators, they either cut across on service provision or on cross-cutting indicators. It's only the presidential directive, 30% and 40% that are outside that. But this indicator is the only indicator that is monitored by a specialized agency that is within our core mandate. Because ideally, as I said again, research STI issues have always been part and parcel of the institutions I've talked about, from university, tertiary institution, and all that. So what is expected? Number 1 is to develop STI strategy using the template. The template was provided during the validation process, and it is certified, it was adequate and sufficient to address the concerns that were raised. And basically it's within they have to provide that, and they have automated it, it's in their website, but it's very guiding. It's clearly very guiding that what needs to be captured. Just guide is a very simple template that guides on what needs to be done. Implement the STI strategy by undertaking the following interventions. Intervention number 1, which carries 10%, the previous one takes 30%. So the activities under what I've said under intervention, you document research programs, projects, and funding sources. It's just a template. Again, you indicate within the template exactly what comes around those programs, which specific programs. And I think yesterday, Professor Yawa clearly explained the reason as to why we need to bring on board that kind of declaration. Ensure national budgetary allocation for R&D is at least 2%. And I think he explained yesterday, doesn't have, this we have been having actually as part of our core mandate, and we have been committing. Of course, as to whether we have been meeting it is something else, but it's a commitment that has always been there and that will be negotiated through NACOST. Undertake research and technology innovation and technology transfer and commercialization. I think many players have talked about it here. It has been captured very clearly, adequately, and sufficiently on what needs to be done. But ideally, there is also a template that guides and which will be circulated. This is part of sensitization in terms of undertaking this indicator. The templates are already in their website. Disseminate research findings, recommendations, and technology innovation through conference, workshops, and seminars. We have been, Professor Mulubi has clearly captured this, and it is one of what most of institutions that have aspect of research will always do. Dissemination of research findings. It could be either through conferences and all that. There are many ways to do it, and the template, there is a very clear template that enables you to be able to undertake that activity. In terms of monitoring and evaluation, it has been automated. The target is completely automated. You do it through the website. Basically, you report the way we have been reporting for other lead agency or specialized agency indicators. It has been automated to ensure that both quarterly report, midterm review, if you're undertaking midterm review, and basically the annual performance report. they have all been automated to ensure that in terms of to infuse efficiency and effectiveness in terms of reporting and ensuring that what needs to be done is done. The template on the same reporting framework is also there. It has been approved. It has been validated actually, and also
Javan,
it has been provided.
5 minutes remaining.
Thank you so much. I've actually finished. So thank you so much for listening to me. Basically, all this information has been uploaded in their respective website in terms of ensuring that it is done and you're able to get it and be able to use it. Thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Can we have a better clap? Yeah, for the two presenters. Thank you very much. Now we have about 10 minutes for questions or responses for the two presentations. And people online, I hope we shall be able to see you and the people who are physically here. So who will start off with the questions or remarks towards the two presentations? Yes, do we have a mic? There's one person there.
Thank you very much for the presentation of the performance contract. One of the biggest headache, again, where Kenya is involved, is on implementation of SDGs. Out of the 17 indicators of SDG, I think 12 of them are science-based. The biggest headache when preparing documents for the normal meeting they have, I think in September or in June in New York, is how to know which of the SDGs level of implementation for Kenya. Because every SDG, you remember it was a 15 years thing, or is it how many years? It needs to be monitored. So if there is anything which has pleased me, is getting this indicator mainstreamed. Because as I said, out of 17 SDGs, 12 of them are science-based. And so if it is a university, for example, on SDG number 4, at what level? So it would be very easy for the Kenya government now, when they are preparing the document for presentation, to actually report accurately. That to me was a commendable thing. It took long. Remember, we negotiated right from 2014, or is it 2015 or thereabout. But thank God, I must commend the performance contracting team and the NACOSTI for having allowed this indicator. And it will be very useful to all of us also, especially the universities, because then you can now gauge and see what other people are doing. And especially when you will be, with that, you will write a report. One of the key performance mandates of NACOSTI is to do an annual report, which has to be presented to the Cabinet Secretary on the status of the science, technology, and innovation in the country. So it's hitting two parts with one stone. It's a good indicator, and I must congratulate the PC office. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Is there anybody online? Yes. Yeah, at the back.
Thank you very much for the two presenters. My name is Samuel Gudu. I want to comment or check with my colleague Geoffrey. The presentation on university industry link, the first level where you desire most universities and industries to be, out there, that level of interaction begs the question, who funds the activities of that interaction? And out there, the industries look for universities to help them deliver the products they require. And therefore, that collaboration is tightly guided by the industry requiring a product, and the universities providing the manpower, and the interaction between those two produce products that are easy to sell. The problem we have down here is that the industries are not looking for manpower from the university. They are not willing to put fund into the research. And therefore, the universities, I think you correctly said, are working at a very low level of interaction that does not lead to products that could be commercializable. I think something is wrong. And we need now to develop specific strategies that makes the industries work with the universities, but they also provide, so that we don't only look at the government to provide the funds for research. And I think it is important to find out how to bring the industries on board, knowing that they are going to fund, and the universities, together with the industries, will produce commercializable products that would benefit the industry and consequently the country. But the level of interaction is lopsided. I've worked in the research and the industries in the country. Even when you want to work with them, they are unwilling to put reasonable funds to be able to reach where we want to go. So I see the weakness in our mechanisms of interaction with industries that would not allow us to be able to reach where we want to go. That is producing products that are commercializable. So where should we start, Geoffrey?
Thank you. Any other? Is there any online? Who is that on? That is not here. Who is that one? Oh, there is a chat. There is Professor Simeon Mening. He's saying on performance contracting, how struggling universities manage 2% for research activities. There is also, he's also asking how can Kenya assist universities to set up technology transfer offices. And the last one is, has all the performance contracts been done objectively? How is this monitored and evaluated? The last one, I hope you are picking the ones that are yours. Has all the pieces been done objectively? Yeah, I think that those are the ones. So if there are none other from there, then I think our presenters can now.
We still have Chair.
There are more there. Can you take those ones, please? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Before I proceed, allow me to thank the Joost team. At least today I've had my chance to eat a cricket by way of a biscuit. Thank you very much. Thank you also our presenters for this afternoon for the enlightening presentations. I have a comment related to Professor Muluvi's presentation on challenges of engaging industry in collaborations. I realize you highlighted quite a number that affect the university. I'd just like to point out one more that we have witnessed in TVET, not restricted to research and innovation, but also with regard to training. This morning when we heard from Professor Ferej and Dr. Langat, we heard that we are going towards competency-based education and training. And this requires that industry actually participates in training the TVET trainees. Unfortunately, industry is not very keen to engage from our experience. We have tried to engage industry through the Chamber of Commerce and the Juakali, it's called what? Juakali Association. And it's really a challenge because the industry players and the business people do not seem to appreciate the fact that whatever training and whatever innovation we are doing will ultimately have a bearing on on their own activities as industry. So we are really having a challenge, and I think, I don't know how government can come in to assist to promote this. Maybe we should have a program to give incentives to those industry players who are willing to partner with us and work with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next one.
I just wanted to comment on the issue that was raised by Professor Gudu, that the industry is not willing. I think that is a misconception. It is that the universities would like industry to be a university, and that is not possible. These are business people, and they value their time, whereas we ourselves can sit here for many hours and talk the way we have been talking now. I don't see any industrialist coming and spending that time here when their factory is running or whatever other enterprise. So we must find ways that are friendly, and Tony actually did comment on that issue. We cannot work the way we worked within the university milieu and culture. There must be a culture of being able to engage the industry. But beyond that, the things which we are also asking, the industry is asking, if we collaborate, what is in there for me as an industry? That must be answered. And they must be able to see it clearly. I'm saying this because when I was the managing director of J.K. Watt Enterprises, I actually went to them and asked, why is it that you don't want to talk to universities? So they will ask, what is it that the university is giving us? Yeah, that is the whole point. My point is, we see, if you see the UK, if you see United States, there are specific incentives. For example, if they give 500 million to JKUAT, can they recover that as from tax incentives? That money given, they will be exempt from tax. Then, and that has to be done nationally and through Treasury, not just by negotiation between industry and even with here. So we must look at also at those incentives, but we look at them together. And as I said the other day, the best organization to work with to reach the industry is Kenya Private Sector Alliance, which was put here, and you can see they did not come. You must ask, why is it that they didn't come? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, yes, Professor Sobe, then we have Professor.
Chair, just to add information to the debate.
Okay.
Yes, just to inform I think participants, we have just, I think a senior officer from the World Bank is watching this, and we have just received something on the WhatsApp that we need a strategy engagement plan for the STI/higher education sector with the industry. A plan for that, and I think this has been discussed by members of the high-level panel. This could be one of the outputs from the conference. Yes, from the conference. And the World Bank is happy to provide any form of support for this plan within the proposed conference. So it is a strategy.
To clap for them, isn't it? Yeah. That's well taken. Yeah. Professor Mitch.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
A mic, then we come to Professor
Okay,
Tony.
quick, really, I'll be very quick. Madam Chair, thank you very much, the presenters, really, and Professor Mulubi. That was a very nice summary of the problems. I just want to throw back, not finance at all. One, university members of staff are actually virtually overloaded, completely overloaded. They can do research, they just teach. Go back and mark exams, finish and supervise students, and they, you see what happens. Number two, even in this country, these are very tall order. In other countries, they do have universities, members of staff who are almost 90% research, 10% teaching, 50% research, 50% teaching, 20% research, 70%, 80% teaching. Specific, when you actually, I got a job there once, they tell you, do you want to apply to an all research university or have all total teaching? Here we have almost all teaching. Three, we don't have very many industries here. I worked with glyphosate for my PhD, 70s, really late. Roundup, which is now in trouble for being carcinogenic, and that support, and Monsanto paid virtually everything. Roundup today is the most selling product which can fund the whole of this country, Kenya, from its proceeds. Amongst my university plus others, that was actually approved at that particular time. Still is now coming back again. I think they're winning cases that it's not carcinogenic. The last one, Madam Chair, is this. We ourselves, universities, let me talk like a typical insider. We don't collaborate. Can we say that University 4, and I think Gudu or somebody tried to, no, it was Romanos, Maudhiambo here, said this. We can't collaborate. We are scattered, and we do have specific universities that were meant for technical, social, etc. And the government came in and really, I don't know what we did somehow. So you really cannot find a typical character. Like when I was in JKU, I actually resisted social science courses until they came late. I said, I'm technical, agriculture, and that time was architecture coming in. Later on, POM-padded, numbers blew up. So we don't want to be talking, hiding slowly. We do know the real problems. Zairu said neatly, no tax incentives. I knew Kirubi once, the late, came to my university. I used to get these guys come talk, Kirubi, Naikuni, Thompson, this man, Joseph of Safaricom, to talk to my final students for jobs. They saw there is a result. If you went today to Safaricom, in fact, quietly, some 60–70% of those guys working there in technology, ICT, are and had been from JKUAT. Even the centers they set up in Tanzania, Rwanda, Uganda. What am I saying? To add on Thairu's statement, we do know, absolutely clear in my mind. If I wrote a book on why we cannot collaborate with industry, it will be a factual, hard-hitting reason. Government, no incentives. Teaching, like high school. PhD finishing, masters, plagiarism. Staff members, moonlighting, part-timing, all over the place. You can't beat it. It's complicated, a complex of systems, ecosystems of confusion that we cannot be able to unravel. Then here you are asking industry, say making pencils or ink or computers to join us. They will ask us, like they says, what do you have for me? Let's answer that ourselves here. Even in collaboration alone, a machine in Moi University, which is there, specific, I can't use it at some point. If I send a student, say from Seuko, can we collaborate and distinguish universities of strictly research, the older ones, 60%, 40, 20, 80, and start from that bit, so that if a lecturer does not do any research, he or she is asked, you came here employed for research. How much have you produced in your research? Failure to which, pack up and go. So Mnavu's, just a minute, Mnavu's statement that research, then teach, makes a lot of sense. You now teach, we teach researches that have been done elsewhere. I thank you, madam. I'm sorry to have been this blunt, but just let's ask ourselves realistic.
Thank you, Prof. I think Dr. Mlubi will answer that one. And then I'll chip in on behalf of JKU since I'm a professor there. I think we have finished. Professor Some, yes, sorry, Professor Some.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair. I really like 5.0, University 5.0. But we are in the higher education area. We are three of us. I came to this conference because it was one of the few that had TVET and university and research together. This is our space. If you look at what other countries are doing, and Romanus actually said, the 7 universities that used to be universities of technology, which is TUK, TUM, TIKUT, Cooperative, Muranga, Masinde Muliro, and SECO, could form a sector in the industry and could go through there. Universities like University of Nairobi, KU, could be what is called in German comprehensive university, because they've been there with all the resources and everything. There are universities like, which was started for technical university. In fact, we envisaged only 5. We already have 2, but they are not real sense technical university. We need to get those. So the 5.0 is research. We should have universities that gear towards research specifically. And research, for example, SECU, the mining, if you look at your charter, there was a very specific area that looked at mining. Extension. What is extension? We should follow the US model, where within the members of staff of a department, there is a staff member who is an extension officer, who actually goes out and gets the extension projects in and takes results out. Innovations and industry. This is where NACOST really needs to work with us very closely. But in Germany, and we were there with Mebo, we visited a professor who was doing research of cities 50 years from today. I remember, if you remember the lady, she was working 30% in a university, 30% in research, and 10% in some other areas. This is the model. We are also so selfish in our universities that we don't allow industry to come and teach you. Last point, M-Pesa is a world phenomenon and Kenya leads. I haven't seen any university person doing any research on M-Pesa.
Narrative, it is if you wish so. No, if you are encouraged and supported and nurtured, you make it happen. So that's one. Second thing that stood out is that as an institution, you are actively required to seek opportunities to transfer this technology and commercialize. So every other day, it's on your performance contract to make sure that happens. And then number 3 is that commercialization is a responsibility of the scientists. In other words, in the way you design your research and the way you thrive as a researcher, it is a requirement for you to do so. That's how you thrive. Human beings got to be pushed here and there so that they make it happen. Anyhow, let me come to Kenya. So in this financial year, we negotiated with the board that will allocate part of the budget to support institutions to set up and strengthen their technology transfer program. So we will be advertising based on the resources that we'll have. We'll provide some support. Number two, we're designing a template. When I say guidelines on commercialization, it includes on how to think through the technology transfer and commercialization program. Number three, the reason why we've set up part of that academy program is capacity building, because we can put up a nice building there, which is a science park, but if you also don't have good capacity that guides it and manages it and ensures that we really get solutions outside, then we've got a problem. So our program on innovation champions is to build capacity to ensure that they can support those commercialization programs. And finally, no, I think I've mentioned everything. Thanks.
Thank you. Now, can we have the sponsors? Starting with Professor Muluvi, then we come to Javan.
So, I think I will start with the question which was raised by Professor Romanos, and also Some talked about it, on the classification of universities. The truth of the matter, all the universities, public universities in Kenya, were chartered as comprehensive universities. General universities, there was no classification as some universities are technical universities and so on. They might be calling themselves, but all the universities were chartered as comprehensive universities. We have proposed, we took a lot of time as vice chancellors for public universities and came up with a comprehensive report on how we can reform the higher education system in this country. We shared with the ministry, and we proposed classification of universities so that we can have technical universities, we can have research universities, we can have the comprehensive university, and there we indicated even the percentage of STEM and the arts in each of the classification, and even the students, how they can be balanced so that we can take care of the STEM. So that proposal is there, and we deliberated on it for a long time, and it's available. But at the moment, all the universities were chartered as comprehensive universities. Number two is setting up technology offices. I think it's not difficult to set up a technology transfer office. I remember as early as 2005 or 2004, a few of us were, when I was still at Kenyatta University, we were taken to do a course at Michigan State University in the US. We came back and we set up technology transfer office. The elephant in the room is what Professor Ngundu is talking about, and Professor Micheka, that any collaboration must be mutual. Collaboration must be mutual. The industry should be seen to benefit from the university, and the universities are benefiting from the industry. And the industry are not going to come to the university when we are not coming up with innovations which can drive this country towards industrialization. They're not going to come. And then when they come, and all the discussions you're going to have with them is about attachment of students, I don't know, employment, transfer, or exchange of staff. They don't see any value into it. And we also need to be honest with ourselves, because all of us, we have a lot of experience on what is happening elsewhere. We need to invest more in science, technology, and innovation than we are doing at the moment. We need to put more money. And what is going to happen, the money must come from somewhere, either from the government or from a donor. And I can give a good example of what was happening with the support of engineering in most of the emerging universities with the support from African Development Bank. And the university will get equipment for engineering more than $1 billion to set up engineering workshops. And you find that university can do anything in engineering. But if you say that the government is going to allocate a university now $1 billion to just for one department, it may take a lot of time. But if you are going to be able to do a lot of innovations, commercialization, and doesn't remain a story, as it is at the moment, a story, there must be a lot of investment in science, technology, and innovation. And then it's catch-22. When the universities start coming up with innovations, the industry will come and they will support the universities, and they will take it up from there. But there must be the initial investment so that we can be able to demonstrate, that we can be able to come up with research which can produce goods and services in this country. But the money must come from somewhere, the startup capital. That's what we are lacking. And everybody is looking, industry are looking at us, we are looking at them, and nobody can do anything. So they cannot put their money when they have not seen universities demonstrate their capability. And the truth of the matter, those who have gone in many countries in Africa, you find that Kenya, we are advantaged because we have well-trained manpower, which you don't find anywhere in this region. Well-trained manpower, except maybe in the south and in the north. But what we lack are the resources to enable this trained manpower to do now what we are discussing today, innovation and then commercialization, so that we can now be able to move this country forward without just importing everything from elsewhere. In terms of credible research, again, the challenge to NACOSTI and the other players is how we can also accredit our research laboratories, so that when we say we have a vaccine for corona, people can trust what we are saying in terms of accreditation, and then our laboratories have a name. They are credible, they have a name. You can say tomorrow you came up with a good product and the people can trust. So the issue of accreditation of some of our laboratories needs to be addressed so that we can be able to attain world recognition in terms of the labs. And that is possible, and I'm sure it is done. And we have an agency which they are also supposed to accredit laboratories in this country. And these two are the issues. Maybe the NACOSTI can follow and show we can do it, so that then the research we do can be able to attract a lot of support. I think that's what I can say for now. There must be public sector investment, and the Professor Kiamba's presentation captured that. He said, if we are going to advance this country in terms of industrialization, we must convince the government, we must convince the parliament to allocate more resources to support science, technology, and innovation. The budget, the current budget, I know the budget for last year for National Research Fund cannot actually make this country industrialize. It cannot. We need a lot more than what we are getting at the moment to be able to move science, technology, innovation to another level, so that then we can be able to compete with the other countries which have invested more in science and technology, like South Africa and the other countries in the north. I think that's what I would say for now.
Okay, thank you, Professor Muluvi. As Javan is preparing, I would like to respond to Professor Micheka, because you said when you are in JKU, you kept off the social, yes, but those ones came in when I was during my time. Yes, I want to explain why. Because, because we were mentoring nearly 16 constituent colleges, and each one of them had to develop courses and go through our Senate. Now you cannot own something and you don't test it. So we tested it, starting from Strathmore. Strathmore came in with BBIT and BCom. So that's how we started. So I think accept, yes, we are doing it, and we have developed capacity for Kenya. Yeah, yes.
Today, I really want to ask all of us a question. We are 71, 72 universities in Kenya today. Public, 30-something, 33 now, 34 others are coming up. University colleges, heavy. If today we said in here today that let any brave vice chancellor here say, yes, I want to be 100% research only funded by Kenya government, ask who will say yes or no. And you still say the VC, even you do research, if you don't do, you get kicked out and out. Or if they say, can you do 50-50? Some of us will sign in 50-50. If research could go 28, many of us will sign. If all of us comes to 90-10, teaching 90, 10 research, all of us will say hallelujah. Right now, we are about 98 teaching, 2 research. Prove me wrong.
I think I can comment.
He has whispered something to me. I'm very sorry. He whispered that there is a new institution or university which will be mainly 100% devoted on research. It is modeled after South Korea. I understand they call it the Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, mainly 100% research.
I think we also need to understand this. People wonder why some universities were said to be universities of science and technology, then they ended up with humanities. And even the question is asking now, if you are to become a university which specializes on research and nothing, let's put KAIS aside and deal with the current university. You need to address the issue of funding money. When as a country, we say that universities will be funded based on the students you have. Now, you have agriculture with the 20 students. You have environment with maybe that. You are going to close the following day. And that's what has happened is universities now also to move and get more students in humanities and social sciences, in MBA, in the master's program, so that they can be able to survive. But unless we address this issue of specialization, maybe technology, because even if you have engineering students, they cannot be many in a class. If you are teaching your sciences, the accrediting bodies may only allow a class of 50. And then you find the so-called DUC does not provide 100% of the support. So you find the university, you can only pay maybe 60% salary, 70% salary, and those are the challenges you have seen in the universities. So this issue of funding the universities and in terms of specialization and the students must be looked critically so that universities can specialize. But without that issue of the funding being taken into account, and then the specialization and the number might be very low, it can be very difficult.
Thank you. Since Professor Mary Ndungu, you are here, University of Kirinyaga, how many programs did you give JKU at? So that Professor Vicheka can know. Living example.
Thank you. We gave you forensic science. We gave you computer engineering. Can you hear me now?
Yes, there are many more. There was something on design.
We gave you fashion design and textile technology. I think in total there were like 15 or so.
Yes, yeah. And JKU also owned them, and we tested them. They were good. They tested good, so we threw them into the mass market, and they were accepted. Yeah, but what you are saying is now going to happen, because I know that Cambridge, I think, is becoming a degree awarding institution. So it can be a research only university. Yeah. So we are on the way, and thank you for the advice. We appreciate it very much. Now we will listen to Javan. Just hold on.
Yes,
Professor Yao has something from the World Bank.
No problem. No, just to add on to that, as somebody who comes from the universities, I just wanted to inform that the current discussion is extremely important. And there are people watching what's happening there outside there, of course, including the World Bank, other partners. And what they're requesting is particularly the high-level panel to make a resolute resolution on this matter, because that will inform the next steps that come up. And I think stakeholders are also aware of the upcoming institutions, and one which was chartered recently, CUE, probably they're watching somewhere. I think the president chartered the National Defense University College. And for the first time, members are aware that the charter allows them to operate under 2 ministries. I also saw that in the press, but that's of great interest to the universities. They'll operate under 2 ministries where they belong, because theirs is unique. In the class, they still maintain that freedom of expression that my good friend Professor Muluvi likes talking about is controlled within that room. They still have the colonels, the ranking, and so forth. And then KAIST is also coming very, very strongly. I think the construction, the president the other day laid a stone, the foundation stone. So it's moving on very fast. For KAIST, having been initiated right from our days at Multimedia, is a special degree awarding institution, going to be very, very unique according to what is on paper. I don't know whether it will succeed, because we also have Pausti at JKUAT. So the fear is that our universities, which have been there and have done fairly well, might end up being forgotten in this whole scenario. And also I would request the leadership of the universities to be strategic, that certain things can be achieved through dialogue, through a lot of several meetings, to be strategic in the approach. Otherwise, you'll find some system moving on, and then our traditional universities, where most of us belong, are left behind. So KAIST is already on the construction stage, going to be highly specialized, going to link up with the industry, and this is a public institution. So I believe the chair of the university's chair and the vice chair needs to have a right to find out what is happening as far as KAIST is concerned. They have a right also to know what has happened with the newly launched National Defense University College, where a lot of funding is going to be invested, mostly on military matters. So even their class, I'm told some of them, I was giving them a lecture the other day at the Defense College, even their classrooms, there will be some classes which are classified. You can't, you are not allowed to know what is going on. And one of the things I liked about them also in terms of commercialization, and it's good Tony is there, is that before you publish anything, it must be vetted. What is of national interest? What affects national security? So there are certain urgent things that need to be done after this conference, because we can come here, sit and disappear, or we can say, what are the next steps? But collaboratively and listening to each other. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So one of the recommendations that is coming up is in Acosta, I think you are going to prepare for a meeting between the universities, technical institutions, and the business caps and the industry, so that now these things can be agreed upon. Yeah. Thank you very much. Now, Javan, it's your turn. Sorry we took a bit of time.
Thank you, Prof. I'll answer mine were only two questions. One was 2% affordability. And of course, we know the situation that probably mostly in our universities, but the best approach and the spirit here is you can do a baseline and sustain where you are. And in fact, like for us, we did the baseline last week, and you'll be shocked because you see, you're looking at the entire expenditure that you'll be spending, in the area of research. So the spirit is you establish where you are, and then that is never cast on stone. You negotiate with NACOST, but I'm very sure even if you are less than 2% still, that will be included. So basically first establish where you are so that progressively you're able to meet the target moving forward. That is the spirit within the 2%. On objectivity, of the PC that was brought up also, our objective is the process. I'll just share a story for last year when we were being evaluated for 2019, 2020. And I remember any institution, including from MB University, University of Nairobi, all the top 10 institutions that you saw in that ranking, actually, they were all physically evaluated. I remember the team that was in multimedia was living specifically for Chuka and Baraka University College to confirm and to ensure that he did what they have been evaluated. The self-assessment that they have done, he did indicate the category that the score category, whether very good, excellent, and all that. And most of the institutions were visited, despite the fact that, of course, there was COVID. But ideally, from a bigger perspective, if you look at PC in itself, and since it was introduced in 2003, it was more institutionalized from 2007. I remember we were part of the first team to be trained in 2007, and under the guidance of Professor Muluvi, who was the DVC administration then. And I remember that if you look at what has happened since then, the regime that was there, and of course the change of regime and all that, probably the goodwill may not be the same, but if you look at the impact in the ground, and a very good example, for example, you can look at two universities that used to be number one and number two, that is Kenyatta University and the University of Nairobi, and look at the impact of it at that particular time. But having said that, just look at the process of PC from after signing and cascading downwards. You're basically implementing your work plans. 60% of the core mandate comes from your own core mandate, which ideally is from the strategic plan, the things that you are supposed to do based with your strategic plan. And if you look at it, if you cascade it downwards, of course, it informs either the 360 or the modified 360 appraisal system, whereby when you appraise your employees, you realize again, the appraisal system will pick from what was committed. From the global perspective, that is the overall PC, cascading downwards up to the individual. And you realize when you appraise them and you look at the appraisal system, basically it captures those aspirations. So ideally, the key thing, number one, is to ensure that it has internal impact, and you measure the internal impact when you are doing it at that lower level, when you are pressing the employees. And again, when you do your own self-assessment, because before you evaluate nationally, you're supposed to do your own self-assessment. And self-assessment goes with documentary evidence. So basically at that level, not even at a government level, at your own individual level, you basically, before even you are being evaluated out there, you already know how you have performed, whether under core mandate or other areas. So basically at that level, then there is a lot of objectivity if you do it the way it's supposed to be done, in the ideal way, whereby you are supposed to do a self-evaluation on your own as an institution, and of course state where you are, and already they have automated the process to do that. So the point is, do you have the necessary documentary evidence to support your performance? And indeed, that's where you answer the question. So the process, if done the way it's supposed to be done, and as I said, even now we have a policy that guides the process, is actually very objective. And if you look keenly, just look at the report of 2019, 2020, probably maybe for where I belong, the public universities, and look at those universities that were ranked at that level, and look at them in terms of capital project, because they even analyzed the core mandate, the capital project, and all that. Universities like Chuka University, universities like Dharaka University, universities like Embu University, look at their structure, the capital project, and all that. So basically, there is already something also you can see in the ground. So basically, if you do it supposed to be done, then there'll be a lot of objectivity, and you attain the intended and planned result. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we clap for the team? Yeah. And thank you for the responses, both here and online. We do appreciate keeping in touch. Now we are going to the next final 1 hour, and I would like to check if the panelists are here. We should have Professor Diogretius Jagani. Are you here? Yeah. We have Professor, the one for Kirdi. Kirdi, we are having Dr. Kenneth Chelule, who is with us. He's the Chief Research Scientist, Kirdi. You come to the front, you come to the front. There are chairs there and there are chairs here. So if you are here, just come to the front. Dr. David Kenneth Chelule, are you here? Yeah? Yes, I will introduce you when you come, sit anywhere here or there. Then we have Engineer Gatitu Njuguna, who is representing Kenya. Yeah. And then we have Geoffrey Monari, UFB. Are you here? Here or online? Yeah. You're online, good. Then Engineer John Tanui Konsa. Okay, not there. Mary Mwiti, COG, is not there. Dr. Jemima Onsare, online. You have been online. I hope you're still online, so we'll assume you are on. Then we have Tony of Kenya. You are here very much here. Yeah. And then John Onyango of Kipi, we have somebody. Kipi. John Onyango, are you here? John, are you online? Yeah, John Onyango is online, thank you. And then we have Engineer Morris Akech, NCA. Engineer, you have been here for the last day. I hope you are here. The first day you are around. Or are you online? You're the one coming, eh? Okay. So I think altogether we have 1, 2, 3. We have 4 people online and 2 physically. So you have 5 minutes each, and the topics that you are going. USB. Okay, UFB will start, but the topics today afternoon is the smart cities, industrial technology parks, and the 5th industrial revolution. Then the second one is technology commercialization and extension. We have intellectual property rights, and Global Innovation Index. The next one is harnessing frontier technologies in response to emerging issues. And the last one is STI funding and investments. So I'm told that UFB was to start. So just introduce yourself and then you start. And you have about 5 minutes starting from now. Are you on?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Carry on.
Thank you, Prof. My name is Geoffrey Monari, the Chief Executive Officer of University Funding Board. I will be very brief, given the 5 minutes. And for me, I'll be discussing the issue of financing of STIs and approach to financing of equitable financing of universities in Kenya. Just a brief of UFB, because we realize that as we operationalize the institution, many people are still not aware of our mandate. And our vision is to be sustainable financing of, to ensure the sustainable financing of universities in Kenya for global competitiveness. That will be the outline of my presentation. I will give a brief of the mandate of UFB, financing of STI in the universities. What is equitable financing? How do we achieve equitable financing? And any other approaches that we are thinking from the perspective of UFB. So the mandate of UFB is number one, to provide funds for sustainable financing of universities in Kenya. Number two is to mobilize funds for the purpose of financing universities from government, donors, and from any source, so that the universities can be sustainable. We also expected to advise the Cabinet Secretary in matters of university education financing, develop a transparent and fair criteria for allocation of funds to universities, establish the maximum differentiated unit costs for the programs offered, establish the minimum discipline differentiated remuneration for academic staff of universities, apportion funds to universities, and exercise any other powers that will be able to ensure the mandate is met. Now, the fund was operationalized in the year 2016, and from that table you can see 2017-2018, the fund was able to fund government sponsored students 263,106. That is on your right, if you look at the table on your right. And that is because COOPS placed 9,151 students. The amount that was allocated during that period was 33,313,405,680. The fund was funding each student an average of 126,616. To save time, I'll move first to the past financial year, that is 2020-2021. We were able to fund 271,446 students in public and private universities. COOPS placed out of that 122,831 for that financial year. And the total amount that we allocated was 41,907,420,216. You can see that has been there has been an increment from the 33 billion when we started allocating funds. The average student loan, however, if you look at 2018-2019, it was 163,560. The following year, it was 178,62. And the last financial year, it went down to 154,386 because of the increased number of students. And these are some of the factors that have contributed towards the universities facing huge cash flow problems. Now, ideally, the DUC, which we use to fund the universities, is supposed to be funded at 80%, so that the household funds 20% using HELB loan or their own income together with the universities. If you look at the financial year 2018-19, the government was only able to support the DUC at 66%, 2019-2020 at 67%, and the last financial year, 53.77% for public universities and 18% for public universities and 18% for private universities where government-sponsored students have been placed. In this financial year, we expect that this financing of 53% will go down to 32% because of the increased number of students who we expect to be admitted because of the increased number of students who got C+ and above. This is because the students who are leaving university, according to our estimates, we are expecting 71,000 students to leave. However, we expect about 140,000 students to be admitted to the universities as government-sponsored students. Therefore, the average, the percentage, because the increment, there is no increment from the government, you can see it has fallen to 32%, which is a huge concern to us. And hence, our push to ensure that we start looking at other sources of financing universities, like resource mobilization, and looking at industry, looking at particular programs where we can be able to work with the universities to ensure that they are sustainable. When I come to the issue of financing of STIs in the universities, in the past 3 years, you can see there the amount that we have specifically funded STIs. The requirement in 2018-2019 was 1.5 billion, and we funded that at 100%. 2019-2020, it was 1.7 billion, which we funded, but it was only at 80%. And this financial year, the past financial year, it was 2020, that is 2020-2021, we funded STI programs at 3 billion, which shows that there's an increment, and this is a deliberate move by government to ensure that the STI programs are funded. We have also realized that the differentiated unit cost has got issues, and one of the key issues to support STIs is it was realized that there are certain aspects that are pertinent to the growth of STI in the university sector, which were neglected initially. Therefore, in the review which we are currently carrying out, the following have been considered: research output grant, promotion of centers of excellence. This grant, the research output grant, is proposed given to universities depending on the number of publications, community outreach, social economic impact. For promotion of centers of excellence, the following are the initiatives intended to be implemented by the universities fund. We are looking at working with the national government, county governments, and other interested parties to ensure that that by achieving the proposals that have been put in place for training and research in specific areas that target socioeconomic issues in the specific counties and national and regional levels, we are able to have centers of excellence so that some universities can be identified as centers of excellence. Another issue is promoting established universities to be research universities. I will not belabor on this. I think Professor Micheka has spoken about this afternoon, and this is in line with the thoughts that we need to think about having research universities that are fully research universities so that they can be able to ensure that they commercialize research. Other proposals to be considered for financing universities, more funds allocated for university education and training should be set aside to support research only.
You have 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Research infrastructure, and especially the research universities, the research universities that I've talked about to facilitate mainstreaming of commercialization of research. We also propose to establish semi-autonomous research vehicles for universities, and this was discussed by Professor Thairu, who is one of our board members, that we need to focus so that when you engage with the industry, you have the time, you have the patience to ensure that you can be able to discuss with them along with those lines that I've highlighted there. Third is commercialization of research and innovation. Finally, let me talk about equitable funding. There have been issues about equitable funding. What is equitable funding? This is committing sufficient resources to educate all students to desired academic levels as preferred to as adequacy. It is a fair distribution of these resources. The fair distribution of these resources is called equity. More specifically, vertical equity occurs when resources are distributed in a way that accounts for the differentiation costs of educating all students regardless of race, ethnicity, disability, socioeconomic status, and geography. While the total number of students of university education spending would be inadequate to meet the system's performance goals, the distribution of these funds should be equitable. And that is what we want to establish and ensure that we do at the universities fund. How will we achieve this? First, we need to establish a data repository which is reliable. Currently, we don't have a data repository for universities which is reliable. We need to diversify sources of income to include research and consultancy and other income generating activities. The other question we are asking ourselves, do we means test grants due to reducing funding? As you can see, the growth is not commensurate to the number of students who are coming into the system. And we all know that all the students getting grants may not require at the same level. For example, my child who may be going to the university may not require that grant similar to a child who has come from a very poor background. So that is a question that I'm posing to the participants. Do we need to means test grants? Fund students for the course duration only. We know there are many students who stay for a longer period than is required. How do we treat those students? How do we ensure that we encourage them to finish on time? How do we ensure that the facilities are available? We are currently reviewing our DUC. And if for those who don't know what the criteria currently involves, it involves and considers teaching staff, supporting infrastructure, student staff ratio, and the scaling factor. What we established that the Universities Fund has played a huge role in incorporating equitable financing through implementation of DUC. The implementation of DUC is based on the following: the funds available, which I've talked about, are not sufficient, the number of students in each program, and the cost of each program. Lastly, as I almost complete, since the implementation of DUC, funding of the university sector has been characterized by transparency, equity, and equitability. However, there are emerging issues that have not been addressed with the current DUC. The Universities Fund has initiated, and we are going to be talking to the public universities and private universities soon, a review of the DUC to incorporate the following variables: focus on national priority programs, unique challenges faced by each university, e.g. the young universities, and many other challenges, existing staff and personnel requirements, funding consideration for special needs students, differentiated unit parameters in terms of salary payments, and lastly, funding of postgraduate courses. There is also another issue which has always been an issue of discussion. We need to establish a criteria to allocate capital development funds, which currently we don't have a criteria, like where they have in South Africa, Nigeria, and Ghana. Other areas of consideration, this is the last slide, madam, is we are considering bringing out and ensuring that we have a performance-based funding approach, developing a more equitable tuition policy focused on financial capability of household while ensuring the neediest students access university education, establish a pooled fund mechanism targeted to specific objectives, support towards students of disabilities, science and technology, STI sector, funding of women in STEM, collaborative public and private partnerships, government to avail funding for TVET and postgraduate students, management of costs by universities, and lastly, establishment of a contingent fund for universities. Thank you. That is my brief presentation.
Thank you. Yeah, so just to stay online and in case there'll be any responses at the end of this. The next one is, do we have MKU? Yeah, Kirdi, introduce yourself and then.
Thank you, Chair. So my name is Ken Chelule. I'm a Chief Research Scientist at Kirby. And this afternoon, I'm here to represent my CEO, Professor David Trigong, who has the engagement at the Institute. And Chair, I thought now that we have you would have more time, but I'll try to run it quickly. I want to start by giving a personal experience before I comment, and I'll talk about commercialization and technology transfer. That's the space in which Kirby operates. Now, over 16 years, I was outside the country doing research in university and in private sector in a commercial entity. Now, the conversation we had earlier is very interesting to me because when you are at the university, you're focused on a number of things. First is, can I get a patent? Will I publish? Commercialization comes towards the end. Now, when I moved, so one time I was at the university, and that was our focus. When we went to the commercial world, the first thing is, can I get a product that will sell and give me revenue, a lot of revenue, to beat the competition? That's the focus. So it doesn't matter whether your idea was original or not. If it cannot sell, it's not worth investing. Okay? And I remember there's a time I was responsible for hunting for ideas at the university. So this is how we are looking. In order to develop a product, there are two ways of doing it. I can fund it 100% and in partnership with the university. And I'll have the benefits, the patent will go to the university. Or I go for a ready-made product that I will buy off from the university. So there's a time we were working with University of Southampton, and they had come up with a fantastic idea, a knee product. So they are trying to understand the movement of the ankle. An ankle has 6 degrees of movement. So the students are very clever, came up with one light for every movement. So when we went to them, we wanted to buy the idea. We took to the nurses and the doctors. And the nurses were very concerned. We cannot have that kind of a product with 6 different types of lights. All I want is red to warn me that things are going wrong, green to mean that the facility is good to use, and amber or orange to tell me be careful. So in the end, we had to modify a very good idea from students to meet what the customer wants. That is how we need to relate with the industry. Time for doing research at the private sector is of essence. In medical, for example, I'm a biomedical engineer. It takes between 3 and 7 years. So 7 years because there is clinical involved. That's why we sometimes would prefer to go to the university and get a ready-made product so that we're in the market quickly before anyone else comes with the same idea. If it's patented, we'll buy. I remember we've been involved in selling one of my patents to such an organization. Coming back home, I know, yes, we agree that the level of commercialization is not as key out there. But I want to ask, if I was to ask each of us in this room, we come from institutions. Some of them are well equipped. How many of us will say, honestly, we utilize our equipment given to us for research and teaching 100%? I can guarantee maybe, if it's at most, maybe 50, 70 maximum. So what do we do with this equipment? We have a program at Kirby that has been running over the years where we allow SMEs who have come to benefit from our technology to use our facilities at a small fee. Okay, so they come and process their product, whether so there are two ways. You can come with your own idea, we mold it, and then we incubate you, then go into common manufacturing, produce, go and sell, come and pay us a fee. Or we train you out of our ideas, you pay for the training and as well as for the use of facility. Instead of facilities lying idle in our institution, is it possible that we use them by supporting SMEs in our facilities? Because sometimes we are waiting for 10,000 to repair the machine so that it can operate. 10,000, we can get it from an SME easily. Okay, so that kind of arrangement is possible. But and the good thing of doing that is that the process of manufacturing by SME will allow the student to learn. Probably there will not be even any need for attachment because they will have gone through this on a daily basis, supporting lecturers, researchers, and students all helping SMEs to understand how to make their product. That to me is an easy approach, and maybe we need to do that. But there is something that Dr. Mwansa mentioned earlier. It's something called Bayh-Dole, which is a law which was established in 1980 by the American government, and it's the act that changed the way America operates. I think it's Patent and Trademark Amendment Act. It made it an obligation that if you receive government money, then you are responsible for doing research. There is commercializing the research output that comes out of it. Because honestly, I've gone out there, I found that there's a problem. I'm solving it. I may not have involved an industry. So it takes a bit of convincing to tell an industry there's a good idea here. Why not commercialize, add value, and sell it at a premium price? And I'm sure we can easily do that, and that become an A&A for us. I hope I still have some few minutes. And then there is also what Professor Shaukat mentioned earlier. As government has invested a lot of resources. Kenya School of Government, for example, is good for building capacity and leadership around general leadership of the organization. But there is no institution that we know of that build engineers, that build scientists on how to grow to become a scientist. There is a niche there. I don't know who will take it, whether it's Kenya, for example, or Nacosti, but I think there's an opportunity there. And I'm sure many of us who are scientists would like to grow as scientists and command. So we can build programs where we come and pay, and it's recognized. When you go for a job interview, you'll be told, have you done this? That could be a way forward. In terms of the partnership, it's something I'm not seeing in this country, and if I've seen, it is normally distant away from our academic environment or research environment. Often you hear out there that there's Frankfurt Motor Show. There is Association of Academy of Surgery, where you go and see the latest technology. You get a match between academics and the industry, and industries are showcasing their best. Okay, it's very rare to see that in this country. I don't know how can we excite the private sector, especially homegrown, because we can understand that the FDIs will have done the R&D out there, so it may not be immediately relevant to us. How can we have the likes of Safaricom, the likes of Equity, come and showcase during our conferences their best technologies that could have been done in partnership with our institutions? Similarly, when it comes to FDI, to take care of the FDI, we often receive technologies. 1 year down the line, the machines are broken down, and we've experienced this. I spend a good 20, 30% every week of my time in the industry. The machine is not working. Why? Because we invested a lot of money, we went to some country, brought it, we didn't understand well, there was no proper training done. Is there a way in which the technologies coming into this country can be registered in order to determine whether there's capacity, and if there is no, we work with institutions to build capacity towards the same, so that we don't become victims of emerging technologies. We buy technologies, they don't work within a short time, and we've invested a lot of billions. I think to me, those are the areas that as higher institutions of learning and research, we need to address. But by and large, where I see this country, we are very good in research. What we've not been good is commercialization. And that to me is of essence. That's why I welcome the idea of the World Bank. We need to find a way of how do we commercialize, what are the routes. A template is good, and I think it's the right way to go. And I think Kenya can provide leadership together with Macosti in that front. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can we clap for him? Yeah, thank you, Kirdi. Now we have Mary, you are not there. Jemima Ansare, are you online? I saw Jemima online. Jemima,
Yes, I am.
Yeah, it's your turn. Yeah, 5 or
right.
10 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, just a moment as I share my presentation.
As she comes on, I think they are giving us very good ideas, isn't it, as a way forward. Yeah, so we thank you for the things that you have given us. And I think Secretariat is picking them up. Yeah. Yes, Jemima?
Yes, I hope my presentation has projected on your end. Has it?
Yes, we can see it. Go ahead. And you have
Okay.
less than 10 minutes.
All right. Well, thank you, Prof. and participants. I think mine, I will speak about the STI funding and investment in the context of what NRF is doing. Allow me to skip some of the slides, which I think have been highlighted since the beginning of the conference. Now, with the slide before you, it indicates the budget that NRF has received from Exchequer since inception, that is 2016-2017 financial year till date. And the issue of raising the research funding to the tune of 2% GDP is expected to come from various sources, as indicated there. And part of what we have received, we've managed to mobilize about 380 million from our development partners through partnerships of mutual basis. And sorry, slide before you shows how the fund has been receiving Exchequer since inception. In the first year in office, we received, we had a budget of 3 billion, but we ended up getting 440 million, followed by 2017-2018 financial year. We got a budget of 1.6 billion. The following year, it was 1.8 billion. And the subsequent years, you can see how the budget has reduced and where we are for the last 2 financial years. It's at 223 million Kenyan shillings. And as Professor Muluvi highlighted, actually this is, it's not adequate for any serious work if we want research to transform the country. So based on our core mandate of resource mobilization, as well as the promotion of research through funding and capacity building, we have supported a number of programs and research capacity development. We have supported the postgraduate studies. As you can see here, in 2016-2017 financial year, we supported 218 PhD scholars, as well as 185 master's program. That was during the first call. Then the following financial year, 17-18, we launched the second call. And this call took a bit of time to process, basically because we had incurred a huge pending bill out of the initial year of 2016-2017 financial year. And therefore, much of the funds that we received during this financial year went into clearing of the pending bills, and those were the projects which were won during the first call. And therefore, the call that was made during this financial year, we ended up funding 172 projects. And I think these projects were funded during 2019-2020 financial year. The reason being that because we had a lot of commitments, pending commitments, we were not able to facilitate these projects during this particular year or even the following particular year. the following financial year. Now, under the research programs, the national programs, as indicated there, these are the research programs which are addressing the national priority areas as identified by the National Commission for Science and Technology. The first call, multidisciplinary, we had 158 projects and the budget is as indicated. Second call, we had 58 projects awarded, and it's highlighted differently. Or the roles of the programs which are highlighted differently, actually there are issues here because we are still having some pending bills, as you will see in my subsequent slides. So the second call of 58 projects, these projects we are still having 50% of the projects still pending because of the financial constraints, and also partly due to coronavirus or the corona pandemic, sorry. Given that when we were ready to facilitate these programs, there were those restrictions which were in place, and therefore we were not able to facilitate the entire program, but we ended up selecting a few projects, or 50% of the projects which were implementable with the prevailing situation. So under the research—
Jemima, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll try to rush. Under the research infrastructure, we funded the 20 institutions to establish various research centers. And of course, there are national research centers that are accessible by all researchers. And the various programs, we have the innovations grants to a tune of about 121 million Kenyan shillings, conference as indicated, various bilateral programs as indicated there, and including the FACET program that I think has been mentioned by different presenters during this particular conference, to a tune of about 207 million. So cumulatively, we have invested 5.8 in research. For the research infrastructure, these are the various institutions that benefited from this particular program. And we have various equipments available now for our researchers to do their work without any struggle, maybe outsourcing services the way it has been. We will share the information on what kind of equipment are available in these institutions for ease of access to our researchers. Now, the slide before you shows on the response by various disciplines, whereby we are having agriculture being the most research proposals we received, followed by health and then environmental studies. And the rest is shown there. Likewise, for the second call under the Big Four agenda, still the trend is the same. Food security, we got the highest number of proposals, as well as health, and the rest is as indicated. Now, this is with regard to the strategic goals we launched last year, and we have the consortia as indicated. Under COVID-19 research, we have 4 consortia that are expected to address the various issues as indicated. Research consortia, we have about 6 as indicated, as well as the low-cost consortia that are expected to kick off as soon as we are able to facilitate these programs. So with the current status, I think the funding level is not adequate for our researchers to do any meaningful work, and therefore there is need for increased and consistent funding as one of the recommendations that would come out of this forum, and it has already highlighted by various presenters. And of course, as we have seen, there is need for other interventions such as mentorship programs, so as to uplift some of our the areas that are not doing well. Of course, for the programs that have been facilitated, we intend now to embark on identifying the viable projects that need to move to the next level. And of course, this will have to be done in collaboration with the Kenya National Innovation Agency, which is in charge of a translational role. I think that is what I have to say. Thank you, and over to you.
Thank you. Can we clap for her? Yeah. Yeah, it is worrying that even NRF, the funding is going down. So these are the issues that need to go into recommendations for the funding really so that we can get the 2% of the GDP that is that was recommended. So thank you, Jemima. The next one is Dr. Tony.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'll probably start by answering 2 points of Dr. Chelule, the challenge that you've given to the STI sector. The first one is around the capacity building issue. As Kenya National Innovation Agency, we've clearly identified the gap around building capacity on innovation matters. That starts from innovation leadership, commercialization, incubation, setup and management, and so on and so forth. So that we've set up what we're calling Kenya Innovation Academy, and that's operational now. We've rolled out some courses and trained a few people already, and that journey continues. The second one is what I'm calling the Kenya Innovation Week, because you know, there's this challenge about private sector coming. Look, I am so persuaded out of my past experiences that private sector is not going to come. It is us to go. And we've created a forum that we're calling Kenya Innovation Week. And I invite you, as you walk outside, you pick this flyer, a concept note of about 14, 15 pages that tries to articulate what and how and why, and get to appreciate the logic. And this is where already this morning I was discussing with potentially getting the CEO of Safaricom, you know, KCB, and then being part of the Kenya Innovation Week, not as just keynote speakers, but also having the institutions to showcase. And that way we find a common ground between the two sides. Let me just talk a little bit in the context of this session around the fourth. I think Professor Oyawa talks a lot about fifth industrial revolution. We haven't gone too far with fourth in the first place. So let me just go to fourth. So I tried to do a little bit of analysis around the fourth, and we've been doing this kind of work for some time. These are the skills that we see in the fourth industrial revolution, skills, and more so the soft side of things: problem solving, critical thinking, creativity, emotional intelligence, cognitive flexibility, service orientation, and so on and so forth. Then when I look at these skills and I study the CBC model, I figured out as a country, we've gotten a foundation around to build on the fourth industrial revolution skills. Then you look at the fourth industrial revolution technologies, and this is where you talk about robotics, autonomous robotics, augmented reality, cloud computing, cybersecurity issues, Internet of Things, big data, and so on and so forth. Private sector seems to drive quite a bit this narrative. I don't know how well we are doing as a sector of academia and so on and so forth in growing these competencies. But at least by building more relationship with private sector, we have an opportunity to strengthen our STI into the future. And this is part of why we are building the narrative of Kenya Innovation Week, because then we create a platform that allows and enables everyone to be part and parcel of it. The only challenge I have, especially for TVET and the universities and research centers, is around the preparation for CBC and how well we are aligned, you know, to meet that demand, because it's not going to be long, it's a few years down the road. In the Kenya Innovation Week, we've got a track around skills. And this is where we look to bring together stakeholders, KICD, vice chancellors, you know, academic researchers and leaders to try and begin to converge that. Unless we lead that process, it's not going to happen just by accident. I really like Professor Mluvi's presentation. You see, to me, this is like going to be my greatest ally from Kenya. When we raise the narrative of research, teaching, industrialization, community, and innovation, the Education 5.0, then it becomes deliberate in our institutions to make this particular effort of commercialization and innovation. So I really look forward to working a lot more closely. Finally, I'll talk about this Kenya Innovation Week again from 3 perspectives. So for us, we want to position it as a mainstream Kenya's innovation forum. All right. And this is where international audience becomes comfortable. So you must design the program to attract this. We've started engaging with a number of partners, World Bank, the UN agencies, and so forth. And in order to do that, we've identified 4 tracks that we want to pursue. The first track is around skills. So if I equip people's skills, and we start all the way from the competence-based curriculum all the way to the institutional leadership at higher level, skills. The second is tools. And this is where 4th industrial, 5th industrial revolutions begin to emerge. That I give you tools you need after you have the skills or along the way, right? So you get the tools. The third bit you need is the how, the commercialization. So I can convert my ideas, my researches, and so forth using certain set of tools. And this is the methodology of conversion. And ultimately, on the 4th side of it is you have startups, joint ventures, spin-offs, and so on and so forth. So I invite you to look at the concept, and you'll find a website called Kenya Innovation Week. And the roadmap that we've had a discussion with the CS and the PS is to position this on an annual basis for the next 5 years, measuring the progresses that we are making on each of them, and figure out, we are even looking for economists to help us assess and quantify what's the value of the efforts that we're putting in place and how transformative are they. And I invite all of you to participate. Thank you.
Thank you. You finished in good time. Can we clap for him? Yeah. Now we still have 2 more presentations. Do we have John Onyango of Kipi? Are you online? I saw John Onyango.
Yes.
John Onyango, can you hear us?
I'm online.
Yes,
I can hear you.
It's your time. You have 7 minutes.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon on behalf of everybody.
Thank you. I'm John Onyango. I'm the acting managing director, Kenya Industrial Property Institute, which is a state corporation under the Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development. Let me also add my voice to congratulate the organizers of this conference for the timeliness and the discussions going on that will really go a long way in terms of moving the development agenda of Kenya forward. The topic, STI governance and mainstreaming, infusion in national development agenda in a disrupted world. I'm happy that we have come to the realization that we need a science and technology-led development in Kenya. We have pursued different development strategies over the years when we achieved independence. Agriculture as a strategy of development, the balanced strategy of development that combines agriculture and industrialization, import substitution as a strategy of development, and export promotion, but we have not made enormous strides. And I think we have realized that the way to make a great leap forward is to embrace a knowledge economy. A knowledge economy that is going to drive all the various facets of the Kenyan economy. And what do we need to ensure that this knowledge economy gets root? One, various speakers have talked about this. We have to look at the education and training system of the country so that we can be able to embed and embrace this knowledge economy and the requirements in terms of the pillars. It will require an information infrastructure because we are moving from just production to continual innovation, where technology will be the driver or enabler of every activity we are doing, whether in health, whether in agribusiness, whether in transport. So we will need an information communication technology infrastructure. We are talking about the STI governance. So we'll need an institutional framework with clear governance structures, regulations, and policy framework that can provide for collaboration within various government agencies for us to move forward. And we need the right innovation ecosystem. This is the ecosystem where we have universities playing their role, research institutes playing their role, private sector, private institutions, financiers, and various other government agencies. The mandate of Kenya Industrial Property Institute is to promote inventive and innovative activities, facilitate the acquisition of technology in the fields of patents, utility models, industrial designs, and trademarks. This is how we come in handy in terms of mainstreaming the role of science, technology, and innovation. Because without this, we are not going to come up with new products, new services, and new methods of production. KIPI has a facilitation role in the realization of Big Four agenda, on the realization of Vision 2030, as well as Africa Agenda 2063, which places emphasis on the role of science, technology, and innovation. Let me just step a little back to share with you the branches of intellectual property rights, which broadly are three. One is the industrial property right. And industrial property right is where we deal with the patents, we deal with industrial designs, utility models, and trademarks. Then we have another branch of intellectual property right called copyrights and related rights, which deals with the artistic and literary arts. Then we have the third branch, which now deals with plant breeders' rights. This is also known as plant variety rights. There are rights granted to the breeder of a new plant variety, and it gives the breeder the exclusive control for a number of years over the propagating material, which can be a seed, cuttings, tissue culture, and harvested material, which includes fruit, foliage, cut flowers, among others.
Onyango, you have 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes, Onyango.
I'm going to rush and I have just a few areas to cover. So in terms of the development challenges facing Kenya, this is where now STI will have to play a prominent role. We have development challenges, and that is where our research priorities must come in handy and right. The population need affordable products, goods or services. We need the availability of these products for the population. We need to improve the living standards of the Kenyan people in terms of the life expectancy. We need to increase the low capita income of the Kenyans. We need to create jobs and employment. We need to deal with the challenges of urbanization. We need more startups, MSMEs, and sustained growth of the MSME sector. We need to increase innovations and the number of entrepreneurs. So we have to align, as STI, align our research and innovation priorities to encourage innovations with industrial applicability in areas of agriculture, in areas of fishing, in areas of health, in areas of manufacturing, financial innovations, construction, mining, so that we can be able to deal with the challenges that are facing this country. And I think various speakers have talked about this. How do we align STI and mainstream STI in terms of dealing with these problems that are afflicting our society? Last but not least, on the importance of protection of intellectual property rights. Kenya has really talked about innovation, commercialization, but it is important that when we come up with new innovations, new research findings that can address these problems we have talked about, then we need to seek protection from Kenya Industrial Property Institute or Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Service or Kenya Copyrights Board, so that you are the registered owner. We need to prevent imitation of copying of these innovations, and this can only happen when you have gained this protection. This sends a signal to the market about innovation, that there's a new innovation in the market. It also assists us to avoid wasteful investments in research and development by consulting various patent databases. It helps companies to increase market share as a result of new products, and also to get protection in overseas markets. It enables companies also to access new financing opportunities through investment.
John, you have exceeded 1 minute. You are in.
And finally, last but not least, creativity of the mind, whether through research and development, is an intangible asset that really improves the valuation of companies. So with those few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, it is important that we move from talk to action. Some of our neighbors have been saying we are good in talking, and they have nicknamed us NATO. That is no action but talking. We now need to move to action. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we clap for him as we move into action? We stop just talking, and I hope, Kipi, you pick up the patenting issues and commercialization issues that we have been talking about. Thank you very much. Now we have one more person has joined online. I think is Engineer John Tanui from Konza. Engineer, are you on? Can you hear us? Engineer Tanui?
Good afternoon. My name is Josephine Dambuki on behalf of Engineer John Tanui.
Yes.
And yes, from Konza Technopolis. First of all, allow me to say—
You have 7 minutes. You have 7 minutes, Josephine. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. So first of all, to say this is a timely conversation. And before I say that, I received greetings from our CEO, Engineer John Tanui, very passionate about the topic that we are discussing today, and actually quite happy to see our partner in development, Tony, Dr. Tony from Kenya. So we will be making just short remarks in terms of the issues that we are discussing in this deck, and particularly the need and the role of commercialization, support to IP and innovators from Kenya. Now, at Konza Technopolis, we are developing a smart city and an area of innovation. Our objective is to contribute to the knowledge economy by providing really a destination where research can be realized and can be commercialized based on really leveraging the facilities that we are developing at Konza Technopolis. And at this point, we are beginning to start seeing the initial fruits of our innovation ecosystem and innovation engagement efforts with a number of startups that are promising and starting to build their innovation and translating to commercial viable ventures. And so for us, we are saying that it's important that the industry comes together. And this is a conversation we've had even with NACOSTI, the need for cross multi-sectoral programming and support to develop really this opportunity that is ahead of us. We all know that Kenya has created a name for itself already in terms of our innovators and the output that we are getting out of that. But we see the possibility for us to even move this title even further and to move towards the top 50, as we call it, in the Global Innovation Index. And so what do we see? We're seeing that number one, we have to create a vibrant community. So our Kenyan ecosystem has grown over time. The last 10 years have been phenomenal. And we are seeing an evolving and a slowly maturing innovator ecosystem that is spread across the country. And for us, the government, we have to come in and support How do we bring all these players together in a very organized framework that allows us to pick some of these ideas as they develop from as far as the 47th county of this country, or even county number 123, wherever it is. And so we're saying it's important that we form a very strong collaborative ecosystem. We're also seeing that our government agencies will need to work together. And that is something that we are seeing needs to happen faster. Yes, we have been collaborating, but there is room for more integration in terms of how we are working together. I'm just saying, for example, we have one startup that is developing drones, and they really want to pilot their drone solutions for medical usage. Now, this startup needs to produce. So they need access to labs and quality material so that their drones actually meet the international standards and can compete at an international level. So how do we link them up to the right entity within government so that they can access the machinery that they need to actually be able to develop and achieve their vision? The other thing is we are seeing a need for an innovators fund. So as we incubate, as we accelerate, are we investing, and how do we start investing in a coordinated manner so that our innovators can find the resources they need to scale and grow from home? Yeah, we have become a very ripe place where, of course, the most promising normally get very good round of grants. Almost every month now we are seeing some seed funding, some very decent seed funding coming in to support some innovation from Kenya. And we believe that really we can invest in these startups ourselves and put in place measures or models that can allow us as a country to unlock the opportunity that is coming from such innovators. And so for us, we're saying that if we come together, create this vibrant innovation ecosystem, provide the support, market linkages, plus licensing and patents in a place that we can actually even measure. The platform, we have the data center at Kwanza Technopolis, we are putting up research labs, and this will be resources that will be needed by our innovators, our creatives to really unlock their innovation, and also connecting our professionals. Are we leveraging the business community? You know, the people who have created M-Pesa and are really breaking the boundaries. How can we use those minds to support the new startups that we are developing, and even the research from the very rich academia, both locally, even in the diaspora? How are we tapping into those mindsets?
You have 2 minutes.
Growth. And so as I close, I say, yes, at Kwanza, we are excited by the possibilities, and we are grateful for the momentum that we are seeing happening. We also want to commend NACOSTI for the cross-cutting KPI on science, technology, and innovation mainstreaming. And we believe that these efforts are really going to help the country as a whole to move our innovation ecosystem and even programming to the next level. And with those remarks, I want to say thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we clap for Konza? Yeah, thank you, and thank you for the recommendations you have also made. We are going to pick them up. Stay online in case there are any questions. We have, okay, I think, one more presentation. Do we have Engineer Peter Mundinia? Kenha? Yeah, not there and not online, so we move on. Do we have Maurice Akech, NCA? Yeah, also not there. So it means that we have wound up our panelists. Can we thank the panelists as we look for responses? Can you clap for all of them? Okay, now can we have the questions or marks? Yeah, starting from, yes, there is a question there. Any others so that we can know who is the next one?
Yeah.
Yes, there is one with already with the mic. Can we start with the one with the mic already?
Yes. My question goes to National Research Fund. When you look at funding for TVET students, it is very predictable. A student is funded at 56,000 26 as a loan on grant from HELB. Then there is a 30,000 the institution receives as capitation. And therefore, what changes is the number of the students to be funded, but the rate is constant, 56,000. Now, when you go to university students, the number of the students continues increasing and the amount of money either decreases. Why can't you do like TVET? So that it's clear that you fund a student, say 150,000. This is the budget you have. Then you say, you divide by the number, then you can know the students you can support. Because you cannot talk of a formula which keeps on decreasing depending on the number of the students to be funded. You are now at 52, you have gone to 32. So next year you go to 20, and eventually we end up at 10. That may not be sustainable financing of the universities. I will urge you, you borrow from Directorate of TVET, fixed the amount of money per student, and then fund the number depending on the budget you have. Then the balance which remains will come to us, and then they will pay money, and then the university will remain afloat. Because that seems to be the problem we are facing at the moment.
Thank you. The next one. Yes.
Dr. Evans Amkoy from
Tell
Kemri.
us your name as you respond.
Dr. Evans Amkoy from Kemri. I just wanted to say about the speed at which we can actually get those products from academia. I know we have been having only, we have the 5 Ps, concentrating on only the 2. That is the publications and probably presentations. The others, it is now, and probably a route in which you can go to the one called product, policies, and practice. Now, if you come and look at in our place, what you have done now in Cambridge, we have now started concentrating on those areas. For example, like policies now, almost every week we give the government, and then the product. Now, which I think during the COVID, we now have almost about 3 or 4 of them that have come out. But now, if you look at innovation, most people have been putting things like think that is invention instead of innovation. So the innovation, there are 2 ways: the academia way, which we think about it, we actually read and put a gap, and we write it. I mean, we develop it, and of course it dies, most of it. And then there's one where you can actually go to the market, get the gaps in the market, and that's what we want to do now. Get the gaps in the market, come and tell the scientists, they go and do some research there and come up with the information. That one, it can be utilized very, very quickly. And then the last one, which you are talking about, the technical transfer, where it's already being produced elsewhere, you just come and adopt it or adapt it for this particular area there. And funding, just the last one, the funding, we cannot overemphasize on funding. We got some money from government of Kenya, only about 158, out of about 4.9 billion shillings. And that 158 is one that has done all that work, including gene sequencing, including all the work that has been done there. The VTM, the viral transport media, and in the next few weeks, you're bringing the primers for COVID-19. So we'll not need to do it. So what I think is that the government, if just increased it, even equaled what you're getting from outside, there'll be a lot of innovation coming from this country. And the equipment that we have in all the institutions, including Kenya, including Cambridge. Cambridge is a government institution. I don't think we're using even for 50%. Nobody's saying using 70%. 10% is too high. I don't even think we're reaching 50%. So the place should be utilized for any university person or any other Kenyan who wants to come and work there. What you just need to do is put a roadmap, a policy and a processes in which you can come and utilize the equipment that are within an institution. I submit.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I hope universities you have had get MOUs and partnerships with Cambridge.
Yeah.
Thank you. We can.
Thank you.
After that, we come down to Professor Munavu, who
Yeah.
has a microphone.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is Vice Chancellor, University of Eastern Africa, Baraton, and also representing the private universities. Chair, I'm actually the Vice Chair, but I'm now representing the Chairman. I would like to emphasize on what Professor Muluvi has said regarding the funding. Really, it is a big issue as far as universities are concerned. This is a very serious situation that we're having. And I wish to emphasize that many government officers, they don't know the sufferings that we are going through. And
you can imagine there are many students who are studying in the university actually without being funded. That means actually the institutions are struggling to fund those students. And the model that the TVET model as presented by Professor Muluvi is very, very important. And we wish that such a model be adopted at the university. You know, when an institution knows the funding model, that is, the students are coming to the university and they're going to be funded by students, per student, then each institution will be able to predict what they can do. But at the moment, there is no one who can predict even how to survive or to maintain the university to run. So I plead with the leaders here, the presentations that have been given, at least let us review the funding model as presented by Professor Muluvi. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Professor Munavu.
I would like to raise 2 points, maybe in forms of I think we have heard from the university's funding board about the challenges they face. We have also seen, very sadly, how the funding to NRF, that's funding for research, has been going down. The question is this: how do we move forward? And we need to come up with ways of how do we really confront these challenges we face. When people are making decisions, then those decisions are based on the policies that exist. And that is why I think in the morning we had somebody who talked about we as researchers should not only engage with the funding agencies, but we should also engage with the policy-making agencies. And what we may wish to think about at the university level and research level is a proposal that came from the the university's funding board, which said, establish, did you call it a contingent fund or whatever it is, a special fund for universities. My proposal is this: I think moving forward, Nakosti and a few other teams need to develop a way in which they should engage with the policy makers so that they can persuade the policy makers that there is a need for these institutions to be funded and to be fully funded. Normally, for example, I'll give you an example. There are a few counties that are supposed to be very backward and very poor, and they are normally given a very small percent of our national wealth, 0.5%, not of the GDP, but of the budget, the national budget. That comes to about 6 billion, 8 billion. Now, that is money that nobody can touch. It is specifically for that purpose. If Nakosti and a few other individuals could get together and engage 1 or 2 entities in government, including Treasury, and ensure that a policy is implemented through an act of parliament, and this can be done very easily, and it simply says, research, higher education, universities, very critical for socio-economic development, very important for this, very important for this, and therefore give them 0.7% of our budget. That will come to 8 billion. And you call it a conditional grant. In other words, if that money goes to the universities, you can't use it for anything else. It is conditionally given for research. And then you can give it a time frame. And if they go and they pass it through parliament, and this can be done very easily, then it will be operational for 10 to 15 years. So I am really suggesting that let us now begin to think outside the box. Let's engage with stakeholders, yes, but let's also ask ourselves, how can we deal with the policymakers. The second thing about policymakers is we haven't talked about incentivizing. How do we incentivize, industry, private sector to actually invest in research? We need to come up with a formula. And we say, if you give 10 million for research, and it is clearly for research, then we are going to look at your taxation, and then we are going to reduce your tax by this much, and so on. These things are there. These things we need to exploit. Let us please engage the policymakers in the US, in UK, everywhere in most developed countries, including even in Korea. The policymakers are the most critical. In Korea, the KAIST in Korea, you don't go through this process of hiring somebody and you're asking them their publications. No. If the head of state is told that Micheka has developed something to get rid of weed, then it is the head of state who talks to Micheka and says, come on board. That is a fact. So we need to begin now to rethink how we are going to move forward. And this is doable. The final one is with Kenya, and don't feel bad, let us just engage. When we do research, and I have done a lot of research the last 50 years, sometimes you are thinking not necessarily of producing products that are usable, but you are trying to create new knowledge. Now it is others to look at this new knowledge that has been generated, and then we say, how do we use this new knowledge? So can we also revisit that? Because we have a lot of research institutes, Prof, but all of them are tied to certain sectors. We need to begin to think of a research outfit that is tied to knowledge. And in other countries, they simply call it the Institute for Basic or Fundamental Research. You create new formulas, you create new theories, you do this. It is others, the industrialists, who come and say, wow, this new knowledge, how can we utilize it? Thank you very much, Madam.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Munavu. I think we have one more, then we go online. I can see some people online. There was, yeah, I think let's do those two, then we close that session, and then we come online. Only to make your responses short and brief.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will make it very brief because what I learned has been expounded on by Professor Muruvi, the VC Marathon, and also Professor Munavu. Mine is to the University Funding Board. And what I would want to say is the University Funding Board is supposed to ensure that universities are funded sustainably, in a sustainable manner. And I'm sure they are struggling as the universities are also struggling. And what I would advise is, can we discuss? Because we are not talking to one another. I know we have a new CEO recently who has just addressed us, but I think now he has already known how to wear the ropes. So can he engage us, the vice chancellors in these universities, so that we develop a common front and a way forward together. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that's another recommendation. The final one in the audience. Yeah.
Okay. Good evening.
Good evening.
Okay, my name is Christopher Hawaya from National Construction Authority. Okay, mine is just been a concern in the issue of the state of the universities, the funding, the challenges, the hostel accommodation where these students are staying and coming to study, do research. So mine is just straightforward on the funding. Are we ready to explore lotteries like in the USA? Okay, second one is also the other efforts by other agencies, the CDF funding students. Maybe, I don't know, is it the UFB will probably consolidate all such efforts because they are geared towards enabling students to study, do research.
Okay, thank you. I think Margaret, you had something? Yeah, give Margaret is the final one.
Thank you, Chair. I think most of the Vice Chancellors have already spoken on the need for an equitable funding formula for universities. When I looked at the university funding boards, I saw unique challenges like for small universities, and I was saying the big universities have not spoken. So when you say ETC, it's like there is an opportunity for us to look at the history of university education and see what the larger universities have done to contribute to how the university education is, and the challenges where if you are funding a large university using just one formula, even the country knows that there are so many other factors that you need to do for resource allocation and distribution formula that must look at the older universities also. That, for example, where I come from, the University of Nairobi, where we have maybe over 50% of the professors in Kenya as of maybe 1 or so years ago. And so when you use only the number of students, a student that goes to a smaller university will definitely be very comfortable. But for us who have carried the flag, so to say, for academia for this country, as a national asset, there has to be an equitable way so that then you continue to nurture that knowledge, those skills, those innovations. Because right now, if you are funding only about maybe 48% of the payroll only, and then you expect these large universities over 11 billion to raise that money internally when there is no other source of income. We are still working on how we can fund maybe what we are calling alternative revenue streams, intangible assets, and so forth. Then you realize that you are actually trying to milk a cow that's already dry. We value innovations, technology, and even university-led extension. But where we are now, I think the government has to pronounce itself on what it wants to get out of the universities, because I think we have a very healthy ecosystem. And so that we are not like one marketplace where we are like the mountain where, like those days of old, where we are talking, the Tower of Babel, everybody wants to do something on their own, but we don't have a common vision on how this higher education can survive, be healthy, and be productive, be innovative, be commercialized, and then be newly industrialized. So I'm not talking about the Book of Lamentation, but I'm saying this is an opportunity for us to come together as a think tanks for this country and put aside selfish interests and say, should we even prune the university sector so that we are fewer, but we are more effective? Because the way we are scattering ourselves, I'm sorry, from where I said, this is my personal view, has nothing to do with the University of Nairobi. We shall be so spread that we are everywhere, but not effective. Guys, if we don't put our act together, nobody's going to organize us. We have to organize ourselves and ensure that we are lean, mean, few, and effective. Otherwise, the way we are going to scatter all the resources for this country. And our motherland is also suffering. It doesn't have the money. So when you look at it, the poverty indicators are going down. And so if we don't look outside the box and we continue to talk to ourselves, think that we are strengthening everywhere. We are in Kenya, we are in Nakosti, we are in UE, QA, we are in everywhere. And yet our common man is suffering. So it reaches a stage where when I hear so many other universities are coming, I'm thinking, where are we going as a country? And so for me, my cry is that we don't become the Tower of Babel. We go out of here with a workable formula where we can be sustainable and then now be productive, because going to the innovation and entrepreneurial universities, that is the way to go, but we cannot go there when we are so dry. That's why we see many of us are just watching and thinking, I'm so motivated, but what am I going to do tomorrow? The other thing I didn't want to forget is that we have SRC. We go and negotiate for CBS. Nobody funds those CBS. You're supposed to think as a university how you to deal with it. So the funding board is there, look only at the number of students. We have our beautiful CBS, nobody is funding. And then they expect you as manager to raise all the billions. And this is the national issue. So the country the policymakers who are absent here, maybe there are very few, must pronounce themselves on how they can resuscitate the higher education sector that, in my opinion, is suffering, but still committed and energetic enough to move the agenda for the country to the next level. Thank you, and sorry I took a bit long.
Thank you, Margaret. We hope to come at the end of this meeting tomorrow to come up with a 10-point recommendation plan. Yeah, so thank you. There we have online. We have my VC is online, the Professor Victoria Ngumi. Yeah,
Yes.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you clearly, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to also comment. I really want to thank everybody for their good, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear, go on.
Okay, for the very good contribution. I want to refer my comment to the presenter for UFB, University Funding Board. I know Professor Muluvi, Professor Mugendi, VC Baraton, and my sister from University of Nairobi have all commented on funding. And so I won't dwell on it too much. I just wanted to just mention that it's true, universities are suffering. The big universities are really suffering in a very big way. The funding we receive, especially for a university like ours, which is a science and technology university, is really not enough. And this funding is to train our students, the students who we are training to come and do their masters, do their PhDs, and join the research force. So we are not able to train them well enough because we don't have enough funding. And I was just wondering with one of my colleagues, do they look at the number of students that we get as a university and equate it to the funding? And the reason why I'm asking this is because like Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology has been a preferred university for a long time. We get very many students. But when we look at the kind of funding we receive from the University Funding Board, it doesn't seem to equate. And this is a problem for us. So you can imagine, as I was listening to the very good presentation on UFB, I was excited that they are thinking of funding research, but I was also worried because I'm saying, if the 2% is coming from what I'm supposed to get to run my programs in Jomo Kenyatta University, then this is a disaster. I think they need to look for more funding to fund the universities so that we train well. And then they also look for more funding to fund the research. And I rest my case, Madam, my former VC. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Ngumi. I think we can clap for our responses because the engagement has been great. Yeah, thank you for everyone being alert. And now we'll just give the presenters the final.
Can I make a comment?
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Hey.
Make it brief.
Very brief. Very brief. You allow me to stand, Chair. My name is Professor Joseph Chacha, Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Partnerships, Research and Innovations, Maseno University, representing my Vice Chancellor, Professor Julius Nyabundi. I'm saying my full name because I'm not Chacha Nyaguti, the one who paid your fees. No, this is another Chacha, but we come from the same county. Madam Chair, I've been very quiet here. I've listened to these wonderful presentations. They're real worth it, coming from academia, coming from professors, and other, other learned colleagues from other institutions. I've always had one worry, and I want to put it before my colleagues, that we, the academia, especially from the university, well, we have been looked down upon or been sidelined. Why? Professor Some, if you went to the market, and if you pass through somewhere in your town is which one? LD. Say this, Professor Some, the principal of a nearby national high school passes, everybody want to say hi to him or her. If an MCA passes, everyone want to say hi to him or her. But just have a vice, the vice chancellor, surely, why? Maybe
Maybe we are shy. Maybe we don't push our cases. Academicians are usually shy. Even inside here, a vice chancellor stands up and say, I'm John or I'm Joseph from a certain university. What is wrong with you telling us that you are the vice chancellor of that university? With a light touch. With a light touch. Also, why are we not recognized as professors? If you watch morning sessions on TV or evening or morning, for a whole year, you cannot even see one of our professors being interviewed and also giving your opinion. Even issues come out. Nobody bothers to contact a professor well known from medicine, what they don't care about us, except for very few occasions. Why? As I said, maybe we are shy. My challenge to the vice chancellors, there is a committee of vice chancellors and the principals of university colleges. Please push our case, especially for the universities and others. Once you build a case there, and others will follow. Let us take because we give examples, Singapore, Indonesia, etc. This is what is happening. Why can't it happen in Kenya? We have a chance now. Our CS is a professor, a former vice chancellor. Let us take an opportunity and use him so that we can see how far we can. We may not achieve it in a year or so, but let us start somewhere. Thank you so much for giving me that time.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Professor Chacha. We have one last one online. Patrick Karimi. Patrick, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, my name is
1 minute, 1 minute. Yeah.
Yeah, my name is Dr. Patrick Karimi from Kenya Power Research Institute. I have only one comment. Sorry, I joined late, and my question goes to Kenya. Kenya said that they are going to start an innovation week or an innovation academy, and this is available online. And my question is, are they going to have a framework on protecting the innovations coming from that conference, especially the issue of non-disclosure agreement as outlined by KIPI? Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. We also have one more person online, Professor Anne, is it Anne Nangulu?
Yes, Chair, thank you very much.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Take your time.
Thank you, Chair. I've been listening keenly to the conversations and to the presentations, and I appreciate what has been coming through. But I still want to go back to the basics. And I believe so strongly that the foundation of research is postgraduate training, particularly in our universities. And I just want to echo what the other vice chancellors have noted, particularly on the funding board. If you look at what is being funded today, the capitation to fund postgraduate training is virtually zero. And there is no way we can forget that foundation of postgraduate training as the backbone of research, and then we go on and do undertake very good research in universities. I get it, even what Professor Mulubi noted and Professor Gumi, is that you cannot expect the 2% of operation budget, particularly if I'm in a very small university or even if it's a big university, and you only rely on postgraduate students to be nested on projects written, let's say, by their supervisors. It cannot give us that strong base. I want to quote what you said in your presentation, that we need affirmative action. And the affirmative action should also come through funding. Particularly, we reconsider again the funding of postgraduate students. Most of them don't even finish, and they get disgusted, they get just discouraged, or they take too long, and yet these are the next line of researchers. I just want also to note is that I've also listened is that even if we get good funding now, and for example, even the National Research Fund and also the funding bodies internationally, the first thing they will ask you, the 25%, which you should be showing on how to support the research, particularly on sustainability of the research, when the research, let's say if you get research funding for 3 years, what comes up is that the question will always come, how will you sustain the research to go on or to transfer knowledge or to go into now the area of intellectual property right, yet the funding is not there, and sometimes also there's no infrastructure. What we also need is that we should also look at the infrastructure. If we go to even big universities, very few universities have even a postgraduate building. The lecturers are teaching the postgraduate students in their offices. Sometimes the room is not enough, and there's no way you can be squeezing the lecturer room to be the same for teaching postgraduate, doing academic advising, and then we go on ahead and say that we are producing the next round of researchers. So this funding should come in, and the basics will ask also to be looked at. Thank you, Chair, for giving me the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. I'm being told the hotel is saying we have overrun our time. So I think the presenters will interact with the audience during tea time and answer all their questions. Yes. Can we clap for them? Thank you very much. You have been very lively. You have been engaging. Really, it is a wonderful audience, both here and online. Yeah, enjoy your evening and have a blessed cup of tea, coffee, a cocoa, or just plain water. Thank you. And for myself, yeah, thank you. So we meet tomorrow. The Jukes, you did tell us if you have any of the cricket biscuits you are selling. You don't know how to market yourself. Yeah, we want to buy cricket and the worms. Okay, sorry, but I was taking that time.
Yeah, just before you leave the hall, we want to make some announcement for tomorrow. Those of you who have the program, tomorrow we are doing our last day. And just to remind you that we will start just as we started this morning at 9 o'clock. And that on the program, you can see we have a way forward. So I want to encourage all of you to stay until we have a way forward. We shall be sharing, the rapporteurs shall be sharing some of the key points that we've been able to capture and recommendations as well. So tomorrow, stay tuned. Those who are online and those who are here, please, let's meet tomorrow. Have a good evening. Yes.